100 odd votes. That suggests that I think the BJP and all its ecosystem, including a lot of national media, failed to read what's happening. I remember last 2-3 days ago, one channel, an anchor said that why are we wasting our time on the opposition? They don't matter. Well, I hope that anchor is listening to what I'm saying and what the people of India are saying.
Thank you very much for talking to us. That was Pawan Khera responding to the initial trends that are pouring out as far as the Lok Sabha results are concerned. With video journalist Satya Rotre, this is Mosmi Singh in Delhi for India Today.
Well, if these numbers hold, exit pollsters will have a lot to answer for. Clearly, each and every exit pollster has got this poll wrong if these numbers hold. And I keep adding if because we've just had a couple of rounds that have been polled so far. Counting also has been slow because there has been checking and rechecking that's taking place. There is a lot of confusion in different parts of the country where candidates who are trailing want a recount even round by round. So you will see these numbers potentially changing at the moment. But Preeti, you've got a story to tell us from Rajasthan, a state that you traveled extensively through. And at the moment, as per the numbers that you had shown us, the Congress is actually leading the BJP in Rajasthan 13-11, am I right?
Well, it's now gone even keel, so they are now practically at the same. But yes, I went to Rajasthan, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, Rajdeep, and I thought when I came back, I went to a very different election than what most people were talking of. And all these three states are seeming to at least turn on what they were the last time around.
See, about Rajasthan, this is also success of state Congress that Govind Singh Dotasra, who's a Jat, and tried to mobilize. No, there were candidates who were not willing. In Jhunjhunu and Dausa, people were not willing to contest.
Let's turn to the four swing states. There were swing states that I called, which I believe would decide who stood where. One was Karnataka. Remember, last time Karnataka was a sweep for the BJP, 25 out of 28. What is it this time? 16 NDA and India 12. So it's tightened there. It's a tight race in Karnataka. The margin is very low. It's a gain of 11 for India in Karnataka. Let's turn to the next swing state, the state of Maharashtra. BJP had won 41 out of 48, or NDA. What is it looking like this time? 25-20. It's tightened there in Maharashtra. So that's a loss of 12 for the NDA there, a gain of 20. Let's turn to the next swing state and the biggest state in the country that is really throwing up the result at the moment of 2024. Look at this result. This is the result of 2024 at 10 a.m. in the morning. The one that could change, but for now is clearly a signal. No charge so far. 37 to the NDA, 41 to India Alliance. Who would have thought this, that India Alliance would actually pull ahead? Most people said 40 or 35, but the NDA would be ahead. This time, it looks like Uttar Pradesh is turning out to be the Ulta Pradesh of this election. Let's turn to the next swing state, the state of Bihar. Remember, Bihar last time was another state that was swept by the NDA, 39 out of 40. What's it showing? 25 plays 13. Tejaswi Yadav, the superstar at the moment of Bihar politics, 265 rallies, more than anyone else, 13. But the NDA holding its own in terms of being ahead 2-1, down only 8. Not as bad as Uttar Pradesh. Two more swing states, the state of West Bengal. Remember, Mamata Banerjee is fighting for her political life there literally because she's got an assembly election in 18 months from now. BJP 17, TMC now 23. Mamata pulling ahead, and I can tell you that she said exit pollsters will have to apologize if she turns out to be ahead of the BJP. So we'll see how that plays out there. But the other one is Odisha. And the story of this election is BJP not doing so well in the Hindi heartland, but growing in new parts. 17. Look at this remarkable performance by the BJP. BJD down to 2. India Alliance, the Congress leading in 2. Finally, Telangana, which also will tell you how the election is shifting. Here you've got the NDA 10. Remember, Congress ruled government, BJP had 4 last time. It's a gain of 6. So the BJP is gaining Telangana, Odisha, and finally Andhra Pradesh. Is this Chandrababu Naidu, CBN, back in form? Out of the 25 seats here, NDA leading in 21. Up 18. So you look at these states, the losses that they are taking, a big hit in Uttar Pradesh, in Maharashtra, to some extent Bihar, is being compensated by Andhra Pradesh they're leading in 18, SRCP, and they're losing in the assembly as well. So Rahul, we've got a new map of India. It's the east, which is the lotus is being saved by the east when it's losing out in the north.
What's most important is we work
I'm getting a bit of a heart attack with the noise, so
not with the numbers, na.
I need to sit.
They will say that maybe it's a heart attack with the numbers. No,
numbers are not a heart attack. I can live with all numbers.
The fact is that the election intelligence dashboard just took so much effort to bring alive. And if it had been one-way traffic, it would have been no fun.
Remarkable.
Yeah, the moment it... What is remarkable?
To you and your team at the dashboard.
No, so we'll still hold our horses, but if you want insights, no matter where you are in this country, this is commentary on what's happening at this moment. Nothing and no one can provide you the kind of insights that the India Today election intelligence dashboard can do in live, real time. 289 leads for the NDA, 54 down from the last time. The BJP at this moment only at 243 leads. They're struggling even to get to 272. The Janata Dal United at 7. The Apna Dal not leading on any. The India Alliance is leading on 223. That's 96 up from the last time. The Congress is hitting 100 at this moment. The big story is the Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav rampaging in Uttar Pradesh with 34. The Trinamool at 24. If I go region by region and give you a quick sense of what's happening in the north, the NDA is down 37 seats. The India Alliance is up 41 seats. 59 versus 59. Close battle in the north. From there, let's now come to the east of India. In the eastern part of India, of the 142 seats, the NDA is leading on 81, the India Alliance on 53, the India Alliance up 21 seats in the east of India. From there, let's now come to the west of India. In the western part of India, on the 143 seats, 99 for the NDA. That's 27 down from the last time in western India. The India Alliance is at 40, that's 26 up from the last time. The Congress itself has 22. From there, let me now come to the south. In the southern part of the country, NDA at 50, 16 up from the last time. The India Alliance at 78 up from the last time. Last, let me come to the Hindi heartland. In the Hindi heartland, 143, 54 down from the last time at this moment. The NDA, the India Alliance is at 79, up 66 from the last time. The BJP 128, JDU 7, India Alliance 79, out of which the Congress has 31 seats in the Hindi heartland out of 226.
And just what you said just now is also a story. JDU contested 16, is leading only in 7. So the JDU is the one, as we expected. Nitish Kumar is on the decline. He's taking a hit in Bihar. So it's not so much the BJP in Bihar, it's the NDA and the JDU in particular.
The big story is the Congress's vote share. The exit polls predicted that the Congress's vote share would be 21 or so. At this moment, of the votes that have been counted, the Congress's vote share is almost 9% more than the exit polls had polled. The exit polls did get the BJP vote share right, 40.2, so which is roughly where it is. The big story is the turnaround in the Congress's fortunes. So the BSP crashing down to 2.2.
Rahul, one point. While mentioning the exit poll today is not that happy a thing, but one data point that the exit polls had given is that the 18 to 35 group in BJP-ruled states were moving away from the BJP. That seems to be playing out.
Yeah, the 18 to 35, the youth.
And Rahul, talking about Congress vote share increasing, I think some credit should be given to Rahul Gandhi for Bharat Jodo Yatra. That is being
If this is it,
instrumental.
Rashid, then all the credit. If this holds, then all the credit
No,
goes
let's
to
not give it
Rahul
to just the Yatra.
If
Give
this
it
holds,
to the
then
Congress and
yes,
Rahul
then it's
Gandhi.
the Congress.
So it is Rahul Gandhi who's taken this message all over.
I want to look at
these numbers hold.
Yeah. I want to look at the heat map. It gives you a sense of the trends. Remember, now you're at a sample much bigger than any post-poll study. Of the votes that have been counted, the NDA has 50% plus votes on 124 seats, 40 to 50% votes on 111 seats, 30 to 40% votes on 48 seats, 20 to 30% votes on 26 seats, less than 20% votes on 34 seats. If I look at the India Alliance, this is called a vote density map. The darker the colors, the more the weights they're getting there. The India Alliance has 100 seats where they're 50% plus votes, 120 seats where they're 40 to 50, 62 seats where they're 30 to 40. If I do now a comparison of how these parties are playing, it will give you a sense of which seats are competitive. Okay, just bear with me for a moment as I explain this. So any seat which is 40% plus, these seats are still in the fight. seats where the NDA or the India alliance is not doing well, those are seats which are 40% and lower. So there are 58 seats where the NDA is only between 25 and 40. The India alliance is 82 seats. But the bulk of the seats, the bulk is here, 40 and above. So if you see, it's very competitive. This election is still very competitive. The way to read this data is, the moment either side starts dominating seats which are 50% plus or 40% plus, you know that the election is moving in that direction.
And if I may just add, Shankar, when you look at those numbers, last time we had said it was 224 where they were 50% plus, and the other side was less than 50 where it had 50% plus. That has doubled and they have halved. So effectively, the NDA vote share in these key in many of their dominant seats has halved. It's a turnaround. You know, it's seats where you won by a big margin, you're losing this time. It's almost as if there's anti-incumbency of different kinds. Anti-incumbency against sitting MPs in north and west, anti-incumbency against sitting MPs in the eastern coast of the country. It just shows, ye janta hai, ye public hai, ye sab janti hai. Exit pollster chodo, public pe vishwas karo.
Itna jaldi mat chodo.
No. Public is speaking,
madam. But the key thing to look at is that this election is intensely competitive at this moment. Different rounds of counting have happened in different seats. You look over here, 40 and above. This election still has these alliances quite close to each other. It's not as if the NDA is running away with this election. The India alliance is very much in the fray. If I look at the seats where the margin calculator, I'm going to call upon my margin calculator and tell you seats where the margin between the leading candidate and the runner-up is less than 5,000. 317 such seats. The NDA leading on 162 of them, the India alliance on 137. The India alliance has 58 leads from the last time. 56 for the Congress, 15 for the Samajwadi Party, 16 for the Trinamool. In any case, no matter how this ends, Rashid Saab, the Congress will think they're in with a chance. 5 years from now, elections and politics will be more competitive because this is not proving to be a 400 par election.
Absolutely, Rahul. I think it's an extraordinary journey on the part of Congress. Here was Congress were written off by almost everyone. And they got into the act, Bharat Jodo Yatra, plus alliances, plus Mallikarjun Kharge's experience. Only thing they lacked, I think, in the eastern part, because if they had some kind of alliance in Andhra and in Odisha, things would have been very, very different.
You know, the fact at the moment is, I've often said Mumbai is also a bellwether city. Look at what Mumbai has done. In 2014, 6-0 to the NDA. 2019, 6-0 to the NDA. And the NDA got clear majorities, Rahul, both the time. This time in Mumbai, it's 3-all. And 3-3 reflects what's happening across the country, that the election has got tightened. And it is...
3-3 is like 1998, actually.
That's right. You know, very much, you're absolutely right, Shankar. What we used to see in the 90s were elections where even in Mumbai, election would be seat by seat. What we are seeing in 2024, effectively seat by seat, when the Prime Minister of the country also is leading only by 1,000 or 1,500 votes at the moment, when you've got Nitin Gadkari leading by 750 votes, it shows even heavyweights are struggling at the moment.
There is a very interesting data set I want to show our viewers for the first time. This is called a stronghold calculator. Stronghold are those seats which a particular party has won in every election for the last 3 elections. If I look at a stronghold scanner, the NDA at this moment is trailing on 20 stronghold seats. When you start trailing in your strongholds, it means the match at this moment is not going well for you. Seats which... No, all are BJP's seats. Seats which the BJP has won in every election for the last 3 elections. They're trailing on 20 such seats at the moment. The Congress is leading on 12 seats, SP on 2. So the Congress's stronghold scanner is actually much better. The Congress leading on 12 seats which they've held in every election for the last 3 elections. The Congress is doing better in its fewer strongholds than the NDA. What I can do is give you a strike rate. At this moment, the NDA's strike rate is 53%. They're leading on 53% strike seats. The India Alliance strike rate is 41. 289 versus 222. If I look at the direct fights, now this is interesting. In the direct fights, there are 149 seats, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment where the fight is BJP versus Congress. Either BJP is one or Congress is one. Out of those, the BJP is leading 72. But there are 28% seats, 41 seats where the Congress also is leading. In the last 2 elections, the Congress got hammered at the hands of the BJP. This time, 3 out of those 10 seats, they seem to be doing well. In BJP versus TMC, where BJP is one or TMC is one, 18% to the BJP, 82 to the Trinamool. So that means that the Trinamool in a direct BJP-Trinamool battle is doing well. Let's look at BJP versus BSP in seats where BJP and BSP, okay, there are not too many seats and BJP is leading those. In BJP versus SP seats, 55 for the SP, 45% to the BJP. This is a big story. Akhilesh Yadav, his father was a wrestler. In that bout that's going on with the BJP at this moment, leading on 30 seats where the fight is directly SP versus BJP.
And you know, he has gone where his father didn't go. His father focused on Muslim Yadav combined. Akhilesh decided, Pichli, Dalit, Alpsankhyak, create a new kind, Pichla, Dalit, Alpsankhyak, create a new equation, PDA. It seems to be working, but we have to go toward hot air. Hot seat, cool air. Hot seat, cool hawa. My daughter who's watching the channel is telling me, please don't get overexcited, you're going to get a heart attack. I'm not getting a heart attack, my dear, but let's go to hot seat, cool hawa. I need some cool hawa. First, cool hawa is not so cool at the moment for Smriti Irani, because this could be the turnaround. She defeated Rahul Gandhi 5 years ago. This time, Kishori Lal Sharma, chosen virtually from nowhere, has spent his life in politics in Amethi, is leading at the moment. So Smriti Irani facing a real challenge, and it's a sign of the time. We go to neighboring Rai Bareli. Rahul Gandhi is clearly getting a cool day. He's had a tough time in the last 10 years. This is Rahul Gandhi's at the moment day out. He's winning both in Rai Bareli and Wayanad, and he's leading there. New Delhi, which is where I vote at the moment, is where Basuri Swaraj is taking on Somnath Bharti. Remember, Somnath Bharti said he would shave his head off if the exit polls were...
Well, he's close to shaving his head off.
But at the moment, Basuri Swaraj is leading, but in his constituency. Northeast Delhi, interesting constituency, Kanhaiya Kumar versus Manoj Tiwari. At the moment, it is Manoj Tiwari who could be poised for a hat-trick of victories there in the northeast. Let's turn to Baramati, which is really a hot seat, cool hawa. If there's any seat which is truly hot and hotter than where I'm sitting at the moment, that's Baramati. And at the moment in Baramati, it is Supriya Sule who is leading. So close to where Shankar lives in Pune, at the moment Supriya Sule is winning the battle of the Pawars versus Sunetra Pawar. Is there any more hot seat left? Trivandrum, Tiruvananthapuram is a hot seat like where I'm sitting again. Cool hawa is coming to Rajiv Chandrasekhar. 2 seats at the moment, Thrissur, Suresh Gopi, and there in Tiruvananthapuram, Rajiv Chandrasekhar could be one of the giant killers of this election. Then we turn to Mandi in Himachal Pradesh. Kangana Ranaut, hot seat, cool hawa, as my director keeps reminding me, is there between Kangana Ranaut and Vikramaditya Singh, son of the late Veerbhadra Singh. Kangana Ranaut is leading at the moment. Good day out for the actors. Suresh Gopi, Raj Babbar, Kangana Ranaut, but Arun Govil. Dekho, even Ram sometimes cannot save you. You can act as Ram, but you've got to be Ram. Okay.
So I want to pull out the margin calculator. The margin calculator tells you the gap between the candidate who's leading and the candidate who's runner-up on those seats. So if you look at the margin calculator, I'm looking now at extremely close fights where the gap between the party that's leading and the party that's runner-up is less than 1,000 votes. There are 201 such seats out of 543. Out of these, the NDA is leading on 107, down 16 from the last time. The BJP has 95 leads. The India Alliance is 83, up 31. What this means is these 201 seats can switch anyway. These are insanely, intensely close battles that are currently on these 201 seats. If I go on the other spectrum of the margin calculator, there are only 10 seats where the margin is now more than 1 lakh votes. 8 of those are for the BJP. All of them to the BJP. India Alliance only 1 seat, which is the Congress, which is Khammam, where the margin is already more than 1 lakh votes. If I look at seats where the margin is more than 50,000 votes, these are seats that have relatively settled. NDA leading on 27, India Alliance on 9. If I come now to seats where the margin is less than 5,000, which means they're still in contest, 278 such seats, 146 for the NDA, 116 for the India Alliance, up 46 the India Alliance.
What's the margin there, you said, Rahul, in these seats?
No, 5,000. These are seats where the margin,
as of now,
at this moment,
is less than 5,000.
At this moment.
You've got 146 playing 116. So this result could go either way. Either NDA could pull up, or India alliance catches up. Both possibilities exist now.
The seats which are closest fought are where the margin is currently less than 1,000 votes, because that can literally, as the rounds
But
of
even
polling happen,
5,000 is
switch.
nothing in a Lok Sabha
5,000 in a
election.
Lok Sabha is very little. So 100 leads for the NDA on seats where so on 100 seats, out of the 293 you see on your screen, there are 100 seats where the NDA's lead is very slender. Out of the 217 seats or 219 seats you see for the India Alliance, there are 79 seats where the lead is very slender. This is a very exciting match that's going on. Rajat Sethi, 400 par doesn't seem to be happening this morning.
Only Brian Lara could go 400 par. And Rajiv Gandhi, of course, politically.
Slog overs are left, Rahul. I still believe in slog overs. 6 छक्के पड़ेंगे एक ओवर में गेम इधर का उधर हो जाएगा. We'll come out of IPL season. So enjoy your breakfast, everybody. Have your teas and just wait.
You know, the worst thing about the IPL finals this time was it was so one-sided.
Yeah.
At least this is not a one-sided match. It's exciting.
And the exit poll, because my uncle in Goa wanted to know what he lives in Goa and sort of votes in Goa. Viriato Fernandez is leading at the moment of the Congress over Pallavi Dempo. Remember, Pallavi Dempo was brought in as an outsider. Many people thought in Goa, of course, comes from the Dempo family, but was not in politics. Was brought in there, woman candidate. We've not had a woman winner in Goa in an election since the late Shashikala Kakodkar. But at the moment, Viriato Fernandez is leading. So my uncle there, Mr. Sardesai, I've given you that result. And Shripad Naik, dominant as always, leading Ramakant Khalap in North
I created a visualization which I didn't think we'd need to use. This is called the roots of power. You know, we used to do it. Dr. Roy used to do it back in the day. I thought it wouldn't be required, but here it is. The BJP has 244. By itself, the BJP isn't close to 272 yet. The TDP has 15. The Eknath Sena has 7. The Janata Dal United of Nitish Kumar has 7. The LJP of Ramvilas Paswan has 5. The JDS has 2. The RLD 1. JSP 1. So the BJP by itself at this moment short of majority. The NDA has crossed the majority mark, 294. The India Alliance is at 200 and 219. And Congress is at 100. Samajwadi Party at 33. Trinamool at 23. DMK at 20. RJD at 8. NCP Sharad Pawar doing very well at 7. Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena at 5. CPM at 4. AAP at 4. NC at 2. CPI at 2. IUML at 2. This is a much more evenly placed battle than would have been thought.
And UBT Shiv Sena not doing as well. Sharad Pawar has contested 10 seats. This is his best performance if he's ever. You see, if he wins 7 out of 10, that's a 70% strike rate. Doing very well. UBT. But can you tell me who the 31 others? At some stage, Rahul, can we even get a sense of the others, or will that take some time?
TMC is in others, but they put TMC in India Alliance.
We put TMC in the alliance.
Okay,
You know, they were India Alliance. We treated them as an India Alliance.
Purple color. Others are in purple color down.
So the others, I have them. 9 are independent, 5 are AIDMK, 4 is YSRCP, 2 is Shiromani Akali Dal, 2 is AIMIM, 2 is BJD, 1 is BRS. That's the way one is SKM, 1 is ZPM. So that's the way the others are. The others at this moment are in the purple at the bottom of your screen.
Rahul, in those others, and Rajat is saying he's been doing a survey there which showed that AIDMK is winning 5. You know, don't write out
Only voice when it came to Tamil Nadu.
So what explains that? What are you
See, there was a anti-incumbency wave A. B, BJP's alliance equations were wrong. And in Kongu Nadu belt, where the Gounder votes are there, you were seeing maximum, resurgence of ADMK suddenly.
Let's actually
could be from the Congo belt. Which are those 5
yes.
seats?
So
let's just look at that.
The Karur, the Erode,
Correct me if I'm wrong. Last time 39 out of 39 to the 38 out of 39. 38 out of 39. Open Paneer Selvam's son was the only victor from the other side. This time, India Alliance in Tamil Nadu is leading in 34. AIDMK leading in 5. NDA 0. Now here we had predicted, opinion polls said BJP will win 4, 6. We were talking about BJP's role. On the other hand, the BJP could be creating a slice of history, Rahul, not in Tamil Nadu, but in Kerala. Because at the moment, NDA is leading in 2 in Kerala, and the 2 other seats, they had their best chance in Thrissur. Suresh Gopi taking over from the CPI and K. Muralidharan, the son of Karnakaran, contesting from there against him. And Thiruvananthapuram, where Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading as of now, small margin, but leading over Shashi Tharoor.
The story that's emerging is the story that's coming from rural India, ladies and gentlemen. Out of the 343 seats classified as rural, where more than 60% of the people live in rural areas, The India alliance is up 70 seats from the last time. 136 leads, 55 of those for the Congress, 30 for the Samajwadi Party, 14 for the Trinamool. The NDA is down 42 seats in seats classified as rural seats. The BJP at 150, the JDU at 7. This is a big story because if you look at the urban pockets, in the urban pockets, the BJP is holding on. 38 leads for the NDA, just down 1 from the last time. India Alliance at 18, up 3 from the last time. The story is being written in rural India. If I come to semi-urban seats, where the population in urban areas is 45 to 55%, it's a dead heat between the India Alliance and the NDA. Rural distress, Rajdeep, will be discussed a lot if this trend holds at the end of counting. It's in rural seats that
we discuss. It's a Thanda election. We
but
kept
we said
talking about
Thanda
it.
kuch nahi hota.
No, but look at this. It seems like, at least if you look at this data, that so many BJP
But Rajat, it
voters
wasn't
not.
a Thanda election on ground.
But Rajat,
to be honest, it wasn't
initially,
a Thanda
like
election.
the
So what was it? Tell us, why did you think it was not a Thanda election on the
Number
ground?
one, because 80% of the constituencies that I visited were rural. So there is acute rural distress,
What was
which
the
we
issue?
don't have.
When you say rural distress, what
I
was
have
it?
to say, they were, okay, like at one end, what worked for the BJP was, the fact is, if Russian is your biggest calling card, that means there is rural distress.
Well put.
So, number one. Number two, what one thought, Berozgari is a huge problem. People are jobless. They want something more than just that 5 kilos of ration. So it was difficult to call Rajdeep because at one end you heard ration, ration, ration. So one thought that ration is working. But if ration is your pull, then there's a lot that's pulling you back.
I think that's well said. And one of the things, for example, in Maharashtra, a state which has suffered, Shankar, for the last couple of years from drought, you could listen to the farmers and they were angry. The one state where I saw anger was the state of Maharashtra for a variety of reasons. They said, Netyankade khoke ahet. Khoke meaning in Maharashtra had become synonymous with the crores of rupees that they have. And amchi sthiti baga. So that inequality question in Maharashtra stood out. So to me, Rahul, that graphic, I think, is the other story of this election. A sharper.
But there is another trend as well, which really needs to be looked at. Now, suddenly nobody is finding EVMs to be all ghapla. Now EVMs seem perfectly bona fide and legitimate. Because अच्छा हो गया ना कि अब कम से कम absent हो गया. No, but really, because it started with everyone saying EVMs are fixed, the election is fixed, it's all stolen. It's not. Yeah, respect the process.
Election Commission increased the vote share by 6%.
Now what's happening?
All of 6% is going to Congress.
Rahul, very quickly, can you tell us the assemblies of Odisha and Andhra? A lot of people want to know, is there any difference in what's happening in Odisha and Andhra in the assembly? Particularly in Odisha, because there in the Lok Sabha it's a sweep for the BJP. Is it also, will BJP form a government in Odisha for the first time? Should we wait for that?
Okay, I want to move now to the assembly data. I'll start with the Andhra Pradesh assembly, 175 seats in Andhra Pradesh. The leads that we have is Telugu Desam at 103, 80 up from the last time. YSRCP getting hammered down to 17. Down 96, the BJP at 4, the Congress blanking out in Andhra Pradesh. This is Andhra Pradesh.
I think the story from Andhra Pradesh is that it's a wave. You never should write off any politician. Chandrababu Naidu has come back and come back with a bang.
Absolutely.
And in Odisha, the BJP is ahead. 50 leads for the BJP, up 37 from the last time. 33 for the BJD, down 39 from the last time. Odisha, the BJP is doing well.
But it could still go to the wire given the fact that you still have about 50 constituencies to count. So, I mean, the advantage with the BJP's good news is coming from the east coast of the country, as we keep reminding. Rahul Verma, you've been saying that for a long time. Peninsular India is changing, right?
I think.
And what is changing there, you think?
I think if we look at this number, what seems to be happening, that BJP has definitely made inroads in the new territories. What is also happening, perhaps they are suffering much more losses in the core areas than they would have anticipated. Across the northwest, Rajasthan, Haryana, UP, they are making big losses. And I think, lots of people who had traveled on the ground were telling the story about why elections might have become tougher in these parts of the country.
So this is a fascinating visualization which in one image captures what's happened so far. If I look at the gains and losses of the BJP is down 1 seat in the east, 53 down in the Hindi heartland, 38 down in the north, 2 down in the south and 23 down in the west.
So Maharashtra and the two biggest states, Rahul, the story is the two biggest states of the country, UP and Maharashtra, is where the BJP is taking their big hit.
The Congress is making a comeback in the Hindi heartland, up 25 seats from the last time. On a low base, but 25 up. In the north, they're up 13. In the south, they're up 13. In the west, they're up 20. In the east, they're up 7. Nalin Kohli now joins us from the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP was hoping for 400 par. This doesn't seem to be a 400 par kind of election. At this moment, the BJP is not even close to the majority mark. Mr. Kohli, what are you making of the trend so far?
Rahul, I think that's a fair assessment to say that 400 at the moment certainly looks distant. But I think given your experience and your colleagues on your show and the fact that I've been also 22 years in the party, I think we need to wait for the 6th or the 7th round to have a final picture of the seats. Because in terms of the exit polls speak of a massive sweep. The counting trends currently don't seem to match that. The exit polls are by and large necessarily based on the assumption of the final outcome, not the midway. So I'm prone to say 3 or 4 things. That the BJP NDA will form a government. That trend is very clear from the start. Where this number is going to be, we should know by about 12:31. If it's hotly contested in a few seats, 20, 30, 40 seats,
would you admit,
then those will need to shift till about 2. Yes,
but
Rajdeep.
Nalin, you must accept that in contrast to 2014 and 19, this is not a one-way street. Whatever the final number, it's been more competitive. And therefore, if you end up, let's say, in a worst-case scenario, below 272 on your own, how will you interpret that?
So it's early, Rajdeep, to first conclusively or even take a position in terms of saying that we would be below 272. It's early. Second, in terms of 2014 and 19, I think let's pause for a minute. It is the third election. And I think in a third election, if the BJP NDA is already showing a clear majority, that's highly credible. Because the only time you've had 3 consecutive governments is Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. The first also being a sort of a nominated government, but nevertheless, the credit goes to him for being in the first government. So 51, 56, and they are after again in the 60s. And therefore, if the BJP NDA pulls it off, this is just something that's happened twice in the history of independent India. So it's premature to take a stand that would be negative.
So was 400 par always a bit of a psychological operation? Was it a jumla? What was for 400 par?
Perhaps neither. I'm not qualified to comment on the psychology part of it because by training or profession, being an advocate, I don't need to deal with that aspect unless a case comes to me. Perhaps you may, Rajdeep, because you all deal with body language and make assessments of the entire picture.
I'm looking at your body language.
However,
you're not
that's
looking
on a lighter note. On a more serious note, on a more serious note, 1 minute. Oh, Rajdeep, come on, 1 minute, Rajdeep. 1 minute, Rajdeep, let me finish my point. We are only having a little light banter. On a serious note, I think, look, we are entitled to, as is any party, entitled to say this is our target. And why should we not have a wish list? I don't see anything wrong with that. So, I mean, having a wish list is not a jumla. Having a wish list is something good. But somebody desires to be, say, the top anchor of a channel. It's a wish list. Some of them may reach number 2, some number 3, some may reach the top.
Right. Mr. Kohli, it is too early, one must admit, but if you look at the Hindi heartland, the party which till now touted itself to be the Hindi heartland, the king of the Hindi heartland. Look how you're doing in Uttar Pradesh, look how you're doing in Rajasthan, look how you're doing in Haryana.
So, Preeti, let me first make one thing clear. A result is a result. And it has to be accepted, which is a matter of no choice, because that's democracy. So my first political point here is, to the Congress and every other political party was screaming that the EVMs and the electoral process is bad or flawed or motivated or malafide. They owe an apology to the country. And I'm making that clear on TV, and I will wait to hear if they come out with an apology, because if they are getting the kind of numbers that are there, they certainly owe an apology to the Election Commission, and they owe an apology to not just the Election Commission, but the voters of India and the officers who toil in 45 degrees plus to take those voting machines and stand in booths, along with the agents of all political parties and the people who stand there and vote.
I want to show our viewers the direct
Which
fight
is,
calculator.
in
What
terms-
this means really is seats where the fight is directly between two parties. The story of this election is that the Congress is putting up a better fight in a direct head-on contest with the BJP. At this second, there are 170 seats where the fight is BJP versus Congress. In the last election, the BJP had won 90% plus such seats. At this moment, the BJP is winning only 68% of the seats where it's direct BJP versus Congress. The Congress is winning 3 out of 10 seats where it's BJP versus Congress. This is what needed to happen for this to be an exciting election. The Congress is leading on 55 seats where the battle is directly BJP versus Congress. Nalin Kohli, would you concede that maybe the Congress wasn't given its due, wasn't treated the way it should have been, because in this battle, they're putting up a far better fight than anyone in the BJP would have imagined?
Well, look, one thing, Rahul, and you will grant this to the BJP. I think the BJP is a party that never sits down, whether in defeat or in victory. We assess it down to the last mile. And we study it and look at why and how we have done well. We study and look at it how we have done badly wherever we've done badly. And that's been the story for the BJP to become what it is today as the dominant political party and the party that has been in government for the last 10 years on a clear majority. Number one. Number two, there is an experiment, and let's look at it as political analysts for a minute, not in a partisan way. There is an experiment that we need to look at how it has worked, which is, let's say, Karnataka, where the BJP in the assembly lost marginally its percentage of vote, less than 1%. But then the other side, the numbers stacked up against the BJP and they got a clear sweep in the assembly. Now, that model having been seen, it raises a question which, Rajdeep, you've also used that word several times in our debates, is that, and ultimately, an election is a mathematics as also a chemistry. So now this fine challenge between the mathematics of a number that you build up in a pre-poll or a post-pre-poll alliance primarily versus the chemistry with the voter and how this alliance of numbers is translating in terms of a vote share onto the ground is a post-poll factor. You can only analyze it afterwards. Now, my reading at the moment, and I'm sticking my neck out to say so, is there won't be a national trend for you to have a figure like this to say that the numbers stacked up well but you lost there, or the numbers did not stack up well and you won. I think it will be a state-by-state thing, which is what I think is the strength of Indian democracy.
I take your point, Nalin. In fact, the real story of this election is how it is turning to be state by state. I think, Rahul, since the last 15 years, we've been so used to landslide victories, we forgot there used to be an age where India used to fight elections state by state. So if you go state by state, you look at a Haryana, for example, it is showing very different trends where the Congress is leading in 7, NDA in 3 in a state which was 10-0 last time. And then you travel to a Madhya Pradesh where, Rahul, you have the BJP still holding its own. The BJP is leading in 29-0 in India. Think about it, 29-0. Then, very interestingly, Rahul, just the neighboring Rajasthan to Madhya Pradesh, where again there were elections just 6 months ago. Take a look at Rajasthan. And in Rajasthan, 13-11, 13 to NDA, India 11, tight fight. Congress has to ask itself, the Congress has lost out in a Madhya Pradesh and a Gujarat. Gujarat, inevitably, Prime Minister's home state, Home Minister's home state. But in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, if you can fight back in Rajasthan, you gave up in Madhya Pradesh.
If these are the numbers, then the Congress could have done much better. It came to the party too late. If, despite of the opposition, these are the numbers that the opposition is getting, then they could have done better.
I want to show Nalin Kohli.
They could have done better.
I want to show Nalin Kohli the level of anti-incumbency. Now, this comes out. Remember, all the insights that you're seeing on India today are backed by data, hardcore thorough. This is not just random opinion, pontification and punditry, hardcore data. At this moment, of the 303 seats that the BJP had won last time, the BJP is retaining only 68%. They're losing 32% of the seats that they held. Nalin Kohli, this would raise questions about the level of anti-incumbency. You're winning only 7 of the 10 seats you held in the last election, reflecting the level of anti-incumbency against your MPs and against the party on these seats.
So I think, Rahul, 3 comments here. The first being, that our strike rate, and this is something, if I recall, I picked it up perhaps from your channel or it's perhaps on another channel, is that it's interesting to see the strike rate of the BJP through 2014 and 19. The strike rate was 60 to 65%. The number of seats we contested, 60 to 65%. So when you tell me 68% of the existing 303 seats we are losing, I actually disagree. It's in the zone of the strike rate of the BJP, because ultimately the strike rate is how much is your convertibility with the old candidate or with the new candidate in terms of the winnability of the seat. So the strike rate of the 60 to 70% seems to be holding on. The second figure was...
Sir, can I just... can I give... because we have the specific for the strike rate as well. Nalin Kohli, bear with me. Sir, bear with me for a minute.
Sure.
I'll show you the strike rate. This is the NDA strike rate. The NDA strike rate at this moment is only 54. The India Alliance strike rate is 41. The NDA is leading on 291 of 543. Your strike rate in comparison to past elections is substantially down.
So, Rahul, I think how I would go is there are two separate strike rates that we need to consider at the end of the election, which means later in the day or tomorrow. The first is the BJP versus the Congress strike rates. Because the Congress current strike rate is, if I recall, less than 10%. It's about 6 to 7%. The BJP's strike rate is about 60 to 65 or 68%. 60 to 70%, plus or minus 2%, 3%. The second is NDA versus the India Alliance, or the India Alliance as I call it. The India Alliance or NDA Alliance strike rate has to be seen separately. Mixing both will give an incorrect analysis.
I want to go phase by phase. For the first time, let's break this election into 7 phases, take you through how the parties and the formations have done. In phase 1, the India Alliance is leading on 59, the NDA only on 36. So India Alliance got off to a smashing start in phase 1, up 11 seats. Let's now go to phase 2. I'm putting out the phase-wise analysis for the first time in phase 2. The NDA took the lead, 49 leads, but 12 down from the last time. India Alliance in phase 2 at 38, up 15. Let's now come to phase 3. In phase 3, let's take a look at phase 3. 64 leads for the NDA, down 13 from the last time. 27 for the India Alliance, up 15 from the last time. Let's now come to phase 4. So NDA in the seats that we've seen across the phases losing ground. In phase 4, they started doing well. NDA 59, up 11 in phase 4. India Alliance 30, up 18. So phase 4 was the first phase where the NDA actually gained momentum. Let's look at phase 5. In phase 5, the NDA was at 30, down 8 from the last time. India Alliance at 15, up 7 from the last time. Let's now come to phase 6. I want to show you what happened in the penultimate phase. In phase 6, there were 58 seats. NDA at 32, down 12. India Alliance at 25, up 20. Let's now come to the last phase. Phase 7. Phase 7, the one that happened on the 1st of June, 57 seats there. India Alliance at 30, up 11. 22 for the NDA, down 8. Rajdeep, what that suggests is, except for one phase, which was phase 4, the NDA seems to have lost ground in every phase in this election.
And what it showed is what a number of us had sensed or had said after the first 2 rounds, that after that low voter turnout, that the NDA obviously got nervous. If you see, there was a feeling that they changed the narrative. You went into politics which was seen to be more polarized. Every time you asked them, they said, no, this is strategy. I think those first 2 rounds where turnout actually went against them, and a 7-phase poll. It's a strange thing. The longer the election went, it actually gave the opposition that came late to the party a chance to set the narrative.
True.
And the BJP was forced to respond. So you're actually seeing a fascinating election being, many thought a 7-phase election will fatigue out the opposition. What it actually did possibly is the reverse. It gave the opposition something to build on after the first 2 rounds. Yes, Shankar.
So it shows 2 things. That the Prime Minister and Amit Shah read the ground much better than anybody else when they changed the language and the rhetoric in the campaign in the next phases. The other thing that it shows is that they ended up responding to the narrative that was being set by the opposition instead of leading the narrative which was there till the beginning of the election. And that, I think, has sort of gathered momentum over the next few phases. Now, when you look at the numbers just now, it doesn't look anywhere near 400. It doesn't look anywhere...
no, 400 is, I think we should forget. 400 is over. Now it's a question, can I go 300 par?
Even the let's settle for 370 or let's settle for 350 looks like dicey.
No, because I think the
West
other
Bengal-
number, the other number which is going to become crucial now is 272.
Absolutely.
Because you see the BJP getting, Rajat, if the BJP doesn't get, by some chance, we don't know still the final number, doesn't get 272, does it change any of the equations? Does it make, for example, a Chandrababu Naidu a potential kingmaker to decide, look, I'll support you, but I have 1 or 2, 3 conditions? Does it weaken the Prime Minister's position?
So I think now every alliance partner would want to extract their pound of flesh, which they had been waiting for past decade or so, if the results hold. Also, if BJP gets lesser than 272, then even Prime Minister's reform agenda will see lesser elbow room.
You're going too far. Rajdeep, in the classical political science, in Westminster, model of parliamentary democracy, if an incumbent government, a single party, single majority government fails to get a clear majority, then the incumbent doesn't become a prime minister. That's
Come
the
on,
precedent.
where? The
Britain.
fact is they've gone
In
in a
Britain.
pre-poll alliance. They've gone here in a pre-poll alliance
single
under the
party-
leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
The single party majority. There was single party majority.
No, see, it may.
Twice.
No. On moral grounds, you may well say you don't have the same moral
Politics
power.
is all about.
No, but the
Politics
fact
is all about ethics and morality.
No. The fact is, legally, I've gone in a pre-poll alliance.
Look at
I will
Rajiv
be
Gandhi in
invited.
1989.
Come on.
Look at Rajiv Gandhi in 89. 193 seats. He sat in a
There's a
position.
difference between 193 and if I end up with 250. If I end up with 250 in a pre-poll alliance and my allies have 30, 40, I'm
I'm
going to be caught. Come on.
not talking about NDA not forming the
Rashid.
government. I'm talking about Office of Prime Minister.
Rashid,
Why? How does that change?
Rashid.
The election was fought under the leadership of
Let's
Prime
ask
Minister
Nalin
Modi.
Kohli that question.
Rashid,
Mr. Kohli, if
ek
the
minute.
BJP doesn't get 272, the question in the studio is, does it then at some level undermine the halo of the Prime Minister? If it had been 340, 350, 320, it would have been different. If it's not 272, does that then mean it's a weaker government than it would have been? Let Nalin Kohli respond to that.
So Rahul, thank you for that, letting me in at the moment. I heard the entire discussion. Very nice to see some of my colleagues. Shankar, nice to see you on TV after a long time. We are on the panel after a very long time. I just wanted to respond to Rashid Bhai. So Rashid Bhai, I'm a student of history, and you also write biographies and follow the Congress party as a sort of keeping a history of it. I find your selective approach to this discussion, which you just put, interesting. And I'll now go to wear my history hat. I think you would do well to perhaps go back to the K.R. Narayanan formula, which talked of the pre-poll alliance being the way in which the government will be invited to this. The post-poll versus pre-poll was the K.R. Narayanan formula, which came in at that time, ostensibly to keep the BJP out. But then, therefore, you can't go to the 1989 Rajiv Gandhi formula, which is far before that. So what is the dominant thing today in Indian politics for the longest period now is who is a pre-poll alliance, and I'm sorry to put it as bluntly as this, there is only one pre-poll alliance in the country, that is the BJP NDA. On the other side, there is the concept of an alliance which does not exist as a national alliance. They are leaders meeting over a cup of tea as they are entitled to, enjoying samosas as they are entitled to, fighting against each other, which they are entitled to, in state after state. So there is only one pre-poll alliance, and therefore the NDA will be, in any circumstance, the one to stake that claim. There is no question of the NDA, BJP not staking the claim.
You know, if you look at the party-wise vote share, there's a very interesting trend there. The BJP's vote share has, in fact, gone up in the votes that have been counted so far from 37 to 40.7. That's almost a 4% increase in vote share. That's very substantial. The Congress's vote share also, which had crashed to 19, is at 27% from the votes that have been counted. Both these are substantial. What this shows is that it's becoming more bipolar with the Congress and the BJP being in contest at the national level. That's one of the trends that are emerging. The Congress's vote share up at least 7%, maybe even 8% by the end of it. The BJP's vote share also up 4%. But there were lots of people who are messaging and saying, we were planning to go to office this morning. Now it's so exciting. We're staying back and watching the election results on India Today intelligence dashboard. It's making it really exciting. At this moment, now the seats have come down. Seats where the margin is less than 1,000. There are only 62 seats at this moment. 35 of those leads are for the NDA. 22 of those leads are for the India Alliance, 30 are BJP seats. Only 62 seats now where the margin is less than 1,000. If I look at the seats where the margin is less than 5,000, there are 158 seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up, the leading party and the runner-up, is less than 5,000 votes. The NDA has 76 such leads, down 18 from the last time, 71 where the India Alliance is leading, up 35. Now, if I switch to the other end of the margin calculator, look at where the seats seem to be clearly established in one way or the other. 35 seats where the margin is more than 1 lakh at this second. 30 of those are for the NDA, 4 for the India Alliance. So most of the seats where the margin is more than 1 lakh, the BJP is running away with those. Let's look at seats where the margin is more than 50,000. 94 such seats at the moment. The India NDA is at 69 of those. 20 are for the India Alliance. So basically, the battle now is on seats where the margin is less than 10,000. And the interesting thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that almost half the seats in the Lok Sabha, 239 of them, are seats where the margin is less than 10,000 votes at this moment. The India Alliance leading on 118 of them, up 59 from last time. The NDA leading on 108, down 36. So this is going to be a long, long, long afternoon.
Therefore, let me intrigue, Shankar, just, and please follow up. The intriguing prospect is the NDA could well cross 300 comfortably, and Rajat's smile will get even broader, or we'll have a long evening because that 290 goes below 272. It's one thing for the BJP to go below 272, they still form a government comfortably. If the NDA by some chance goes below 272, then all options open up.
272 to bahut dur hai. BJP at this moment is leading only on 237. At this moment, the BJP leading only on 237. I know, but I'm saying far from BJP at 237 is very different from a BJP 272.
I have said below 240, below 240. So a BJP below 240 and Chandrababu Naidu with 22. Mr. Naidu calls the shots.
No, so here's the thing. Rashid, 1 minute. The Westminster theory was disproved by David Cameron when he shook hands with David Miliband. So whether Naidu will be the new Miliband in the formation.
You know,
in fact, every time,
but you know what,
every time he'll be like, forget Andhra, make me the deputy prime minister.
Rajdeep, if you look at the Maharashtra numbers, you have said Congress has been the kamzor kadi. Congress is doing phenomenally well in Maharashtra.
How much are they getting?
Leading on 10.
Wow. Yeah, so they're leading out of 10 out of 17. That's fascinating.
Yes, that's fascinating.
That is a bit of a turnaround, Rahul, because imagine there are 17 seats Congress is contesting in Maharashtra. Most of them were against the BJP. If the Congress leads 10 out of 17 in Maharashtra, it's a sign of the times of what is happening overall.
My professor at IIM Ahmedabad, who taught me finance, just messaged to say he's late for class because he's watching India Today TV at this moment. So all classes, offices currently at this moment on standstill waiting for these results. BJP at 237. The Congress by its standards is crossing 100. That's a very important mark if they cross 100.
I've said this before, Rahul, on the show today. If the Congress crosses 100 or touches 100, BJP will find it difficult to touch the magical mark on its own of 272. But look at what is happening. It's not just that. Look at some of the allies of the
Samajwadi Party at 34.
34, remarkable. TMC 24, DMK 21, Sena UBT contesting 23 seats, winning in 10. Sharad Pawar having the day of his life at the age of 83. Out of 10 seats, he's winning 8. That's 80%.
And the Eknath Sene...
Aam Aadmi Party now leading in 4. All 3 of them are in Punjab, 1 in Haryana. The CPM leading in 5, mainly of course in Kerala. RJD in 4. So RJD not doing so well. In the Bihar leg compared, and you can contrast UP and Bihar. Look at this story. In UP, Samajwadi Party and the PDA alliance, the Pichhda, Dalit, Alpsankyak doing very well. But the BAP, on the other hand, of Tejaswi is not doing well.
When we interviewed Akhilesh Yadav, we said, bheed to pata bahut aati hai na. How much it translates into seats, we don't know. At this moment, the story is coming from Uttar Pradesh, Rajdeep, where Samajwadi Party is putting on a hell of a performance, given the fact that they were written out in the last election.
It's amazing.
In the assembly also they were written out. 35 leads for the Samajwadi Party, 7 for the Congress, also, 42 up 36. Preeti wants to come in.
Please.
I think what worked very well for the Congress-Samajwadi Party alliance was for the first time you saw the Samajwadi Party cadre completely support the Congress. on all seats. You could see that visibly. And I think the story will be Akhilesh in this election in UP, Rajdeep, just sheer candidate selection.
But look at
He's
how
got
this
that
country.
right.
But what I'm unable to understand, Rajat Shankar, is the country. And maybe Rahul Verma, who knows the Hindi heartland, will tell us. UP, PDA is working. BAP, which was the idea of Tejasvi Yadav to expand his father's Muslim Yadav base, is not working. Two states neighboring each other. Take a look across this country. Gujarat, dominant by the BJP, come to Maharashtra, and the BJP is finding it difficult to do what they did in 2019.
Why SP worked is because their campaign was much more credible than that of Tejasvi. Akhilesh did not go out on a limb and promise things.
That's one view. Yes, Rahul Kanwal, then Rashid. Yes.
I think what's happening across the core areas of BJP, barring the Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, I think BJP is taking a substantial hit across. Even if now the tally improves, I think
Bihar, explain to me why in Bihar they are not doing as well, the RJD as well as the SP in neighboring UP.
at this moment, it's hard to come up with an explanation.
Yeah.
Maybe in UP, BJP did not replace as many candidates as it did in other parts of the country.
So I have a view of it. I believe the BJP had a wider base in Bihar. They got Chirag Paswan, got Upendra Kushwaha, built a wider alliance. UP, they said, chalo, apne aap chalte hain. Jo candidate hai, Arun Govil ko de do. We'll give anyone the candidate. Modi, Yogi ke naam pe.
Just see,
Rajat and then Rashid.
I think what was happening is that the Rajbar, his flip-flops, even the Patel Apna Dal, all of the Nishat party, all of these had like these community leaders whose credibility over a period of a decade had gone away.
But what does it say about Yogi Modi, the double engine?
I know, and this is where...
What does it say about the double engine?
This is where Yogi also centralized power, and a lot of the other OBC leaders around Yogi also felt
That's a good point. Yes, Rashid.
So that is where it comes in. Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, he deserves a lot of credit because he shed all this, over-dependence on that MY factor. He went out of the way to accommodate a lot of non-Yadav OBCs like Pal and...
You're right. What Akhilesh... No, I'll tell you what Akhilesh Yadav did. Think about it. Here is the MY party. Less than 10 seats are to Yadavs and Muslims. He actually gave representation.
He changed the president of UP state in the middle of the
So
election.
he gave excellent candidates. I want to ask you, Sudhir, because this man could turn out to be the potential
15 leads for the
15
TDP,
leads for
3
the
for the BJP, 2 for the Janata.
So he is the largest ally at the moment of the NDA. And when I look at the overall numbers at 289 minus his 15, and I'm virtually at the halfway point for the NDA. What will Chandrababu Naidu do?
So it means that more than 20 saal baad, the clock has turned back for Chandrababu Naidu. He will once again be kingmaker. Now the question is, we know it for a fact that the BJP leadership made it very difficult for Chandrababu Naidu to once again be part of NDA. Will he say forgive and forget everything and say that, okay, I will still support Modi for Prime Minister, or will he make his
What
demands?
will he do? I want to know. What's your sense?
He could be.
Will he keep all options open?
He will keep all options
No, he
open.
can't switch.
But I don't think he will go back to the Congress because he made that mistake in 2018-19. I don't think he would do that. But I think he will have a say in who will become the Prime Minister. We are talking about...
1 minute. We are saying he will have a say in who becomes the Prime Minister.
If the BJP does not hit the 272 mark, he will definitely have a say because it's going to be an NDA government.
No, are you telling me that Chandrababu Naidu, if these are the numbers and he is in a position to dictate, he will dictate who should be the Prime Minister?
He will definitely have a say. If I will not use the word dictate, he will have a say in who will be the Prime Minister.
Rajdeep,
Interesting.
It will be decided by the candidate who gives special status to Andhra Pradesh.
That he could.
That's
Okay, that's also a point.
I've just got a message, but it's true. With all the pollsters, but it's a time to remember what Yogendra Yadav said.
Yes.
It's holding true.
He's the one who's
Yogendra is come. Yogendra Yadav had said
What
he
he
would
said
cross
is
272.
What we are most delighted about is that this is where we're getting requests from, I can't even name them, but the senior most leaders in this country cutting across party line ki election intelligence dashboard pe ye chala ke dikhao, wo dikhao, because nobody else, most political parties cannot do this kind of live processing at this moment because they haven't set it up for that. Of course they can, but they haven't set it up. The only people who have is the India Array group with this election intelligence dashboard.
So while you do that, I'm going to ask for one small request for VVIPs.
Absolutely.
Right? I have a number of VVIPs who are sending me messages and I said, I'm going to ask Rahul to go by. Can we do a farmaish?
No, wait, Rajdeep.
I'm going to do national, sorry. National, if I do, and I have my VVIPs now, can we go to Maua Moitra? She wants to know where she stands at the moment. Why are you not showing whether I'm winning
She fought a spirited election, Rajdeep, I
Okay,
have
so
to say.
if we go to Mahua Moitra
Okay, I
at the
can go
moment,
fast. Here you go. So Mahua Mitro is in our data trailing.
She claimed she was leading. Manish Tiwari, interestingly, is leading in Chandigarh in a tough fight. Manohar Lal Khattar, one of the few BJP
Potential
leaders.
BJP president, if that's one of the things that was discussed
That's right.
over
So
the weekend.
he's leading. Menaka Gandhi, you mentioned the trivia point that longest serving MP at the moment in the current Lok Sabha is trailing at the moment. That's why in UP they're taking the heat. This is interesting. Murshidabad, Mohammad Salim, left is making a bit of a comeback. One of the reasons Mamta Banerjee is actually surviving the BJP onslaught, is my sense, is the anti-Mamta vote. The left is taking a sizable chunk, unlike in 2019. We'll have to see how that plays. Manikam Tagore is an interesting one. Virudnagar, there, Congress, Tamil Nadu is trailing. Tamil Nadu, it's not a sweep anymore. Mehbooba Mufti is trailing in Anantnag, Rajouri. Is there any other interesting thing with an M? Misa Bharti, that's an interesting one. Patliputra. She's
leading. Up against Ram Kirpal Yadav.
Can I see his, whether his sister...
Absolutely. No, Ram Kirpal Yadav is trailing Misa Bharti, has a reasonable lead of about 7,000 votes. She's lost twice over.
That's right.
You know, Ram Kirpal Yadav used to be the right-hand man of Lalu Yadav, now fighting on a BJP
What about
ticket.
Lalu's other daughter, Rohini, if we can have a look?
Just 1 second. We can go to Saran, used to be the seat of Chhapra. If we go to...
R, would she be under R?
Saran mein hoga na?
No, you've got, okay, Shatrughan Sinha, meanwhile, if you stick with, okay, Rohini Acharya is trailing.
In Saran.
Rohini Acharya is trailing, so Rajiv Pratap Rudy is leading there.
Of the votes that we have, in the dashboard that we have, 7,620, trailing against Rajiv Pratap Rudy, 7,970. It's a very tight fight.
But these are very low votes. That means, some of the...
Just initial, it's coming in, Rajdeep.
So large parts of the country, from what I can see, there is still a lot of counting to do.
Correct. In Gorakhpur, Ravi Kishan, Ravindra Shukla is leading. Rahul Gandhi leading in Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi leading in Wayanad. Let's compare the two RG seats. In Wayanad, he has a bigger lead against Annie Raja and K. Surendran. 1,95,624.
So he's over a lakh. So he's almost
Kerala
through.
counting faster. Okay, so that's Wayanad. Let's now come to Raebareli and see how Rahul Gandhi is doing in Raebareli. He's got 1,01,481 votes, almost twice that of Dinesh Pratap.
So he's probably winning both. Can we look at Amethi for a moment and Smriti Irani, because that's again a very prestigious battle that is being fought there. Smriti Irani in Amethi, there you've got that. Unless you put her under an I, but maybe there are more that you've got in the S category. Let's see.
There she is.
She's trailing. She's trailing at the moment.
59,141, 149 versus Kishori Lal. So if Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is watching,
it's still tight.
82. No, but it's a pretty big.
It's 23,000. It's a lead of 23,000 at the moment. But this is a real turnaround. Think about it. Everybody wrote off Kishori Lal at the start of this election. He's giving her a hell of a fight.
No, he's winning right now.
He's winning at the... Yes, that's right. So... just to go back into some of the other S's that we have, if there are any interesting...
Sushil Gupta against Naveen Jindal in Kurukshetra currently leading. Supriya Sule leading in Baramati. This was the most high prestige battle of all. Most ego, most prestige. 40,398 versus 31,947.
So
Maharashtra
counting slowly. Think about it. That's why I think we need to keep...
Correct.
When you add this, it's less than a lakh. This is a constituency with a 20 lakh voter turnout. So a lot could change. These numbers of 290 to 232 could go either way. Either the BJP pulls ahead and shows our exit polls right to 330, or the BJP goes down further to 270, or the NDA goes down. So both options are open at the moment.
The party's trend, NCP's trend, Sharad Pawar NCP, seems to be like doing better than ever before, and it will no longer be called the Tum Tum Party.
But Tumala Sam, you are from Mumbai, you've known Sharad Pawar as long as I have. Kaka काय म्हणणार आज 83 वर्षाचे झाले आणि 9 जिंकतात आहे. What is 9 out of 10 is winning at the moment.
So, and for 30-40 years he was called a ढाई जिले का नेता.
नहीं अभी भी वेस्टर्न महाराष्ट्र में ही है.
But he spread. He went all the way to Wardha also.
To campaign.
Yes,
Yes, you're right.
Even contest Wardha seat was not taken.
Absolutely, you're right. And he's winning in Bhiwandi also.
Yes, Bhiwandi also.
He will simply say, आम्ही कधीही कुठलेही निवडणूक हारलेलं नाही.
नाही मला हे सांग, will he, if these numbers hold, will he ring up in the night and tell Chandrababu, अरे आम्ही जुने मित्र आहोत, काय करायचंय?
अभी तो सारे मित्र हैं.
हम तो सब मित्र हैं.
Anything is on play. If BJP drops below 272, all
Anything is
bets
possible.
are
So in
off.
fact, you should
You're
look
saying
at,
all bets are off if BJP
Yes,
drops
you
or
should.
if BJP drops below
you should
250?
look at the alliance partners of BJP and see the vulnerabilities.
No, can I ask you this, Shankar? You said something. You believe all bets are off if BJP drops below 272. My
250.
bets is if the BJP drops below 250, all bets are off. Because then the allies will really extract.
Okay, so
The BJP right
here
now.
are the BJP's gains and losses. BJP is down 5 seats in the east, 57 seats in the Hindi heartland, 41 seats down in the north, 1 seat up in the south, 23 seats down in the west. I can also look at votes. The power of the election intelligence dashboard is quite phenomenal. 2% vote share increase in the east, 1% down in the north. So in terms of votes, the BJP has actually increased its vote share by almost 4%. It's not translating into seats. That's where the BJP's problems lie at this moment. If I look at the Congress's swings in terms of seat share, the Congress is 6 seats up in the east, 25 seats up in the Hindi heartland, 14 seats up in the north, 10 seats up in the south, and 18 seats up in the west. They haven't had much to celebrate about. Finally, Rahul Verma, the Congress will say, forget Congress, Mukt Bharat, Congress abhi zinda hai.
And just to clarify, Mahua Moitra sent a message. Rahul and you are saying I'm losing. I'm leading by 38,409. We don't want to get on the wrong side of Mahua Moitra.
I don't want to get on anybody's wrong side. I just want to explain the process. Remember, these are all automated graphics. A lot of people are just cooking up figures and making this up. This is powered through an analytic process. It gets fed into our data engines. That's how it comes powered. So if you're actually a candidate sitting at a counting center, for example, you'll have more updated figures. It takes a bit of time for the numbers from that counting center to come to the Election Commission, to come to DataNet, who are our data providers, and then for it to get powered into the Election Intelligence Dashboard. So if you're sitting on a counting center, you know a little bit more than we do, but as it gets updated and as the hours go on, it will get updated really fast because the time lag reduces. So just bear with us as we explain that. One of the things which is very interesting to look at is routes to power. Where does the BJP sit at this moment? 236. 272 is the majority mark. The BJP only at 36. The Congress has slipped slightly lower than a century, currently at 99. The Congress has stronger allies, it seems. Samajwadi Party at 35. Trinamool Congress at 25. DMK at 22. The Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena at 10. Sharad Pawar's faction at 8. The BJP's allies are weaker. JDU only 15, TDP 15, Sena 7, Lok Janshakti Party 5, Janata Dal Secular 3, RLD 2, Jan Sena 2, Hindustan Awami Morcha 1, AGP 1, NCP. Ajit Pawar, Rajdeep, your friend Ajit Pawar is not being able to hold his own. They fought
Four.
and they're only leading 1. So 5 and 1.
Yeah.
So the other interesting thing there, Rahul, is that the Congress allies, many of them are in double digits.
Yes, that's
and the BJP's allies are not.
So this also saying that had the India alliance worked properly, they would have been staring at numbers. Where would they have been
we
forming
don't
the
know
government?
Rajat, that could be true. But what I'm saying is that there is a message there. You break a party. The sympathy tends to go with the person who is seen to have been unfairly dealt with. Somehow
the
the
David
other,
Goliath sentiment kicks in very
you've
well.
got
Yeah, you're right.
83-year-old Sharad Pawar who's been betrayed in a way by his nephew, who was still using posters of Sharad Pawar in the Supreme Court had to intervene. And you had Uddhav Thackeray, son of Balasaheb Thackeray, who it was felt was betrayed by Eknath Shinde. What is the voter of Maharashtra saying? Our sympathy is with the original patron in a way.
Not only that, Rajdeep, you might break a party, you might take the MLAs, you might take the MPs, but the cadre has stayed with both the originals.
Yeah, the fact is, Rahul, Maharashtra is showing just what competitive elections can do. This has gone seat by seat.
It also shows that there is a limit of so much amount of maneuvers that you can do in a political things without.
अब आपको समझ में आ रहा है तब से तो बोल रहे थे 400 पार 400 पार.
मैं अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ numbers will still improve. A lot of tight contests if the BJP holds its vote shares, which is still
they've increased their vote share. That's the irony.
So
BJP's increased its vote share. I'll show that to you. If you see the breakup of the vote share in the pan-India picture, this is where the power of the election intelligence dashboard really comes into play, which is why I'm so excited. We remember I have very little skin in the game. Jo bhi jeetega gali padni, but that doesn't matter. At this moment, the BJP at 40.7% of all the votes that have been counted, up 4% from the last time. The Congress is at 27.4.
That's
almost
8%.
8%. 19 to 20. That's 8% up. So that just shows that the Congress has done remarkably well relative to how their vote share had crashed in the last two elections.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yes.
please, Rahul.
I think what seems to be happening at this stage of time, while BJP has either retained its vote share or improved, but BJP allies are doing really, really badly. And that must be pulling down the NDA in many of the seats, whereas Congress and its allies are doing together very, very well, which is pulling up their seats.
If I look now at the caste cauldron, and just bear with me for a moment as I explain what I'm about to show you, we looked at seats which are dominated by certain communities and castes. So whichever is the dominant community on that seat then gets, it doesn't mean it's a reserved seat, okay? It means that the community dominates. Now, there's a big story playing out here. That whole constitution badalna hai, badlega, nahi badlega. The NDA at this moment is down 38 seats on seats where the Dalit community holds a significant sway on that particular Lok Sabha seat. This is an important and interesting finding. You won't find this anywhere else. Only the election intelligence dashboard can pull this out for you in real time. There'll be reams of post-mortem later on the seats classified as Dalit dominated seats, not just reserved seats, Dalit dominated seats, 38 losses for the NDA. On Muslim-dominated seats, 7 losses. Last time they'd won because of fragmentation. Now the Muslim vote seems to be consolidating in favor of whoever is capable of beating the NDA. On OBC-dominated seats, 8 down. On tribal seats, 4 down. On general category seats, 16 down. If I do the same caste scanner for India Alliance, on Dalit-dominated seats, that's where the big gains are coming from. 56 up from the last time on Dalit-dominated seats. 32 up on general category seats, 12 up on Muslim. So there are two trends, Rajdeep, which you can see. One, Muslim votes which had fragmented in the last election, now consolidating against whoever can beat the NDA. And on Dalit-dominated seats, that whole Samvidhan agitation did play a role.
I just want to get in Preeti. Just a minute. I want to get in Preeti at the moment because to be fair to her, I remember her coming back from Western UP and saying the Dalit vote in particular seems to be moving. You went to Chandrasekhar's constituency, for example. You seem to suggest that the Samvidhan khatre mein hai, and I can tell you Congress put out 8 crore cards that they sent out to people saying Samvidhan khatre mein. But tell us what you saw on the ground. Are you surprised by these results in the Dalit areas?
I'm not surprised by these results. And if you saw during the narrative of the campaign, Rajdeep, you heard the Prime Minister come out and the entire BJP strongly come out and say Samvidhan khatre mein nahi hai. How did that happen? Because in the just in the first 2 phases of election, when you went down, what the opposition did is they latched on to it. They went those nukkad sabhas that they used to do, the Samajwadi Party.
And was it based on this 400?
It came from that. It came from that, and the fact that the likes of Arun Govil, the likes of Jyoti Mirda from the BJP saying Samvidhan badal denge didn't help. So they used that. They took it to the bastis where, you know, the Dalits there or the Jatavs, non-Jatavs, they didn't know anything. All they heard was Arakshan khatam ho jayega. Those Nukkad Sabha told them, Arakshan khatam ho jayega. So there was fear-mongering, but it resulted in, see what we see
So
on the
Rahul,
screen right now.
if you go back to that graphic...
Ab main charge karna start kar dunga. Whoever makes a farmaish, I'll charge by the end of it. I could potentially be a billionaire because the India Today election intelligence dashboard is rocking it. Yes. We're getting requests from where have you on social media, messages, people saying, ye dikhao, wo dikhao.
One sobering thought. The NDA is still, Shankar, almost 70 ahead of the India Alliance. So that's a fairly substantial difference between the two.
But within
that's why it's not 2004. You know, let's not say it's 2004. But the reason.
No, so two things.
Just a minute, and then Rajat.
Two things. One, the previous slide that Rahul had in his startup entrepreneurship there was the OBC seats that the Congress has gained, which shows that there may have been traction for the caste census thing. Because just as 56 on Samvidhan Khatre mein, 56 was OBC gain. The other thing is that the issue within the NDA will play out now.
No, that will. And this is the reason, you know, Rajdeep, this is the reason
why don't you respond to that?
Perhaps the FIIs had a sense and they pulled out all the money before the election results.
I thought they just wanted to do profit booking.
Sensex is down 4,000 points.
No, but tell me one thing. You know, answer this question.
So,
will the dynamics change within the NDA?
This is what the market. No, this is what even the markets are expecting, that you will not have the clean elbow room that Modi had. There will be a lot of ramifications on the day-to-day affairs of the government being able to run it smoothly for 5 years if the numbers hold.
You know, the story of this election is that the Congress in the direct fights, now imagine you got Congress versus BJP in a direct punch-up, in that the Congress is winning 30% of the seats. The NDA, the BJP, which won 90+% of the seats in a direct BJP versus Congress battle, is currently winning only 70. 152 leads for the BJP in the 217 fights. Now, how I calculate this is seats where BJP and Congress are 1 and 2. So if you're 1 and 2, BJP leading on 70 such seats, the Congress leading on 30 such seats. If I look at BJP versus Trinamool, this is where Trinamool will be very delighted to see this. 67% of the seats where the BJP and Trinamool, Didi and the BJP are head-to-head. Didi leading currently on 67 of those seats, 24 out of 36. If I look at the seats where it's BJP versus SP, BJP versus Akhilesh, 45 leads, 45% of the leads for the BJP, 55% for the Samajwadi Party. Akhilesh, if this is wrestling, he's doing his father proud. Let's look at BJP versus AIDMK. It's a much smaller number. Okay, there are no such seats where it's BJP versus
Can I get one thing from you, Rahul?
Yes.
Which is that if you go to West Bengal, this is my hunch, Congress plus CPM at the moment is leading in 3. Can you give me the vote shares of West Bengal? Because once you get the vote shares, you will get a sense that the anti-Mamta vote may be getting split a little bit more than it was in 2019.
But then contrary to our poll where we said that the CPM took away the Muslim vote from Mamta, it's actually taken away the anti-incumbency from
Let's see
Mamta.
the
West Bengal vote share on your screen now. Trinamool at 47.7. They had about 43% of the vote last time. Their vote percent is up actually 4.7. The BJP at 37.9. At this moment, they're down 3 from the last time.
I had thought, Rahul, last time the CPM got just 7%, and the feeling was the loss of the CPM had worked to the BJP's advantage, because then the anti-Mamta vote got consolidated BJP. But if these numbers are right, she's actually gone up. Mamta Banerjee is proving her critics wrong. That Lokher Bhandar that we've been speaking, the woman vote, the Mahila
her vote share has gone up.
And I've been telling this to my friend Pradeep Gupta. Please poll more women.
Abhishek Banerjee said...
Where is Gupta ji?
Gupta ji, ab nahi aayenge, thoda time lagega. Abhishek Banerjee said there's no way this poll is going to prove right. He will be chuckling and having the last laugh.
No, he's very angry.
47.7 for the Trinamool, only 37.9 the TMC. Gaining vote share in West Bengal where the BJP was hoping to do well. The BJP at this moment is losing vote share. If I go region by region, I'd look at the presidency area. The BJP only on 3, the Trinamool on 12. It's kind of where it was last time. If we go now to Midnapur and look at the 8 seats of Midnapur, 3 to the BJP, 5 to the Trinamool. Trinamool making 2 gains over here. If we go to the Malda belt, the BJP at 2, Trinamool at 1, Congress and left at 4. That's interesting. Let's now go to Jalpaiguri further up north. BJP at 3, down 1. Trinamool at 1, up 1. Let's now look at Burdwan. In Burdwan, 8 seats. Trinamool at 7, up 2. BJP at 1, down 2. So it's not going as per BJP's script.
And as we speak, remember the NDA alliance inching towards 300. So do not still, rule out the possibility of NDA going above 300. That is still very much a possibility, which will provide a comfort factor. But Rahul,
I think there are a couple of things happening. I think exit polls got Bengal completely wrong, and they got Uttar Pradesh completely wrong. I think these 2 states are accounting for almost 50 seats for BJP.
They've got the Hindi.
Okay, go ahead.
So these 2 states are accounting for BJP, and I think they had underestimated the losses that NDA might suffer in Maharashtra. So these 3, so UP,
Bengal and Maharashtra are the 3 states where the pollsters have got it badly wrong.
Okay.
And that's where that's why the numbers are not quite there. What they got, but they got Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana right.
Yes.
And therefore the BJP in these 3 states has staved off. Otherwise, what could have been a defeat?
Yes.
And then we could have been back to 2004. So actually the BJP has been saved from 2004 by the gains they've got in Odisha, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh.
Some of the BJP's NDA's biggest gains, some of the India Alliance's biggest gains are coming from Maharashtra. 29 up, 20 up from the last time. NDA at 18, down 19 from the last time. Priyanka Chaturvedi, senior leader of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, now joins us. 29 for the India Alliance. If I do a breakdown, Congress at 10, the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena at 11, NCP Sharad Pawar at 8. At this moment, in the trends that we have in Maharashtra, you seem to be hitting it out of the park. Priyanka Chaturvedi, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to tell us a little bit more than thank you. What are you making of these numbers, ma'am? The NDA, you're sounding quite gobsmacked yourself. Were you expecting this? Or is it coming as a bit of a surprise for you as
well? And an honest answer to that. Come on.
No, it's not a surprise. We are crossing above 35 seats, is my confidence. And I was on your show the other day, and I had said this, that I do not speak from a point of, whatever the exit polls are showing, and my absolute respect for Mr. Gupta, right, wrong, ugly, whatever his exit polls have gone, direction it has gone in. Having said that, we had seen the mood of the people on the ground. We had seen it was people fighting this entire authoritarian behavior coming from the center. How Maharashtra, two leading regional parties of Maharashtra were broken at the whims and fancies of a party which wanted to consolidate power at any cost. And the brunt that the people of Maharashtra faced because of the shenanigans of the government at the center. So having seen all of that, having campaigned aggressively all across the state, it is an outcome we were expecting. Anything short of that would have been upsetting. So yes, it is a relief that we have proved the exit polls as of now wrong, and the will of the people seems to be supreme.
Would you at least concede, Priyanka ji, that all the hullabaloo which was made about the election process, the EVMs being malafide and spurious, all that was a bit premature, which is what we were saying constantly, no matter what the verdict, let's respect what the people say.
Okay. Will you also concede that how media went about town declaring victory for Narendra Modi and getting more than 300 odd seats, 350 seats?
We showed what was in the exit poll, which is obviously not coming out to be true, and that's absolutely correct.
Ma'am, Priyanka ji, the final numbers are not out. At the moment, as they stand, you have every right to say the exit pollsters have egg on their face. I would want to wait till the final numbers, ma'am.
No, but Rajdeep, to be fair, even the channels have a bit of egg on their face.
Go ahead. No, but
you can't just now throw all the egg the pollsters' way.
No, but the pollsters have to take, and I will take 10% egg, they take 90%, but go ahead, ma'am.
God, I don't want to be throwing eggs at anybody. I just want, since I'm being asked to concede something, I would also expect the same kind of, attitude coming from the media channels, etc., who had already given it a victory call, had already put out this call that Mr. Modi is coming back to power emphatically. Now forget all of that. Forget us versus them, etc. The point here is, we seriously need to introspect, has there been a level playing field for the opposition? Has the opposition been fighting with its back against the wall? Has the opposition faced all kinds of agencies and all kinds of undermining of constitution, democracy, or not? Have we faced a level playing field as far as media narrative is concerned? We haven't. And we have fought it all. So today to concede, there would be a lot more concessions that you all would need to make before you'll ask us to concede. So yes, give me that 10 minutes of happiness. The outcome could be anything else. But I'm very confident that Maharashtra...
Priyanka, still sounding very circumspect.
But Priyanka, at least do you take heart in that both your allies have pulled their weight? All three of you are actually doing phenomenally well.
Oh, yeah. I remember the question last time that was asked of me by Rahul Kanwal. So Rahul Kanwal would be more than satisfied that Congress has managed to do what it was supposed to do, at least in Maharashtra.
No, in fact, you're absolutely right.
So I think everybody, Rajdeep, would remember the one thing that's been said or done. Lots of darts coming our way.
No, can I tell you where it's happening? Because that's the story. Vidarbha and Marathwada are the two areas where the Congress principally took on the BJP, and they're doing well. The Shiv Sena UBT is doing well in Konkan and Mumbai, and Sharad Pawar is pulling his weight in Western Maharashtra. So what actually the alliance worked is, they had different regions which are their strengths. The Congress's regions, the Shiv Sena UBT region, and the NCP Sharad Pawar region. That's helped them. On the other hand, I think the BJP had 28 out of the 48 seats they are contesting, and they've taken a bit of a hit in Maharashtra. So unlike in Bihar, where JDU has pulled the BJP down in terms of the NDA numbers, here they're all taking a hit. Shinde Sena is taking a hit, the Ajit Pawar faction is taking a hit, and the BJP is also. I know, Priyanka, you're smiling, laughing. You have every reason to smile today and say, I told you so.
No, I didn't say anything to anybody. So I've never said I told you so. All I said was I have immense faith in the people of Maharashtra. I have worked across the state after our party was pulled down, after the party split, and after facing all kinds of barbs coming our way. We have seen it all. We have faced it all. But we had this extremely clear understanding of what people of the state were expecting from us. We are managing to pull that through, and the results are showing for itself. And whether it was Uddhav Bala Sahib Thackeray ji facing the biggest brunt of it all, where he was called a Nakli Santan, where he faced charges like Nakli Shiv Sena, despite a Supreme Court order stating otherwise as to as far as this government is concerned, yet totally, not ensuring that the spirit of what the Supreme Court's verdict was followed through by the government. So all of these have played a role, and most importantly, we kept our ear to the ground. And we kept our feet firmly
we just have, ma'am, I have to stop you. I have to stop you because we have to go to our hot seat, cool hawa. At the moment, lots of hot seats at the moment, and there's no hotter seat than the one in Baramati. And it, in a sense, reflects Sharad Pawar's day out at the moment. Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar's daughter, she's been a 3-time MP, also a Rajya Sabha MP before that. She is leading in what is the biggest battle of her political career over Sunetra Pawar. So that clearly is a seat that reflects what's happened in that state of Maharashtra in this election. That's the one state where you've seen a huge double-digit loss along with Uttar Pradesh for the BJP. 2 states where the BJP has suffered double-digit losses, NDA rather, are in Uttar Pradesh and in Maharashtra. They've changed in a way the way this election has gone.
Ajay Alok joins us from the BJP. At this moment, the BJP has 242, 30 short of being able to form the government by itself. Has this come, Mr. Alok, as a big shock to the BJP? All the laddus and the puris were being prepared at the BJP headquarters. You're still 30 short. For the first time, the BJP will have to depend on allies after 2014. This is quite different from what you were anticipating.
असा एवढी गडबड कसाला राजदीप थांबा जरा थांबा अगले राउंड संपला पुढं. There is no need to hurry, guys.
So which are the states where, Ajay Alok, you believe the change? Right? If I may ask, Dr. Alok,
you're just getting excited. You're just
no, sir. I do my job as it exists. Dr. Ajay Alok, can I ask you which are the states where you believe there will be a change? I'm asking a serious question. Give me a serious answer.
I'm going to give you a very serious answer. It's good that your hemoglobin is increasing. I like that redness in your face. But don't worry. The whole opposition is going to be anemic after 1 hour. Just 1 hour. Not more than that, I'm asking you. All the states are going to change. We are not even in the midst of the counting. And you guys are bumbling like anything here.
No, I'm asking you what. So what is your number?
So many elections.
Ajay bhai, what is your number?
What you're counting on Maharashtra? I'm giving you the numbers. Not less than 30 to 35. Mark my words. We'll speak in the evening again.
What about UP?
It's just we are in the midst of the counting. But see, there is one trend. There is only one trend. Wherever the BJP is leading more than 50,000, and wherever we are trailing less than 5,000 or 10,000.
That's not true, sir.
What is 5,000?
That's not true. We've just checked that.
Elections?
Sir, you must not mislead. That's not true. You are also. You have got an equal number of constituencies where the gap is less than 10,000. What is true is that the counting is only less than halfway. That is true. There you are right.
Yeah, that is true. So I'm telling you, we are in the midst. Don't get your hemoglobin rising so much. You'll all become anemic in just 1 hour.
You're a doctor. You can cure me. You're a doctor. You can cure me. Tell me what is your top end? 350?
I'll give you. It's again 400 plus. We are not less than 400 plus. Wait for 1 hour. I'm telling you.
You're not less than
please
400.
ask the opposition. Don't the way I saw everybody bubbling and shoveling after the end of the results.
Sir, how much are you expecting?
May I ask? Anarchy.
How much are you expecting, sir?
400 par.
You're still saying 400 par.
We are just 103 seats less. What you are showing right now on your screen. What you are showing is just 103 seats left. And in 170 seats, we are right now. BJP is 242 as far I can see on your screen. So it's just a matter of time.
Okay, you're saying it's a matter of time. Preeti, why don't you take over?
We've got a couple of... Is rising,
okay, I've taken your point, sir. You're saying you'll still go 400 par. Preeti, there are a couple of more guests who are joining us.
To Mahima Singh is joining us from the Congress. Mahima Singh, you'd be happy you're inching towards 100 for the Congress. Who would have thought that?
Jai Hind, of course, this is how sanity takes over vanity, I would say. And what is happening in Amethi, Raebareli, Wayanad and the rest of the country is a mirror that is being shown to the BJP clearly by the people of this country. So the clear message that India is giving that BJP's 400 Par is not only a far-fetched dream, but also impossible in a country where people's issues rule the divisive agenda and propaganda that the BJP tried to spread. Also the BJP's dream of a Congress-Mukt Bharat has been also shown a mirror today.
You know, can I for a moment, since Ajay Alok said that, you know, lots of tight contests, he's not wrong when he says there are several parts of the country, there are several parts of the country where the counting is still slow. But take a look at this excellent margin count calculator. Less than 1,000 leads, only 22. NDA leading in 13 of them, India in 9. So remember, these are the 22 seats that certainly go anywhere. Then you take a look at less than 5,000. And again, these can still go anywhere. Here is where the India alliance is vulnerable. 53 seats, but so is the NDA, 47. So unlike what Mr. Ajay Alok said, that all the low-hanging seats are only with the India alliance, NDA also is facing battles. Less than 5,000, 47 seats. Less than 10,000. Less than 10,000 is, look at this, 73 seats NDA, but here India alliance vulnerable, 96 seats. So overall, if you look, Rahul, across the country, there are about 250 seats where the margin is less than 10,000. 176 of them are less than 10,000. You've got about 22 of them which are less than 1,000, and you've got a balance 50-60 seats which are less than 5,000. So yes, this election can still change. NDA can still go well above 300, or NDA can well come closer to 270. Both the possibilities are open at the moment. Preeti.
Well, you're right there. Let's cut across also now to Abhinandita Mathur, spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party. Abhinandita, right now, Delhi looks abysmal where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. All 7, the leads are with the BJP. You've got a silver lining, leading on 2 in Punjab. Kurukshetra, very tight contest. You know, Sushil Gupta leading till about 10 minutes ago, but now again, it's Jindal taking the lead.
Well, I think that the trends are going to change in Delhi as well. On a couple of seats, the margins are not bad at all. I think we can cover up. The other thing is that overall, actually, we're really happy because as the India Alliance, the big mandate that is coming from the entire country is that there is a rejection for, you know, this Narendra Modi brand of politics, the way he just got desperate towards the end, the vendetta on opposition parties and so on. I just think that, you know, the opposition has fought a really good election. We are very proud of it. And really on these seats, especially the Kurukshetra seats, I am told that our margin is reducing now and we are likely to take over. And on the other Delhi seats...
Well, you also, just right now, you're leading now on 3 seats in Punjab.
That's right. That's right,
All right.
and we are hoping, to cover up certainly more in Delhi and definitely Kurukshetra. And overall, of course, we are indeed happy and grateful to the people that at least, you know, the BJP is not going to go unchallenged in this country.
The Delhi story not going too well, even with Abhinandita there, one of the biggest factors, if you look all across, there seems to be a trend moving towards you. But in Delhi, either the vote transfer didn't happen or it's an urban pocket. But all 7 seats right now, the BJP leading. Mahima Singh.
Okay, there's a bit of a story, Preeti, that's also breaking at this moment, because a slice of history could be created at the moment in Odisha. The BJP has crossed the majority mark in the Odisha Assembly, a state that they've never won, which the Biju Janata Dal has dominated. And as Rahul was pointing out in our pre-election shows, Naveen Patnaik is just, 78 odd days away from breaking the record.
So we've got that poll right.
For being the longest serving chief minister in the country. As of now, the BJP has won. The BJP has won 74 seats in the Odisha Assembly polls. They have therefore crossed the halfway mark. The BJD has won 51 seats. So you're seeing the best, good news for the BJP coming in there from Odisha. Congress bagging 13 seats. So Rahul, as of now, the BJP has got another state government, the state government of Odisha.
What you have to look at, Rajdeep, is the fact that the alliance formation of the India alliance seems to have worked well. Because if you look at the vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party has actually gone up 4%. It was, if I look at the 2019 numbers, the BJP had 37.7% of the vote share. In 2024, it's 40.7% of the vote share. That's 4% up straight. The Congress in 2019 had come down to 19.7% vote share. That's now gone up to 27. It's the resurgence in terms of vote share. In terms of seats, they're still far behind. But in terms of vote share, far from the idea that the Congress would disintegrate, go away, there is no Congress Mukt Bharat in this data. The Congress making a very sharp increase in its vote share. This would give great confidence to everybody in the Congress who kind of started wallowing in self-pity that what do we do against the Modi juggernaut? The people have given them some hope.
Yes, Rahul, I think this was a big, takeaway from 2014 onwards, till, I would say, till date. The Congress had lost its, self-confidence that it can, script a comeback story as a credible opposition or perhaps sometime in coalition politics and then in power. So what the outcome, whatever may be the final outcome, this 27% vote share is going to give them a, a confidence, a self-belief, and that will serve as an oxygen for another 10 years or so.
One thing, Rajdeep, you say that the JDU has been the weak link of the 16. They are fighting. They're leading on 15. It's the best rate ever.
So this was
the
JDU
is the success story of Bihar. Look at it.
No, so the
JDU leading on 15.
So the NDA is doing very well in Bihar in contrast to UP. They're leading in 32 out of 40.
And JDU is doing better than the BJP.
Okay, so earlier it was the other way around. So it's now changed. So I think that's the one state where the BJP has held its own. A state where it maxed out in 2019. Was Bihar. They're doing very well there. They maxed out in Madhya Pradesh, doing very well there. In Gujarat too, I think they've now recovered lost ground there. So that's what's propelling the NDA towards 300, along with, of course, its stellar performance in Odisha and Andhra.
Just for conjecture, asking you a question.
Yes.
If there's no halfway mark,
yes.
Is it possible with the 15 that the JDU could come back to the India alliance? Is that a possibility at all? You're talking about TDP.
Listen, let's not get carried away. The fact that the BJP is coming back to power, even with these numbers, is quite clear. Let's not build castles in the air. The BJP is coming back to power. That looks very, very clearly established. It just also seems that it's not as big a majority as the BJP would have liked. I want to look at the power map as it stands at this second and compare this to the power map of 2024. So if our video journalists can just come closer, let's start from Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Compared 2019, Kerala and Tamil Nadu are roughly along the same lines as they were last time. From here, come up. In Karnataka, which was a complete saffron domination, there is still largely saffron domination with some pockets of blue for the Congress. It is when you come to Maharashtra. Maharashtra is painted very differently from the last time. That's the Maharashtra of last time. This time the Maharashtra is much more blue. Gujarat, which was completely saffron, has some little one pocket of blue. Rajasthan is one of the big stories. A virtual domination by the BJP last time. This time, look at how the political map of Rajasthan has changed. Come up to Haryana. Last time, 10 on 10 for the BJP in Haryana. This time, almost 2/3 of the state is blue. The picture tells the story. Come there to Uttar Pradesh. Look at how much saffron there is in the 2019 map in Uttar Pradesh, across from west going out to the east. Look at Uttar Pradesh this time round. In Awadh, in eastern Uttar Pradesh, even in pockets of western Uttar Pradesh. Massive India alliance. In Himachal and in Uttarakhand, it's still all saffron. Big leads there. Now come here to Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh was all YSRCP last time. Look at Andhra Pradesh this time. Strong presence of the TDP and the BJP alliance. Odisha is one of the big stories from the BJP's perspective. So much BJD last time. Look at Odisha this time being won handsomely by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Chhattisgarh is more or less where it was. Chhattisgarh, in fact, the map almost looks the same last time to now. Mamata Banerjee will, if Rajdeep, whenever any of us meets her next, we'll have to listen to quite a bit because she's really done really well. Even in pockets
she isn't giving Pradeep Gupta any rasgullas.
हमें भी नहीं मिलने वाला भाई.
हमको तो नहीं मिलेगा, Pradeep Gupta को भी rasgulla नहीं मिलने वाला.
We are also not getting any rasgullas.
उसको वो गिल्ली डंडा देगी. Bengali style गिल्ली डंडा, rasgulla छोड़ दो. She is the kind of leader who will not forgive or forget easily, like many of these politicians are. You know, they don't forgive or forget. They'll remember only this one poll that we got wrong, and the tragedy is we also got 2021 West Bengal wrong. So she'll think it's a conspiracy theory. India Today मेरे खिलाफ है.
But India Today क्या? वो तो poll है भाई.
That's right. But look, also look, the numbers are not settled.
We must give due credit to her. She worked, she fought very well, and you know, she's a 24/7 politician.
woman
a
vote.
choice of women vote.
It's the woman
obviously.
And I'll tell you,
look
there's
at the
a
choice of candidates. That was also very
There's
remarkable.
a bureaucrat. I sometimes think bureaucrats get it even better than us. There's a bureaucrat both in Punjab and in Bengal, and he is spot on. In Bengal, he told me exactly which seats. I'm looking at the seats, I'm matching it. It's turning out to be exact. I don't know. Maybe we should hire bureaucrats at exit pollsters.
I agree. In December, a senior IPS officer, a commissioner of city in Andhra Pradesh told me Chandrababu Naidu is coming back with a bang.
You know,
Now, let's look at the head-to-head fights between the BJP and the Congress. This is a seat where either the BJP or the Congress is number 1 and 2. So this is a duke battle between BJP and Congress. 152 such seats. The Congress currently leading on 65 seats. This is where the Congress had got decimated the last time. Currently 30% seats where it's BJP versus Congress. You've got the Congress in the lead. BJP's strike rate, which was 90% plus last time round, now down to 70% in these seats where it's BJP versus Congress.
Can I just intervene to tell you something very interesting, Rahul? A Congress leader has told me India Today is showing Khargeji's picture and not Rahul Gandhi. At least today, can you show Rahul Gandhi's picture?
No, but that's not.
देखो कैसा हवा बदलता है.
No,
ये
but
हवा ऐसा होता है.
Rajdeep, we're
Till
also
morning
showing.
they were not saying.
We're also showing Nadda ji's picture in the
नहीं,
retail
but they're saying नहीं वो सब छोड़ो आप मोदी जी का दिखाते रहते हो हर दिन आज राहुल गांधी का भी थोड़ा दिखाओ. Now what do I tell? No, but they should also know, as we've been warning you, there are 200 seats where the margin is still less than 10,000. Please wait till about 3 in the afternoon. Picture abhi baki hai mere dost. Then you can do all the celebrations both sides. So Modi can celebrate, Rahul Gandhi can celebrate.
I have a suggestion. Go grab some breakfast, get some extra coffee.
Abhi breakfast 12 baje?
हमें तो नहीं मिला ना हम तो सुबह से
हमको ये fruit मिला है देखो after doing elections on my plate across the country all I've got is fruit, apple, banana, watermelon.
That's a emergent call from the India Today Mediaplex to all producers who may be listening. The crew here needs some breakfast. This is going to be a long morning, a long day as well. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, there are 165 seats out of 543 where the margin is less than 10,000 votes, which means in a Lok Sabha context, these seats cannot be called settled. The India Alliance is leading on 89 of those, which is up 46 from the last time. The NDA is leading on 69 of those, down 27 seats from the last time. The BJP itself has 56 such leads. Yes.
I have a request. In the close contest, in UP, can you do UP?
I can, but I also want to say, you know, if this was a startup, if everybody starts giving me like 10 rupees or 100 rupees per farmaish, we're going to be very rich by the evening. Okay, Uttar Pradesh, here it is. Uttar Pradesh margin calculator for Uttar Pradesh. I will show you how many seats in Uttar Pradesh are extremely close. Let's see if we can have that out first. 4 seats in Uttar Pradesh, the margin is less than 1,000 votes. These seats are Allahabad, which is Prayagraj, Badayu, Banasgaon and Salimpur. Let's now look at seats where the margin is less than 5,000. So it's a very tight contest. 17 seats out of 80 in Uttar Pradesh, the margin is less than 5,000 votes. 8 of those are with the NDA, 9 are with the Congress. So if I get into these seats, because this can slip, 7 are SP seats, 2 are Congress seats. Amroha, Badayu, Chandauli, Ghazipur, Kosi, Mirzapur and Phulpur. These are the seats. Seats where the margin is less than 10,000. There are 31 such seats at this second where the margin is less than 10,000. The India Alliance leads on 19. The NDA leads on 12. The story is the direct fight. Direct fight, BJP versus SP. You see what's happening here. Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi Party, the cycle is riding gloriously at this moment. 31 leads out of 56 in fights, which is SP versus BJP directly. Akhilesh Yadav is getting it one over the BJP at the moment.
You know, and the fascinating thing is that if you were to go into Bihar, just across the border from Uttar Pradesh, It's very different. The BJP is leading, the NDA is leading in 32 out of 40. So you've got two large states voting very, very differently. And that's the story of this 2024 election. Each state is voting differently to the other. Just for a moment, my
Rajdeep, in Bihar, the JDU is doing better than the
That's what
BJP.
she just said, yes.
15 to the JDU, 11 to the
Out
BJP.
of 16 JDUs at 15.
Nitish Babu.
And everybody
Jivika
said
scheme,
JDU
women.
is
That's
the
what we were
Kamzor
discussing,
party.
where you
Here's
said
a
don't-
question.
The women factor,
Here's
women
a question
factor.
for Nitish Babu. Should he have switched?
No, but
नहीं, अभी भी बोलेगा मेरा 15
But
सीट
you're
है.
saying that it's conjecture.
देखो नीतीश कुमार 15 and Naveen and Chandrababu Naidu 20, 35.
In all.
35 between
Are you giving
these two.
ideas, Rajdeep?
I'm giving nobody ideas. Can you just tell us Manipur? I know that the state has slipped off the map, Rahul, but a friend of mine from Imphal wants to know, what are the, will you tell us what's happening in Manipur?
So on the 2 seats of Manipur, we'll give our viewers a sense of what's happening in Manipur. The BJP is up on 1, the India Alliance is up on 1. This is the NPF, and the India Alliance has 1 lead, which is up 1. This is Inner Manipur. So India Alliance leading on Inner Manipur, and the NPF is leading in Outer Manipur, which is a tribal reserved seat.
You know, so that's interesting because the NDA was expected, of course, to win the Imphal seat, the Valley seat, and the Naga People's Front would win the Outer Manipur. So no real change, dramatic change there in Manipur.
But there is a change, Rajdeep. In the national picture, the NDA is losing ground in key parts of the country. In the north, the NDA is down 37 seats at the moment. The India Alliance is up 42 seats at the moment in the north. In the eastern part of India, out of the 142 seats, the NDA is largely holding on. 85 leads for the NDA, 53 for the India Alliance. The NDA holding on in the north, losing ground holding on in the east, losing ground in the north. In the west, the NDA is at 98, down 28 from the last time. Those gains going directly to the India Alliance, which is at 43, up 29 from the last time. In the south, the NDA is up 20 seats from the last time. They also have the TDP, which is a bulk of those, but 54. And the India Alliance is at 70, up 8 from the last time. In the Hindi heartland, the NDA is down 47 seats from the last time, 150. This is where a big story is being written. In Rajasthan, in Haryana, in Uttar Pradesh, in Jharkhand, in pockets of Bihar, a big story being written in the Hindi heartland. 47 losses at this moment for the NDA, Rajdeep.
So 47 losses there, compensated partly by a huge gain in Andhra Pradesh of 20 plus, a good gain in Telangana of about 6 plus, a good gain in Odisha of 10. So effectively, my 30, but this is NDA. You know, I want to make the distinction between NDA and BJP. The BJP is the one which is gaining in Telangana and in Odisha. But they are losing, remember, in West Bengal, and they are losing in the Hindi heartland, and they are losing partly as of now in Maharashtra.
So, Radeep, it's a case of missed opportunity also as far as India Alliance is concerned.
Like where?
Like Babu was in a lie in 2019 and later on also, and the fact that...
No, 1 minute,
I don't
Rashid.
think
Babu
Naidu was
left the
interested
India.
in an alliance.
At no stage did Chandrababu Naidu want to reach out to India Alliance because he wanted to be with the winner, and everybody thought Narendra Modi is the winner. You see, Babu wants to be with the winner, so let's not blame the India. You know, it's very easy, Rashid, to blame the India Alliance for everything that goes wrong. You know, Preeti said they started their campaign late. She's absolutely right.
No, I'm just saying, I'm seeking a response. You look at Nitish Kumar, he had gone and met Naveen Patnaik. And that time Naveen Patnaik didn't respond positively.
Naveen Patnaik did not want to join any alliance. Nitish Kumar was a loss.
No, okay, Rajdeep, if these numbers hold, when I say they started their campaign late,
You're right.
If these numbers hold, wasn't this an election for the India Alliance to win?
So, look,
could be. Could have been.
You know, sometimes,
Now they won't.
You know, sometimes in India, it's very easy. Sharad Pawar had told me a year ago, the way to win and defeat Mr. Modi, he said, was 400 one-on-one seats, one-on-one fights. That never happened. Eventually, we have 358 multipolar fights. But at the end of the day, these are,
an alliance which actually wasn't there.
Arithmetic and chemistry. In Maharashtra, strangely enough, there's chemistry. So, Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar and the Congress have worked in tandem. There was chemistry, Preeti, in between Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi. But in Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav was a one-man show. The other parties just didn't come to the party. Now, Mamata Banerjee, you could argue, has decided to go on her own. It's worked for her. So, you see, there is no one-size-fits-all in this wonderful country called India.
But
we can have as many explanations.
So you said about bureaucrats knowing better.
Yes.
About 3 weeks back or 4 weeks back, a bureaucrat wrote to me. He said Maharashtra has always decided who will not become PM.
Yes.
His assessment was that Mahavikas Aghadi will touch or cross 30. And the worst case for Kaka and Uddhav, as he put it, would be 26 to 28. The worst case was 28.
Okay, so you know that these are all...
What's called a strength calculator. What this will tell you is, on seats which the BJP has won in every election in the last 3 elections, the BJP is leading on 80 out of 94. The BJP's problem seems to be on seats which were relatively safe, seats which they won twice in the last 3 elections. The BJP currently leads on only 107 out of 164. So 17 out of 42 weak seats the BJP leads on, seats where the BJP has won only once in the last 3 elections. If I come now to the Congress's strength scanner, in the bastions that remain, the Congress is leading on 10 out of its 16 safe seats. And interestingly, 22 very weak seats, 22 seats that the Congress has never won in any election in the last 3 elections, including 2009, the Congress currently leads. The Congress is leading on 48 weak seats, seats which the party has won only once in the last 3 elections. 48 out of 146 weak seats the Congress is leading on. So it really does seem that Janta is helping the Congress do better than many in the Congress would have imagined. Their internal target, some had 75.
8 seat UP mein. Boss, this is the party which 2 years ago,
50% strike
2
rate.
years ago won only 2 seats in the assembly, is suddenly lift. So it's either the Samajwadi Party lifting or a joint operation. You see?
No, can I be honest, Rajdeep?
Yes.
It is a Samajwadi Party, yes. It is a joint operation, yes. But in Uttar Pradesh, it's the people who fought this election and the parties
What was
came
the
to
main issue according to you? What were they angry about?
It's distress, Rajdeep. People are troubled.
Define distress to me.
Rural distress. There are no jobs. Like I said in the beginning, if the biggest calling card for a party and the draw for it is free ration, then there is something wrong. And you see that easily on ground in rural UP.
And this is a real wake-up call for the double engine. You see, the state which the BJP we thought had dominated, had become almost a laboratory for the BJP, was UP. You know, they'd won 4 consecutive big elections there. This is the first setback of sorts since 2014.
2 questions.
Yes.
One is about that, good governance of Yogi Adityanath.
Tough question puchte ho. Go ahead.
No. That about governance and, this thing, Gundagardi ka khatma by Yogi Adityanath. And second one was about over this build-up over this Pran Pratishtha ceremony of Ram Temple, which opposition supposedly had boycotted. Thukra diya tha. It's not...
Ram Mandir, I will tell you very clearly, we all went down. It was not an issue. People were happy that the Ram Mandir was built, but they didn't want to vote on Ram Mandir. India, ye desh hai, boss. This is not China. That's why we are the greatest country in the world. Today, India is showing why the Indian voter, even the opposition should realize, do not go
but
before...
Can I point something? Since you're mentioning the Ram Mandir, Rajdeep, at this moment, it's very interesting to note that in the Faizabad constituency, Avadesh Prasad of the Samajwadi Party is at least 5,000 votes ahead of Lalu Singh of the BJP. In the seat of Ayodhya, at the home of the Ram Temple, the Samajwadi Party currently leads against Lalu Singh of the
And he's lost in the past, Lalu Singh. Samajwadi Party has a base there. And I'll tell you, there's a friend of mine, and I want to give credit to a young boy called Syed Kamran. This boy goes constituency by constituency, and he told me the other day, boss, jo bhi hona, Faizabad mein tough fight hai. And I said, Ayodhya mein? Ha sir, maine dekha. And the boy spends 10 days. So salute you and all these young stringers who do great work on the ground to tell us more than all these big anchors who come 100%. And parachute onto the ground. Mujhe nahi malum jitna aapko malum hai. So to Syed Kamran and others who was telling me, sir, Samajwadi Party is on the comeback trail in UP. Salute to you. You have picked up a trend. So there are lots of these trends that are coming out.
There were moments in this campaign where it felt that this election intelligence dashboard was too much effort, and whether we'd have an adequate return on ratio. In how exciting the Indian voter has made this election, and the fact that you're seeing these numbers dance on the India Today screen, it just lightens my heart and makes it very, very joyous, because all the analytics that we built are helping you understand this election better than any other network can possibly ever dream of. The Congress now, which had hit 100 seats at one time, is leading at 94. So they're down 6 from that psychologically important 3-figure mark, but still much more than they had last time round. The Samajwadi Party at 33, the Trinamool at 30. The Trinamool had come down to 22 seats in the last Lok Sabha elections. They're sitting currently on 30 leads. Nobody complaining about EVMs or any garbad and ghotala. The DMK leading on 21. The Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena leading on 10. The Sharad Pawar NCP leading on 8. Let's come here. The BJP at least 31 seats short at this moment of a full simple majority. The TDP leading on 16. The JDU on 14. Far from proving the Kamzor Kadi. Nitish Kumar and the Janata Dal United at this moment proving to be a force multiplier. Eknath Shinde Sena, the official Shiv Sena as it were, leading on 6. Lok Janshakti Party leading on all the seats that they had. Janata Dal Secular on 3, the RLD on 2, Jan Sena on 2. This is looking very exciting. And if you look at the others, where do the others go? So potentially, if they need, maybe the Akalis can come back. If they really want the Akalis to come back, so you can have the Akalis potentially coming back. YSRCP can't because maybe some of these independents can potentially join the India Alliance. So SKM is an NDA partner in any case, so they can come back. BJD now, I doubt they'll want. DMDK, maybe.
No, AIDMK?
But you're fighting it. Will you take that seat?
AIDMK will be more than happy to come back. मेरे को एक दो को मंत्री बना दो.
Because of DMK.
You see, now it will be that old style मंत्री.
DMDK.
You know, AIDMK is one, DMDK one. They are down to only one at the moment. Is AIDMK there in your list?
There at all.
I think that they.
No, that must be because they're not winning at this moment.
Let me just check.
No, they must not be winning. The analytics are live. They are.
Yeah, you're right. AIDMK is only leading in one.
Correct. So if we have this over here, the AIDMK currently is leading on 1 seat, which is the seat of Virudhunagar. So
DMDK. That is
the AIDMK alliance. That's
yes.
why the AIDMK didn't show the
yes.
DMDK, which is Manikam.
It was showing as DMDK here.
Correct.
And at the moment, Rahul, that just to say, the NDA alliance is leading in Dharmapuri and Shivaganga. These are the two seats. Yes, in Karti Chidambaram seat at the moment and Dharmapuri. These are the two seats at the moment where the NDA alliance as of now is leading. It's as of now, and others is Virudhunagar where DMDK is leading. Vijay old party. Vijay passed away.
One of the other stories is coming from Amethi.
The gap is widening.
In Amethi, Kishori Lal is leading with 1,05,843. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra said, you see what happens when the results come out. We're winning both Amethi, we're winning both Raibari.
What a story.
That's a story.
Kishori Lal, who's just a constituency manager for a long time, gets pitchfork in this heavy battle against the mighty Smriti Irani.
You and I were there
the final word hasn't been written and spoken yet, but at this moment...
it's very interesting. Preeti and I were together in Amethi when we went and met Kishori Lal the day after he was nominated.
Shocked.
And he was told at 10:30 in the night he gets a call from the party headquarters. Aapko Rajiv Gandhi's time. There in Amethi. There's my old professor used to say they also serve those who stand and wait. Maybe Kishori Lal is proof कि हर बंदे का एक ना एक दिन आता है. Kishori Lal. And he told me also. यार जब तुम इंटरव्यू करोगे ना ज्यादा सवाल मत पूछना. I am not.
And he strategically, so Rajdeep sat there. Strategically, he made sure there was a Priyanka Gandhi poster at the back, one of Rahul Gandhi at the back. But Priyanka Gandhi really did campaign.
She's campaigned.
She went out on a limb.
It was a proxy battle actually. The Gandhis fought for their honor. But I think.
But what will it show? What will it show that if Kishori Lal defeats Smriti Irani, if these numbers hold? What does it show? She defeated Rahul Gandhi, huge win. 5 years later, Kishori Lal could defeat her. This is the magic of this wonderful country called India. Salam to the Indians. You are the greatest country in the world. I keep saying it. Someone said, Rajdeep, you're being a patriot. I'm not a patriot. I am a true believer in Indian democracy. I've said this.
But there's still many rounds to go, Rajdeep. There are still many rounds to go.
Electoral, whatever it is. Kishori Lal is giving a fight to a big minister. Is that not a story in India? Which other country will you see this in?
राजदीप आपके बारे में वही है कि आपके पैरों में घुंघरू बांध लो फिर आपकी चाल देख लो.
नहीं, हमको देशद्रोही बोलते हैं. यही तो इस कंट्री की ट्रेजेडी है. Because we have faith in democracy, हम देशद्रोही बन जाते हैं. Because we speak truth to power, we become देशद्रोही. We are all Indians.
We'll keep the emotions just for a moment. I look at the flipboard now. Just pay attention to this visualization very carefully. This is what the old Lok Sabha looked like, 343 for the NDA. Now, allow it to flip. And it shows you that the NDA is still comfortably in the lead. 295, 48 down though from the last time. The India Alliance at 229, up 102 from the last time. Given how close both formations are to the majority mark, it's a much more closely contested parliament where the nature of Indian politics changes if this trend holds till the end. I'm being told by Nagarjun Dwarkanath, our bureau chief from Karnataka, that leaders in Karnataka in the Congress formation have reached out to Chandrababu Naidu and asked him to come on board. I have no idea whether this is going to work. Where is T.S. Sudhir?
By the way, just to stop before he said Karnataka results is not good.
Yeah.
21 to the NDA, 7 to India. So for all if they are going and contacting Chandrababu, first they should answer some questions on what's happening in Karnataka.
No, TDP sources are not confirming it. They said there is no contact with the Congress or anybody.
No, Congress is trying to reach out.
Reach out, yeah. It may be still
just muddy the waters.
Yeah.
Chandrababu's price goes up.
Tell me if they offer Chandrababu Prime Ministership. I want a straight answer to you.
Well, I am not deciding for Chandrababu Naidu. But at 73-74, Chandrababu Naidu may not do what he did in 1996-97.
Yeah, twice he was offered in a platter.
Yeah, he could very well say, my son takes over in Andhra Pradesh, Amravati, I can move to the center. He could do that. But winning, he has contested 17 seats. He may win about 16 of them. Will a 16 Lok Sabha MP party be made Prime Minister? I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
They're just fishing in troubled waters.
They are running ahead of us.
They are fishing in troubled waters. Chandrababu Naidu's stock and price will go up. His market cap goes up. That's all that's happening here. But
Rahul,
I want to go across to Akshita Nandgopal. Akshita Nandgopal is in Vijayawada, where the TDP is at 125, up 102 from the last time. It also shows you, Sudhir, the mercurial nature of Indian politics.
Yes.
Arsh se farsh. 102 up from the last time. YSRCP 126 down from the last time. Only at 24. That guy Prashant Kishore said, I'll have gobar on my face if the YSRCP wins. There's no reason for him to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, Prashant Kishore, whatever he said has come true.
But not on the national level.
Not at national level. I'm talking about Andhra. He said that Jagan Mohan Reddy is going to get a resounding defeat. That's precisely what has happened. This is a complete reversal in a sense of the 2019 verdict, which shows that, you know, the arrogance that was put out by the YSR, displayed by the YSRCP, has actually come back to bite them. Because Chandrababu Naidu was written off as someone who has failed, and this is his last election. He has shown that he still has staying power.
The one word that Sudhir used is actually coming right through this country. People who have taken the voter for granted are being taught a lesson. In Maharashtra, you took the voter for granted. You broke two parties, Shiv Sena and the NCP. You're seeing it to some extent in Uttar Pradesh, where you put up any candidate and thought this was a lamppost election. It will be one on the name of Mr. Modi and Yogi Adityanath. You, to some extent, have seen individual candidates who, believe that they are larger than life, and therefore perhaps lost their connect with the voters. They are being taught a lesson in different parts of the country. In Rajasthan, you put up a chief minister who clearly was not taking the entire party along with him, and the BJP is paying a price for it. So, in Haryana, for example, you put up a chief minister who clearly there was anti-incumbency. You have staved it off a bit by changing him at the last moment, but it was there. So I think there's a message, Rahul. Arrogance does not pay in Indian politics.
Arrogance never pays in any field.
Sidelining of regional satraps.
Whatever. Whether it's right from top to bottom in this election.
B.V. Srinivas joins us, president of the Indian Youth Congress, one of the staunch backers of Rahul Gandhi and one of the more visible young faces of the Congress. Mr. Srinivas, when we look at the national picture, the Congress slightly short of 100, but substantially better than the last time. What are you making of the trends that have emerged so far? What's happening?
देखिए राहुल जी काफी सीट्स बहुत कम मार्जिन से अभी भी चल रहा है, इंक्लूडिंग कर्नाटक में 6 सीट मैक्सिमम 5,000 के लीड में चल रहा है। ये आने वाला 1 घंटे में ऐसे तमाम स्टेटों में सीट्स चल रहा है, लगभग 40 सीट ऐसे है। ये कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है। उम्मीद है ज्यादा सीट इंडिया गठबंधन जीतेगा। जरूर सरकार बनाने का सारा पूरा देश का जनता के चेहरा में
नहीं, but Srinivas साहब, that's not how distribution happens, right? So 1 second. आप बोल रहे हैं ना 5,000 से कम के मार्जिन पे, at this second there are 61 seats out of 543 where the margin is less than 5,000. The India alliance is leading on 25, 32 for the NDA. तो आप बोल रहे हैं कि बाजी आपकी तरफ आएगी पर बाजी कुछ हद तक थोड़ा उधर भी जा सकती है. So it's like virtually evenly divided. ऐसा नहीं है कि सारी NDA जीत रही है जो आप खींच लेंगे. It's quite evenly divided. The NDA is winning this election much lesser than they would have anticipated, but they're still winning and you're still losing this election.
नहीं, अभी भी आप देख सकते हैं नंबर जो कम मार्जिन से लीड, वो भी
नहीं, बट श्रीनिवास जी
कम मार्जिन से लीड में है.
नहीं, कम मार्जिन है, लेकिन आपके होम स्टेट कर्नाटका में एनडीए बीजेपी 21 सीट में आगे एनडीए और इंडिया 7. इवन डीके सुरेश इज लूजिंग एट द मोमेंट फ्रॉम बेंगलुरु रूरल. सो इन योर होम स्टेट ओनली यू आर लूजिंग. यू आर नॉट पुलिंग. 2 स्टेट जहां आप पावर में हैं, तीनों स्टेट, हिमाचल यू आर 0 आउट ऑफ 4, तेलंगाना you are 4 out of 17 and in Karnataka you are 7 out of 28. आप ही के स्टेट में आप हार रहे हैं.
नहीं, जरूर मेरा स्टेट का ही मैं बोल रहा हूं. मैंने अभी पहले यही बात बोला, बहुत काफी लो मार्जिन में चल रहा है. वो सीट्स 100% कन्वर्ट होगा. क्यों? तो वो जो उनके बेल्ट है वो उसका जो काउंटिंग चल रहा है, जो अभी आने वाला जो एक अभी 2-3 राउंड में आपको जरूर वो कम से कम 13 सीट, हमने पहले भी बोला था 12 से 13, वो जरूर वो लीड का कर्नाटक में वो कवर हो जाएगा, आपको दिखेगा. और जो तेलंगाना का बात किया, तेलंगाना में भी सेम सिचुएशन चल रहा है. आप देख सकता है इलेक्शन कमीशन से लेके आपका भी रिपोर्ट है, सारे टीवी चैनल का रिपोर्ट है. बहुत मार्जिन का जो सीट्स चल रहा है वो 100% वो कांग्रेस की तरफ जरूर वो कन्वर्ट होगा, या 2 स्टेट में जो साउथ का मैं बात कर रहा हूं.
But the good thing is, you know, B.Y. Srinivas has been one of the feisty, outgoing.
Sir, just to clarify, look at how quickly I said Congress leading in 5 in Telangana. Immediately from Revanth Reddy's office, we are leading in 8. Please correct yourself. Sorry, Revanth ji. So there, I had to send him. I'm glad you're watching the program.
You know, the amazing thing is, we're getting messages from some of the senior-most ministers in the Modi cabinet and people around them asking for things on the election intelligence dashboard. We're getting messages from top Congress leaders asking for things on the India Today intelligence dashboard. So it's essentially the only place which is a melting pot, like Indian democracies, like this country, is of different points of view. What I want to tell our viewers right now is that the Sensex has collapsed. There's a bloodbath of sorts on the Sensex. 4,600 and down 1 BSC. The NSE is down 1,450.
Shankar, what does that show? The markets, is it that they're saying they're worried about the uncertainty that could follow? Why does it, the markets seem to be a better indicator at times as to what lies ahead?
So there's a technical reason and there is a strategic reason. The technical reason is that the FIIs had not wound up the shorts that they had, and they were holding on to almost 60% of the shorts. So now that is playing out. The second part is that there is a genuine perception in the market that a less than majority will bring chaos into the policy domain. So that is there. The other thing, Rahul, more interesting is for 2 years now we've said that DIIs, the domestic investors, know better than the foreign investors. Turns out on this day the foreign investors knew better.
No, or they were punting and their punt came right. Not necessarily that they knew better.
It's the wisdom of crowds.
Think that anything can happen in elections, is better to stay away.
And why wait? And the Desi Dadas think
because it is not their money. They're managing funds for all these.
They have to hedge. They can't take that.
Okay. So
GVL Narasimha Rao joins us. Bloodbath in the markets. The NDA, even at this moment, ahead of the majority mark, but nowhere close to BJP being 272 by itself. NDA at 297, down 46. The BJP tally for the last several minutes stuck at 242, 31 short of a majority. GVL Narasimha Rao, you are winning this match, but you're not winning the way you would have liked to win. What do you think really happened?
Yeah, Rahul, we will analyze the reasons for the underperformance compared to our own expectations or exit poll projections. But the fact needs to be emphasized and repeatedly stated that this is a 3rd time consecutive win. If you win a World Cup for the 3rd time in a row, though with a reduced margin, it doesn't lessen its significance. When was the last time that any party or any alliance won a 3rd time victory in this country? I think for the last 6 decades, this has not happened in India. Certainly, so therefore this victory for the NDA, we have fought, the entire NDA fought under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, and therefore whether the NDA wins a 320, 300, it does not really matter. This will still be a historic verdict. and this is a cohesive
verdict, no doubt,
alliance.
Mr.
Unlike
No, sir, it's a historic verdict, but it will be. But it will reduce your options. You wanted one nation, one election. You wanted to ram through certain legislation. That won't be easy with these numbers. Is there some humility today that maybe when you said 400 par, you took the voter for granted? Thoda humility would have helped.
Not really, Rajdeep. 400 par was a target, was a lakshya. We knew 370 for the BJP was almost an impossible ask. But we still went ahead with this to keep a very high target. And we did everything. We made our best effort. Look at the manner in which Honorable Prime Minister campaigned, Amit Shah ji campaigned, Mr. Nadda campaigned. Unlike the opposition, we made much greater efforts with all the humility. You've seen how Prime Minister has shown humility towards ordinary people, workers. Sorry?
What did you get wrong in the Hindi heartland? Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Haryana?
Now, you see, honestly speaking, I see a very divergent kind of a result. You see, Madhya Pradesh, which is adjoining Uttar Pradesh, we are sweeping 29 out of 29. We are doing extremely well in some states. We are winning all the seats in Uttarakhand, but in Uttar Pradesh, so there is certainly local factors that have played.
No, but GVL Narasimha Rao, I want to show you on the map of India. GVL, you've been a cephalogist in your past life. Look at the map of India. You've largely swept Rajasthan and you've largely swept Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. Look at Maharashtra. You know, this whole Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed kind of policy making where you break parties thinking, okay, we can swing it. You know, just do whatever it takes, win at any cost. Look at how much grey there is in Maharashtra. The grey signal seats which have not been won by the NDA. The saffron, Konkan belt. Some parts of northern Maharashtra. That's where you won. There are large parts of Maharashtra where your policy of breaking parties hasn't worked. The voters are speaking to you and they're speaking very loudly, GVL.
No, Rahul, I think all these factors we'll have to study because when you're an alliance partner who's been with you for decades, when Shiv Sena deserted us, when they left us after winning assembly elections together, what option does it have? We'll certainly have to go into elections to strengthening our own alliance base. And that's the reason why we went in alliance with other parties, breakaway groups. It was not by choice. Had Shiv Sena remained with the BJP, you wouldn't have seen this history unfolding itself. So as a political party, having lost power and Shiv Sena breakup of Shiv Sena presented as an opportunity, and as any party would do, we utilize that opportunity. In Bihar, you see, many people predicted a rout in Bihar as well. Look at the numbers now. We're doing exceptionally well in Bihar. So states, you see, Bihar, you do exceptionally well. Uttar Pradesh, you have done not as remarkably as we had expected. Except Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal.
Remarkably as expected in Uttar Pradesh, you've taken big hits. Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao, let me show you in Uttar Pradesh, in the direct fights between the BJP and the Shiv Sena and the Samajwadi Party, the BJP is actually trailing when I last checked. Even now, 30 seats, the Samajwadi Party leads seats which are direct SP versus BJP face-offs out of 56. The SP's win ratio in Uttar Pradesh is 54. Your win ratio in these direct duels is only 46. Akhilesh Yadav is getting the better of you.
Yes, Rahul, I think as per data we have so far, and generally having looked at data from the studios for many years, it's not likely to change drastically from now on, because you've already got 7-8 rounds of counting done. But one reason possible, I'm only speculating at this time, SP-Congress combination was not a formidable combination against the BJP. The last time SP-BSP combination was far more formidable, and this kind of a result was possible in 2019, but we weathered that storm. But in this election, if this has happened, it's only possible if a large base of BSP vote has shifted towards the Samajwadi Party and Congress combined, and what could be the motivation for it is something that we'll have to, whether it has happened, and if so, what could be the reason. is the propaganda. Propaganda.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for a moment, GVL.
Propaganda by the Congress and SP.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. We are getting celebrations in Bengal. We are also getting celebrations in Andhra, where Akshita Nandgopal, our star reporter anchor, is waiting. Akshita, you know that part of the country better than most, Vijayawada. And there is quite a story playing out there, because suddenly Andhra Pradesh is going to play a key role almost 20 years after it last did so. Because these numbers, if they hold, Chandrababu Naidu will be an important ally. What's the mood out there? Does Andhra Pradesh see that back to Babu, with Amravati as the capital?
Well, it's a mega comeback. It's a mega comeback. I'm just kilometers away from Amravati, but I'm in the TDP office, and you can see the kind of celebrations here as well, Rajdeep. There are scores of TDP workers who've gathered here. Many of them have been waiting for quite some time to have a chance to speak also to both you and Rahul. Give you their message essentially. Tell me, are you happy with the results that have come in? You got a sweep by Chandrababu.
So happy with the results which has been released till now. People have again trusted the Chandrababu Naidu's governance.
But why? Why has Chandrababu Naidu been chosen?
No, actually past 5 years there is no development, there is no capital, there is no education. People are 100% fed up with this psycho ruling. That's why 100.
So whatever the promises which we have made to the people of Andhra, we are going to fulfill, and we are going to make one more top state in the world.
Okay.
See, we came from very different places, from Chennai, Bangalore to vote, and we are still here. See, my friends came from USA to be here and see the election result. CBN is a very visionary leader. He will make AP very good. The Jagan, who is ruling from these last 5 years, he destroyed everything. And this win is very good win for us. It's very good for us.
We are waiting for CBN 4.0, and CBN is going to rebuild.
One last thing. We are coming with a very good capital. Remember the name Amravati. This will be the great capital. This will be the great capital in India. This is a very good capital in India.
CBN 4.0 is the message here. Chandrababu Naidu is expected to come down here in some time from now. Just move aside, please. I'll just show them quickly what's happening outside as well, Rajdeep, and then I'll toss it back to you in the studio. Because Chandrababu Naidu, Nara Lokesh, all are going to be coming down here for a mega celebration of sorts in about 1 hour from now. And you can see the crowds that have gathered all across this entire area, all watching the results very, very closely. They couldn't be more thrilled right now with the numbers that are coming in, both in the assembly and in the parliament election, because they're seeing right now a complete sweep by Chandrababu Naidu and co, because both Janasena and BJP have also ensured that they've kind of carried their weight in this mega alliance. Back to you in the studio.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Preeti.
All right. Akshita, at least for now, it does seem that the question of the capital is settled.
Yeah. Absolutely. Amravati for the capital?
Yes.
All of you?
100%.
100%?
100% Amravati.
Chandrababu Naidu.
CM Babu or PM? They're saying PM Babu or CM Babu?
The interesting part is that Chandrababu Naidu wanted a state capital. He make it the national capital.
Let's not go ahead of ourselves, but let's look at some of the key candidates. And I'm looking at Omar Abdullah, big one, trailing at the moment in Baramulla. Remember, he is taking on all three trailing. My friend engineer Rashid may be leading at the moment. That's my sense. Remember, he's fighting it from jail. So he may be. I'll check that. This is wrong. Okay. For a moment, at the moment, we'll check that again. Sorry about that. So we'll check Baramulla again. We'll find out who exactly is leading.
So Engineer Rashid is leading from jail.
Is that clear? Engineer Rashid is, because he wasn't there on the screen. Rahul is confirming that that's the case. Let me look at the other one, the big battle of Maharashtra, because it's been going up and down. Supriya Sule is the one that I wanted to look at the moment. But we have Shatrughan Sinha, shotgun. Good day for the actors. Shatrughan Sinha at the moment is leading in Asansol. Tough fight, but he is leading at the moment by about 21,000 votes there in Asansol. Let's take a look at Shivraj Singh Chauhan is leading. He was expected to lead at the moment. Anything that stands out for anyone? Anyone wants any particular candidate? Please let us know. We'll try and get... You want Shashi Tharoor? Shrikant Shinde, son of the Chief Minister, is leading at the moment. Pretty healthy lead. So he was expected to win and he is leading there in...
Margin for Sanjeev Balian, Rajdeep?
Sanjeev Balian.
Trailing.
Sanjeev Balian.
Muzaffarnagar. What's the margin?
That's in Muzaffarnagar and he is trailing at the moment by about 21,000 votes to Harendra Singh Malik of the SP. Remember, the SP is having a terrific day out. Sani Ghosh, actor. There in Jadavpur, and she is winning big, 56,000 votes. She's one of those.
She's taken over from Abhijit.
That's right. So she's one of those.
President.
Look at the 4 Bangalore seats.
Anybody wants? Okay, the
Bangalore seats.
well, you know, more than 4 Bangalore seats at the moment.
There is Shashi there.
Shashi Tharoor. Okay, Shashi Tharoor at the moment is trailing at the moment. Shashi Tharoor is trailing by about 13,000. So this is going, but this is the key here.
Yeah.
The left candidate is picking up 90,000 votes. So your strong left candidate, Shashi Tharoor, could be getting a lot of votes taken away from him. As a result, Panyan, Ravindran, Rajiv Chandrasekhar could be one of the big winners if these numbers hold. But remember, these are not final numbers. At 13,000 with slow counting, anything is possible. Any other names? Any other interesting names that you all have?
Shivraj Singh's margin?
Meanwhile, I'm going to try and see if we can find Supriya Sule somewhere. Here you are. Supriya Sule at the moment in that big battle for Baramati. Very slow counting, but she is leading by 12,000. So this, with these numbers, can still go to the wire. These are the slow counting seats which could go right down. Anyone else wants a specific name? If you have a specific name, it's easier for us to tell you about a name. Any name?
Tejasvi Surya.
Tejasvi Surya, okay. Let's look at whether Tejasvi Surya there in Bengaluru South. How is Tejasvi Surya doing? Leading, and he should be winning in this comfortable bastion. Oh, he's winning by a big margin. He's over 1 lakh votes already. So Tejasvi Surya appears to be almost home and die.
Rural seat, Bangalore rural.
DK Suresh.
DK Suresh. I'm presuming he will be under D.
Manjunath.
Let me see if DK Suresh, we can pick up...
Rails.
DK Suresh is trailing, and this is a big defeat if this for DK Shiv Kumar, brother of DK Shiv Kumar. Margin still low, 9,000. Remember, and this is one of the biggest constituencies. Sorry, no, not 9,000. 1 lakh, over 1 lakh at the moment. Manjunath is leading, but he is a terrific cardiologist. Everyone in Bengaluru told me the best doctor that you can get, Padma Award winner. Son-in-law.
IND Minister Anurag Thakur is speaking at this moment. Let's listen and get a voice from the Modi cabinet and see what Anurag Thakur is saying.
सरकार चाहिए, एक ईमानदार दमदार नेता चाहिए, और आज जो दुनिया की उम्मीदें भारत से हैं उन पे खरा उतरने के लिए ये निरंतरता और स्थिरता बहुत आवश्यक है। और जो देश की अर्थव्यवस्था लगातार आगे बढ़ रही है उसको और गति देने के लिए, विकासात्मक कार्यों को गति देने के लिए इस सरकार का, एनडीए की सरकार का फिर से सत्ता में आना आवश्यक था और जनता ने उसके पक्ष में मतदान किया। कितनी सीट एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं आप? आंकड़े सबके सामने आ रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है जब तक पूरे आंकड़े आएंगे शानदार रिजल्ट एक बार फिर होगा, क्योंकि तीसरी बार सरकार बनाना अपने आप में कई बार चुनौती होता है, लेकिन असंभव को भी संभव करके दिखाएंगे।
एक तरफ इंडिया ब्लॉक भी काफी खुश नजर आ रहा है, उनको लग रहा है कि उनकी भी काफी इंप्रूवमेंट हुई है पहले से, और उनकी भी एक मीटिंग होने जा रही है, कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, जहां एक और भारतीय जनता पार्टी 250 सीटों पार करने दिख रही है, वहीं दूसरी ओर कांग्रेस अभी 100 सीटों के आसपास भी नहीं दिख रही। अपने आप में काफ़ी गैप है और कुल मिला के जो हमारा एनडीए गठबंधन है उसको भारी बढ़त बाकियों से बनाई हुई और आगे भी बनी रहेगी।
लगातार 5वीं जीत की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं तो जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ गई आपकी?
मैं जनता का आभारी हूं जिन्होंने 5वीं बार हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र से अब तक भारी बढ़त दिलाई है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष।
Just a couple of farmaishes. One was Digvijay Singh, which was Preeti's farmaish. She went there and saw it. Preeti, the gap, he's trailing by 30,000. So it's a fight. It's not a completely one-sided, but he is trailing by 30,000. There was Kirti Azad's brother Yashovardhan Azad has requested that if he can tell us what is the status
I
of
want to
Kirti
tell
Azad.
our viewers that Rajdeep is getting
right
all
at
these
the end.
farmaishes from everywhere for the election intelligence
Right at the
dashboard.
end.
And we should start charging
sir,
now.
there,
For every
Kirti
single
Azad was there.
farmaish.
Go
Who
back.
do you want to know?
Kirti Azad.
Go
Kirti
back
Azad at the moment.
there, sir, right.
Bottom, I'm getting old. Very old.
Now, I thought the results will enthuse you and you'll
Nothing,
be...
40,000. 40,000, he's leading
but
by
he's up
40,000
against
over
the former
Dilip Ghosh.
state chief of the BJP.
So, and remember, Kirti Azad is interesting, Rahul, left the BJP after he had won from Bihar, then went to Jharkhand last time on a Congress ticket, lost. Still continued and contested, and spent 6 weeks without knowing a word of Bengali. But has contested there and could win. You know,
the big story of this election is coming from West Bengal, where the Trinamool at this moment is 8 up from the last time.
From last time.
From last time, they were at 22. Look at the swath. They're holding on to presidency, including going up in the north, snatching some away from the BJP. 30 leads for the Trinamool. Trinamool is one of the big winners from the trends that we have so far.
And the BJP's biggest blows, therefore, are West Bengal, where they expected to grow,
and Uttar
Pradesh, where they've really declined sharply.
You know, the anti-incumbency against local MPs in Uttar Pradesh coming to haunt the BJP in a big way. 38 for the BJP. Look at how, if you look at how blocked out, so in the more impoverished parts of the state, you can see
block out in Purvanchal.
very clear signs of anti-incumbency. They've done well in the western parts. In Awadh, it's a mixed bag. In the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, the BJP getting hammered. This is the biggest blow to the BJP. 36 leads. 26 down from the last time. One of the heroes is Akhilesh Yadav on his cycle, 33, the Congress at 8.
You know what is going to happen, irrespective of who forms the government, and we've gone on speculating, I still believe advantage Narendra Modi ji and the BJP to have the hat-trick, but you're going to finally have a parliament which will be relatively even. So the opposition will have a voice. You can't now ramrod farm laws. You can't ramrod one nation, one election. We were just discussing the prospect of one nation, one election means, Rahul, we will only come with an EI once in 5 years. Up to kam se kam, every state election mein aapka EI will get even better, and you can, show the world.
Show me Jharkhand state.
No,
they're interesting.
I have some data cuts I haven't shown yet. You know, these were data visualization that I thought we'll never get to. I thought this is just for, the interest of data geeks like us. But it's very fascinating and being able to pull it out because we're still in the game and the counting is still on. So, the BJP had 191 candidates with criminal cases, either serious criminal or criminal cases. You look at how only 26% of them are winning. The Congress had 143 candidates with cases against them, either serious or this only 29 are winning. So 29% are winning. That shows how that's not gone down well. If I look at money power, is there a link between the assets a candidate has and his propensity to win? So in the BJP, there were 56 candidates who had assets of more than 50 crore rupees. 31 of them are winning. There were 37 candidates with less than 1 crore declared assets, 12 of them are winning. In the Congress, there were 40 candidates with more than 50 crore rupees as assets, 10 of them are winning. 7 with less than 1 crore rupees of assets, 7 are winning. So we can do this live.
My only problem with assets is none of these politicians declare their assets honestly. When I see some of them who are worth more than 1,000 crores, saying, "Ne, hamare paas ek ambassador car hai aur 12 ya 20 crore hai," ye sab how the public hai, ye sab janti hai. But yes, it's very interesting.
Let's look at the male-female breakup. Okay, so the BJP has 205 candidates who are male who are currently in the lead. The BJP has 35 female candidates out of 70, so half the women are winning. For the Congress, out of the 287 candidates we are tracking, 85 are male who are leading and 10 women out of 41 are leading.
And you might actually, because the Trinamool Congress had given a lot of women seats, as had the Biju Janata Dal also had, but they're not doing well. You will have more than 50 to 60 women, at least strong women in this parliament. So always good to see.
Here's something to think about. The BJP pulled a lot of defectors in, and I know there's a lot of resentment at the lower levels of the party. So I'm tracking now defectors. For the first time on your screen right now, the defector tally. 43 BJP candidates who we are tracking who were defectors in this election from other parties. Only 14 of them at this moment are in the lead.
So that's less than 33%.
This is the way it stays. The strike rate of the defectors is substantially lower than the strike rate of the regular organic BJP candidate.
And you're quite right, Rahul. A minister in one of the BJP state government said, "Maine aapko kaha tha na, ये दल बदलू को लाते हैं, it cost them. They were hoping for this. I'll tell you one thing. There are people in the BJP rejoicing at this verdict. This is what they wanted. Because now you've got, like it or not, a prime minister who's slightly diminished, whatever the numbers are. Therefore, Mr. Modi they still trust, but they would prefer a Mr. Modi who's more accommodative, more consensual. That's the reality. Let's be honest. These numbers will give the opposition a voice. Mr. Modi will still be prime minister, but at the same time, the opposition will have to...
It's a very different parliament.
Yeah, the BJP will have to also find ways to, accommodate chief ministers, to accommodate some of their major ministers. So it might just be the ideal verdict that you need in a strange way. The market will realize soon that maybe this is the best way to run India.
The markets are getting hammered at this moment.
That's because the market went up with Pradeep Gupta to 400.
The story of this election is coming from rural India, where the NDA is at 191. That's down 34 from the last Lok Sabha election. So the BJP has 149 such seats. The India Alliance's biggest gains are coming from rural seats, 140, out of which the Congress has 53, the Samajwadi Party has 28, the Trinamool has 18. So the biggest gains coming from rural India. If you look at urban India is still in thrall of the NDA largely. NDA at 36 leads, just 3 down from the last time. The India Alliance at 20 leads, 5 up from the last time. Only 4 of those, only 4 urban pockets are Congress seats, 6 are Trinamool seats. The NDA is holding on in urban India, losing ground in rural India. Dinesh Gundu Rao joins us, senior Congress leader from Karnataka. Mr. Gundu Rao, I'll show you where the Congress's tally stays at this moment. If we look at the breakup of the Congress tally, the India Alliance is up 101. The Congress at 94, 6 short of a double century. But you'd be delighted, given what the exit polls were saying, you'd be delighted at how the numbers stack up at this moment.
Yeah, Rahul. I mean, the exit poll was something which we could not believe. And when we heard those numbers, we were surprised and shocked. But, we've been seeing this throughout the election that we've been not just fighting the Bharatiya Janata Party, but we were fighting the establishment also. We were fighting the institutions. We had a media which was partisan, and we had an election commission which was compromised. So it was a big battle. And I think looking at the numbers that are coming up now, let's wait for the final figures. But I feel that this is something that is good that has happened to our country, because the narrative that had been built up in the last 10 years, this divisive politics that was taking place in this country, and the appropriation of institutions that was happening blatantly, I think for that the people have answered. And I was just hearing what you were saying, and I must say that the rural India has realized what is going wrong with India than the urban India. The less educated, the less rich, or the less knowledgeable people, whom we may say are less knowledgeable in terms of education, they have, I think, given a clear message to the country that what is good for India, it is not India versus Bharat. It is India is Bharat, and Bharat is India. Don't divide it, and don't create these false barriers and false walls, and try to create so much of hatred amongst each other. So I think the message is good. Let's hope for the final numbers, and once the final numbers are out, maybe it could be that NDA may not be able to form a government, and the India Alliance may be in a position to form a government. But whatever it may be, I think India's democracy is thriving. A strong message by the people.
Let me pull that out. Dinesh Gundu Rao,
this kind of politics
you fancy yourself as an election strategist as well. So explain this. At this moment, the BJP at 241, TDP at 16, JDU at 14, Congress at 94, SP at 33, Trinamool at 30, DMK at 21. Sarkar kaise banaoge, sir?
No, I am just saying let the final numbers come out, and then we can take a final call on what will be the final, or what will be the true picture of government formation. Because in politics, we got to wait till the end. But even if we cannot form a government, I think there's going to be a very strong opposition. And this ramrodding of policies and not being bothered of what the opposition feels or what the people feel, and appropriating all institutions and misusing it. We saw the kind of misuse that has happened. You've seen it, we've seen it. How opposition parties have been targeted, how opposition voices have been targeted, people who raise their voices against the government from the non-governmental sectors, civil society, they've been harassed, they've been troubled, and they've been put in jail.
Preeti has a question. We've got two more guests, Adil Singh Boparai and...
Adil Singh Boparai and Jaivir Shergill joining us. Jaivir, you know, there was so much that we spoke of through this election, the silent vote. Modi ka settled vote hai. But it does seem, Jaivir Shergill, the silent vote has spoken. We'll come down to the numbers of Punjab later.
Preeti, good afternoon. Thank you for having me on your show. One or two opening remarks. In Hindi, there is a saying, Jo jeeta wahi Sikandar. The writing on the wall is clear. The Sikandar of 2024 is Bharatiya Janata Party in NDA. Yesterday, Mr. Rahul Gandhi was listening to the song of Sidhu Moosewala 295. But I can tell you with certainty, after 2 p.m., he will listen
You're
to
standing on 295 right now.
Ghazals after he sees on your TV channel.
The NDA is now exactly 295.
One second. Let me complete. Now, at least we are 295. Mr. Rahul Gandhi will switch from Sidhu Moosewala to Pankaj Udas after 2 o'clock when he will see PM is swearing in for the third time as the Prime Minister of country. 3 facts cannot be shaken or changed. 1, NDA is forming the government. 2, Prime Minister is coming for the third time. 3, Congress will remain sitting in the opposition benches. The tragedy is, if Congress is happy celebrating the jump from 50 to 90 seats, then God bless them, and we need such kind of opposition. Today, the grievance against the Bharatiya Janata Party seems to be, yes, you are coming first, but instead of 99%, why are you not getting 90%? BJP
no, but you haven't
is celebration ready.
1 minute.
BJP is government formation ready, and the goal will beat in the BJP.
Jaivir Shergill, you know, sometimes, you know, those who switch from one party to the other are often the most, have the greatest animosity against their old party. But the truth of the matter is, when you told the world 400 par, when the exit poll said what they were, you know, is there a bit of humility? You're relying on the likes of Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar to take you over 272 at the moment. So is there any humility, any lesson, or is it going to be, you haven't got 90. You have ending up, you know, you haven't got a 90% in this election. Some humility might be helpful, Jaivir.
Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, I'm a trained lawyer and a spokesperson who speaks on facts and not on personal animosities. I don't have a personal animosity against the Congress. I have an animosity about Congress's pro-China, pro-Naxalism, pro-this wealth distribution, pro-this extreme left ideology. Yes,
Jaivir,
I have
as I bring in Adil as well,
present-day ideology.
Jaivir, as I bring in Adil as well, for a moment reflect, because you've also been very vocal on the BJP's campaign in Punjab. You've been very vocal about it. Now, as I look at least where the trends suggest, the BJP is nowhere where Punjab is concerned.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, Jaivir, that's for you, and we'll bring in Adil.
Yes. Okay, Preeti, I'm not going to mince words and call spade a spade. The Punjab results as of now at 12:30 are not up to BJP's expectations or up to BJP's mark. BJP hoped to penetrate the rural and the urban belt at a much higher percentage than it did with the Akali Dal. Number 3, and I want to say I bow down my head to the electorate and utmost humility and humbleness. 3 seats, Khadur Sahib, Faridkot and Simranjeet Singh Mann winning shows that the winds are not blowing in the right direction in Punjab. These 3 candidates winning shows that there's a larger problem which is somewhere we are not able to gauge.
No, so
These
let's
3
spend a moment
gentlemen
on
have openly called for a separate state.
Adil has been waiting
but let's look at this. This is a very big story. You know, you've got an extremist Khalistani who's lodged in jail. This is very problematic. Amrit Pal Singh, currently in jail in Assam, 180,000 votes. As an independent candidate, he's leading over Kulbir Zira of the Congress and Laljit Bhullar of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is very problematic. He's a dangerous guy, this Amrit Pal Singh. If you look also at Sangrur...
I think Simranjeet Singh Mann is back.
Yeah, you know, these are extremist elements. No, fortunately at this moment, Gurmeet Singh here is ahead. Leading. But that was close as well. It's quite a close fight. At this moment, he's winning. But, you know, getting this guy in Khadur Sahib into parliament is bad enough.
Rahul, I'll just ask Adil Singh Boparai, though, the question which is, you know, the fact, Adil Singh, there is something right in what is being also said by Jaivir there. the BJP is still well ahead of you. They are 2-1 ahead of you in terms of their individual seats. The Congress leading at about 90, the BJP well ahead in over 240 seats. So the BJP is party number one. They will form the government. You may be a strong opposition, but they will form the government now.
60 seconds, Mr. Sardesai. Firstly, this is an election which is going to go down to the last wire. So therefore, the BJP should not count their chickens before they hatch. Point number one. Point number two, we were fighting against all odds. We were fighting an establishment. We were fighting against institutionalized BJP control. We were fighting against an election commission, or at least urging them to take action, which was in comatose. We had our accounts frozen on the eve of the elections. We had our chief ministers being arrested on the eve of the elections. The BJP, despite their monetary power, despite their bureaucratic power, despite their media power, we've been able to take the narrative away from their polarizing tactics to the Constitution of India. I think that is the key takeaway.
No, but surely numbers matter in politics. I agree on the narrative. What about the numbers? You need, if you had 120, you would have a little bit more talking points.
Certainly they do. But the story is not out. The story is not complete. The story is not complete.
You actually believe you can reach 120? You actually believe you can reach 120?
We do sincerely believe that by about 3 p.m. the picture will be much clearer. We do believe.
I can do the maths right away. You don't need to wait that long. I can do the maths right now. There are 13 seats where the margin is less than 1,000. These are evenly distributed between the NDA and the India Alliance. So it's an equal distribution here. If we go to seats where the margin is less than 5,000 between the winner and the runner-up, at this moment there are 56 such seats. Again, virtually equally split between the India and the NDA, 26. If I look at seats which are less than 10,000 at this moment, there are 125 such seats where the margin is less than 10,000, again equally distributed. So the chance of, just statistically, the chance of this distribution skewing in one favor, so it's not lopsided at the base. So from now, for this to swing in one way, that would really be, Rahul Verma, quite difficult. So anybody, this is an important moment. Let's spend some time. No matter which category of seats I look at, even if I look at seats where the margin is less than 10,000 votes, 125 such seats, they're almost equally divided. Yeah. Therefore, it's not going to go, if you're hoping for a miracle, that bhi end mein hamare hi chakke lagne hain, ya wo wale out ho jayenge, nothing of the sort statistically is likely to happen.
Yeah, most likely the leads are going to go in this direction.
It can change a little. Yeah, it can change on the margins.
But now
the trend is set.
The trend is set.
The trend is set.
I think what we can fairly say at this moment of time, that it would be very difficult for NDA to now cross 325. And BJP will struggle to get majority on its own. It is still possible that they can get majority on their own, but it wouldn't be a comfortable majority.
So if the irony of this whole election is that the BJP's national vote share has actually gone up by 3%. 40% at this moment. So the exit poll can say...
Got the BJP numbers right, not the Congress numbers.
They got the vote share right. They got the BJP's vote share right because the BJP has increased its pan-India presence by 3%. The Congress has increased its pan-India presence by about 7%.
That's why I said seat conversion in India is very, very hard because it doesn't only depend on winner's vote share, it also depends on the gap between winner and runner-up and how the distribution of other parties had taken place. I think Congress has done surprisingly well in terms of vote share and one should give it to them.
Okay, so we need to do a hot seat cool hava. Preeti, why don't you go ahead and give us a hot seat cool hava. Producer, let's go.
All right, let's begin hot seat, cool hava, and let's begin with Amethi. Well, on the hot seat with some cool hava is no one else but Congress's Kishori Lal Sharma. You have Smriti Irani, who's trailing right now on the seat of Amethi. The Congress in the lead where Amethi is concerned. That is the hot seat. And with quite a margin where the seat of Amethi is concerned. Well, the Congress would be very glad. Priyanka Gandhi Rajdeep did campaign heavily there, but neighboring Rai Bareli, it seems Rahul Gandhi right now leading where hot seat cool hava is concerned. Quite a bit of AC blowing in for Rahul Gandhi, quite a big margin that he's leading from where Rai Bareli is concerned. These two seats, Rajdeep, even when Priyanka Gandhi, when you interviewed her, she said these two seats I'm going to take
she made a prestige, particularly she made Amethi a prestige fight. I just am getting some of our farmaishes meanwhile.
Delhi, let's look at Delhi. Hot seat, cool hawa in Delhi with seats coming up next. All right, Kanhaiya Kumar, despite of the campaign that he mounted, Kanhaiya Kumar trailing, very comfortable is Manoj Tiwari from the Bharatiya Janata Party on the northeast seat in Delhi. Actually, all 7 seats where Delhi is concerned, right now, BJP leading in all 7. Mandi, let's cut across to Himachal. Kangana Ranaut leading in her seat where hot seat cool hawa is concerned. The cool hawa blowing for Kangana Ranaut. She's going to find herself in the parliament in all probability. Huge lead for Kangana Ranaut.
Okay. Can I just get some quick farmaishes which are coming from people in government, so you want to say yes to them?
Which government?
The present government. Abhi tak government ek hi hai, government bandi nahi hai.
So,
Prajwal Revanna.
There's something I'm very keen on showing. I'll show you.
Yeah, okay, you can do that first. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
There's something I want to show you. People are saying, okay, what can change? How much can the hawa change? Let's do the maths. There are 185 seats where the vote share of the NDA is between 40 and 50, 178 where it's more than 50. So if you add that up, it's 363. So the maximum the NDA can go to, because see, if your vote share is less than 40, then the chance of winning is very low. You have to have a vote share to be in especially if it's a bipolar contest, above 40%. So 363 is the if every shot goes for a boundary, even then the NDA only gets to 363. Similarly, if I do the same for the India Alliance, and if you want to see how things can change potentially from an India Alliance perspective, 220 plus 125. So 345 is the maximum end of the range the India Alliance can go to. It doesn't work like this, but just...
There's a central limit theorem, it will not
no, I'm just saying...
skew in one direction.
People like, if they want to hit, 6 chakke lag sakte hain kya? Agar laga. So 345 is the maximum end of the range, because in any seat where you are less than 40%, the chance of converting that is very, very minuscule. So therefore, if you believe that you can do a Yuvraj Singh, that's really the maximum.
But basically what you're saying, Rahul, there are about 61 plus 37. There are about 98 seats in play. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, so I can show that to you. So I would
effectively,
say
at this moment, 98 seats in play.
There are 117 seats, ladies and gentlemen,
less than 20.
Where the gap between the party in the lead and the runner-up is less than 10,000, because the Lok Sabha seat, so you can take 10,000 as being a reasonable margin.
And what is the BJP's tally at the moment?
Out of this, the India Alliance is leading in 66, up 40. 12 of those are SP seats, 10 are Trinamool seats, 25 are Congress seats. The NDA is at 48, down 29, BJP at 42, JDU at 3.
But Rahul, I just want to add one caveat.
Yes.
There's a lot of slow counting going on, especially in North India. When you look at some of the numbers there, they're not even halfway. Yeah, but Maharashtra is a relatively, when I'm looking at, there's a direction in Maharashtra.
Right.
So there's very slow counting going on in several states. So we should be still very, very careful.
BJP is leading on 240. So you are at least 33 short of a majority by itself.
As of now.
So the chance of BJP being able to get to a majority on its own
is looking more and more doubtful.
Is tough.
Is looking more and more doubtful. I think it's not impossible.
In the latter stages, they need to do a Rinku Singh. If they can do a Rinku Singh, they may.
Why it's difficult? Because in 3 key states where BJP was hoping to do well according to exit polls, UP, Maharashtra and Bengal, they are directionally going in opposition.
Not Maharashtra, but...
okay, can I show you something very, very, very fascinating? Okay, I just pulled this out of the election intelligence dashboard. This is months and months of hard labor paying dividends in a spectacular fashion, really. On the 156 Dalit seats, the reserved seats, 96 are being led by the India Alliance, up 56 from the last time. The NDA at 54, down 37 from the last time. This is really that whole idea that the Samvidhan is the Sita and everyone's trying to save her. That campaign did play a big role. 35 of these are Congress seats. And if you see the areas where the India Alliance has done well, a lot of this really comes from the fact that not just Muslims, Yadavs, but also Dalits have come into the India tally, which is why they've done as well as they have. That's probably why the BJP panicked mid-course. They realized this was becoming a big issue. They tried to damage control. It doesn't seem to have worked fully.
Also, may I say, we keep saying Samvidhan as the reason. I have another reason also. Samvidhan is not the only reason. Please understand, I went to Musahar family's in Bihar. I went to Dalit Bastis in UP. They are the poorest community even today.
No.
They are the ones who have suffered post-COVID.
But Rajdeep, there is a difference between the Dalit communities and the tribal communities. The moment I look at the tribal data, it's very different. Amongst the tribal, 68 tribal seats, the NDA is leading on 46. So what's happened on the Dalit seats has not happened on the tribal seats. 46 are NDA seats. Down only 5 from the last time. India at 17, Congress at 12 gains. So what's happened in the Dalit seats is very different from what's happened in the tribal seats.
In tribal, identity politics matters more. In Dalit pockets, incomes matter more. Falling incomes. I've heard people saying, 6,000 rupees kamana mushkil hai. I've been saying this for post-COVID, in the last few years, many people have heard. And then you can't go along saying, sab kuch changa hai. Sab kuch acha hai. There, somewhere it strikes to people who have suffered. I think some of the overt display of ostentation by politicians, by this, and I think that struck. You see, you're not giving Rahul Gandhi whatever else. He's been constantly banging on about inequality. That inequality narrative did strike a chord. It's not just constitution. Constitution for that, I don't believe it mattered as much as we are making it out. Across India, what really mattered is my falling income. I am suffering while everyone else mauj kar raha hai. Mauja hai mauja for India's upper caste and the higher incomes. Somewhere there should be a recognition of inequality, my friend.
Okay, here it is. I showed you what's happening on the Dalit seats. This is the story of the Indian election. Look at what's happening in the general category seats. General category seats are those seats where the upper castes dominate and I have the ability to influence the seat. On the general category seats, we have trends for 137. The NDA is doing very well. 84 leads the India Alliance at 50. The India Alliance has gained 31. The NDA is down 14. But doing very well. You saw how the Dalit seats have turned. That's a big story. If I look at the OBC seats, seats where other backward castes communities have a substantial sway, 312 such seats. The NDA holding on. The NDA holding on, 187 down only 5. India Alliance 117 up 55. If I come now to the Muslim-dominated seats of across the country, you see over here the India Alliance is up 50, is at 50, up 13. NDA is at 42, down 8. What that means, Rajdeep, is if I look at the caste cauldron, in the Dalit seats, in the Dalit-dominated seats, is where the biggest change has happened. That's 36 down for the NDA. This is the story. This kind of analytics, it will take parties in their war rooms hours, days to be able to do what the India Today Data Intelligence Dashboard is able to do in real time for all of you who are joining in at this moment. NDA at 55, down 36 on the Dalit-dominated seats. This is where this election has changed from what the BJP was expecting.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. I think this is fascinating because this is the big change that we are seeing. While we are seeing transformation of Hindi heartland seats, new areas, Dalit seats, I think, are a major change that's taken place at the moment in this election. Yes, Rajat.
That goes back to 90s era of mandal politics coming and rearing its head once again. In a new form. Definitely in a much more newer caliber, but it is.
But why I'm hesitant to make any big assumptions on this election? I can go from state to state. Rahul himself pointed out tribal seats. But Dalit you can go from one state where the Congress does well in tribal areas, another state BJP is sweeping.
No, but Dalit votes you can see that was reflected in that's pan-India secular decline for BJP, and that needs to be arrested by the BJP.
My belief more than mandal, it's about class. This time, those who have hurted at the bottom of the pyramid. One of the beliefs is that the BJP through free ration, and Preeti put it very well, that she went and met people who kept saying, humko ration mila hai. But that's not enough. People want more. There's an aspirational class within the Dalits. Maybe they're not
getting... If your reason to vote for a party is ration, that means there is something wrong.
I think somewhere Rahul Gandhi's inequality, more than caste census, what actually struck a chord is inequality. This is an unequal country. And those at the bottom of the pyramid are reminding those at the top, hamara bhi khayal rakho. Somewhere there's a message. But can I please ask Farmaish? Because this...
I'm telling you, if I start charging for every Farmaish we get, our startup would have been billionaire status. We would have had, unicorn status by the end of the evening.
Take Rajdeep Farmaish. His
yes, Rajdeep sir, Farmaish. Irshad.
Two or three small things. One, Prajwal Revanna.
Okay.
A lot of women activists have just buzzed me saying, is he leading? Is he losing?
50,000.
Well, that's good to hear.
50,000.
50,000.
So losing by 50,000. Broadly in Karnataka, the NDA is down 7 seats from the last time, 19. BJP has 16. JDS has 3. I want to come to Hassan. Hassan is the seat. Prajwal Ravanna at this moment is leading, but it's a very narrow lead. 1,26,000 for Shreyas Patel of the Congress. 1,29,000 for Prajwal Ravanna of the Janata Dal Secular. Very narrow lead.
The next one is Raj Babbar in Gurgaon. Obviously, there are a lot of film buffs who still see Insaf Ka Tarazu and all the films that Raj Babbar once did.
The broad story in Haryana is that Messrs. Huda and company have a real chance in the assembly election, because if in a Lok Sabha election, despite having Prime Minister Modi on the ticket, the Congress currently leading on 6, the BJP on 4, that's the Congress, which is Ambala, Gurgaon, Hisar, Rohtak, Sirsa and Sonipat. And if I look at Gurgaon and show you what's happening there, Raj Babbar, 2,16,639 votes versus Rao Inderjeet Singh at 1,91,883. It's a reasonable lead. Raj Babbar, who didn't know why he got Gurgaon.
Explain this to us. Preeti, you know Haryana better.
It's amazing because see, Gurgaon has 2 constituencies in it in terms of the demograph. One, you see the glitzy Gurgaon, and the other is the rural belt. Gurgaon usually has always voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It was a done deal to begin with. The Congress literally wrote Gurgaon off. And, you know, it is so interesting, Rajdeep. I was in the party office of the Congress trying to get, one of the leaders in Rohtak. And they were seeing green shoots in Gurgaon. So they thought there was hope because if there was hope in Gurgaon, there was hope in across Haryana.
So that's the other one.
No, but this is alarm bells for the assembly elections for the BJP. And the question is, can they turn it back? If they'd won in the Lok Sabha elections, you could have said, okay, with the power that we got behind us.
Gurgaon also has a lot of Ahirwal, Yadav
That's right.
which is not the non-Jat vote.
If you
EC website saying Prajwal Ravanna trailing.
So can I explain how this happens? Because everybody now is playing pop cephalogist and has very sharp views on this. The data comes from a vendor called DataNet, which is slightly different from the Election Commission website. They have their own independent mechanism. Therefore, the two don't tally immediately. As the hours wear on, they will begin to tally. Initially, there will be a bit of a variation, which will collapse in some time. So it will happen. That's the difference. So the problem is that people start sensing conspiracies. Nobody has time for conspiracies. These are live analytics on your screen right now.
Now that you looked at Haryana,
what did you want?
Jharkhand as a state, because that is also going into assembly elections.
Yeah, Jharkhand.
So it's an important state because
the final one that I wanted was Mahua Moitra, who still says that she's leading now by 67,000 votes.
You know, she's really adding to our viewership and engagement numbers, which is fantastic.
You've never shown me leading. Can you
can you please show her leading?
And Preeti went there. So Preeti,
she had her back against the wall.
I'll ask you a bit about her.
So the Trinamool at 31 seats, 9 up from the last time. The BJP at 10. You know, that's a big blow for the BJP. 8 down from the last time. The BJP most certainly wasn't expecting this. I want to go to Krishnanagar and see what's happening over there. Mahua Mitra is leading now. 127, and she's leading with some style. Huh? She's leading with a fair margin. Amrita Roy is at 92,000. The Maharani at 92,199. Mahua Mitra is now leading 127,422.
I'll tell you
what was her campaign like? You went there.
It was a tough campaign for Mahua, and why I say it is the Prime Minister did a rally in her constituency. The Home Minister came in her constituency. It wasn't easy for her. She had her back on the wall, especially of what she's been coming off. She needed this. And when I met Mahua Moitra, Rajdeep, she was angry. She wanted to prove a point. She wanted to come back to Lok Sabha in style. She's not, with especially what has happened. And if this holds, then she's back.
The fact is this was an election which was also a prestige fight for the TMC. The manner she'd been expelled.
For her
and Mamta went 3 times there to campaign, which she didn't do in many other constituencies. It has a large Muslim population. What's clear, I think, is the MM factor is working for the TMC now. Muslim plus Mahila. When you add the two, and I believe the Mahila factor, we're seeing it with Nitish Kumar still holding his own. I remember a bureaucrat again saying, Uski Jivika scheme aap dekho, whatever else, that scheme of self-help groups has worked. It's not worked for Naveen Patnaik, so one size doesn't fit all. He too has spent a lot of investment. It didn't work for Jagan, who put a lot of effort in women. So there is no one size, but if West Bengal there's any story, it's MM. Muslim plus Mahila gives Mamta Banerjee a kind of 40% vote.
But think of it, I think it's a much more complicated explanation.
Go ahead.
What seems to be happening.
This is the academic, go.
In West Bengal, that BJP's vote share from Lok Sabha has come down, and Congress and left seem to be holding up or have got 1 or 2 percentage point more, which means that if Muslim consolidation has happened in favor of Trinamool, then there is a fragmentation of Hindu vote and especially the tribal and Dalit vote that was backing BJP in the last election. And this adds to much more of the economic anxiety sort of.
Exactly,
like,
that's a rural heartland as well, part of an extended rural heartland.
Exactly.
So you will see challenges.
Okay, so in Thiruvananthapuram, Rajiv Chandrasekhar at 1,47,312 votes leads over Shashi Tharoor of the Congress at 1,31,000. And the reason that's happening is because Panyan Ravindran of the CPI has pulled away 1 lakh plus votes. So in a three-corner triangular fight, Shashi Tharoor now trailing to Rajiv Chandrasekhar by about 16,000 votes. That's a big one to look at very carefully. From here, we want to go, for example, we want to look at Jharkhand and take you through the numbers for Jharkhand on the 14 seats of Jharkhand, where again, assembly elections are due virtually in a few weeks from now. The India Alliance is at 4, up 2 from the last time. 2 of these are JMM, 2 are Congress. The BJP is at 10, down, the NDA is at 10. So, no, but it says, so it's at 10. So, AJSU is 0 and BJP is 9. That's at 10, so it's down 2. From here, let's now just for a moment go to Rajasthan, because one of the most significant stories of this election has been written on the 25 seats of Rajasthan, where for the first time in a direct BJP-Congress battle, the Congress is almost toe-to-toe in a state where they lost the assembly elections badly. It shows you the fickle nature of Indian politics and how fast things can change on the ground. Never take anything for granted. Don't think you can do whatever you want without caring for the Indian voter.
And that also reflects like what happens to the regional satraps like Vasundhara Raje or Shivraj when they were removed. Rather
it has an impact.
It has an impact because they will not be able to pull their weights.
So now you've got
not
Congress
all calculations
leading
work
at
well
10.
for you.
Up 9 from the last time. The BJP is at 14, down 10. Vasundhara Raje, when she's looking at this, would be saying, you know, you took me lightly, didn't treat me well, serves you guys right. The BJP is, if I show you the leads for the Congress, 10 is, people thought 2, 3, 4, 5. The Congress currently leading in Barmed, Bharatpur, Churu, Dosa, Ganganagar, Jhunjhunu, Karauli, Nagaur, Sikar, and in Tong Savai Madhya.
Rahul, the man who's leading in Churu is Vasundhara Raje's man.
Rahul
Kaswa,
she
who
brought
went
in
from the BJP to the Congress, is Vasundhara's close
and she brought in a very delicate that balancing act between Jats on one side and Jats on the one side. And that is missing right
100%.
now.
And someone who's from UP again going to the ground has given me an interesting angle to what she thinks has been happening in there. She said, don't forget the Rajput factor.
Yeah.
This was a community which after Purushottam Rupala's comments, those comments spread like wildfire across Rajasthan into parts of Uttar Pradesh. They had to hold sabhas to try and minimize the damage.
The reason why in Saharanpur, Muzaffarnagar, there are 2 seats. The reason why possibly the Congress in Saharanpur and the SP in Muzaffarnagar is leading, a lot of that also has to do with the Thakur vote. In the constituencies of Muzaffarnagar, the Thakur vote hasn't come in into kind of the strength it had to. And we saw it in both
Especially
Saharanpur
when you are in
and
such a tight election, each of these small Kshatriya vote here and there can actually start creating impact. Otherwise, this could have been a very normal affair.
Sardana was this one constituency, Sangeet Soms, where that entire clash was happening. And if you looked at the voting percentage, it was less than 50%.
Right.
So it's not that
So
they
it does
voted
have
for
an impact.
Samajwadi Party, they just didn't vote.
Okay, Preeti, the news point is that the Congress will reach out to Chandrababu Naidu, and the one person who could actually... No, man. TDP is a confirmation. The person who could actually do the dealing could be his erstwhile colleague, Revanth Reddy.
Do they have a good relationship?
Yes, huge, very good relationship.
Very
Very, very good. Exceptionally good relationship.
Despite the fact that he left the TDP.
Okay, can we do some fun? I have an idea. Okay, so we can do this on the...
He was also helping him, resources-wise and everything.
On the tug of war, I can hypothetically
Can you give me the BJP numbers therefore?
I can do something more
Congress has no stake in Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah, fair enough.
On paper.
So what we can do is we can play a game. Okay, while we're waiting for these numbers to come, we can play a game. Listen, we have no skin in the game. No matter who wins, we only get galis. Okay, so just bear with me and we'll play this out. I'm not sure this is happening. We don't even know if Chandrababu Naidu will switch. But if they do, we can try and see what happens. So basically, TDP has 16. TDP has 16. If you take them there, it becomes 352. If you take TDP to the India Alliance, it goes to 252. Could there be a twist in the tail? If you take JDU also, now if Nitish Kumar somehow is angry that meeting didn't go well.
This is the irony. He was there yesterday saving his chair.
262 plus 14 then becomes 276.
And today is a kingmaker.
What is it?
Now
How
he'll get
much?
another
I'm
chair.
saying if
Rahul explain this, yes.
Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, remember guys, we're still waiting for the numbers.
How much are they?
No, so then it becomes 276. So you've got
Chandrababu is how much?
Chandrababu is 16, Nitish Kumar is 14, that's 30. Add
BJP has a
30 plus
17.
236.
RLD 2.
Who?
RLD 2.
No, you've got these independents.
Yeah,
Listen,
independents. I'm just
the
giving you
BJP is
two
coming
extra.
back to power. Don't let nobody get carried
I
away.
can't see the BJP not coming back to power. I cannot see Prime Minister Modi not becoming Prime Minister. But I think what you have now is that you will have to work with these allies. It's clear, and the big difference between 2014, 19 and 24 is this. The BJP government that now comes to power will have to accommodate allies, will have to accommodate parliament. You see, you will have, you know how India is now. Imagine 30 Samajwadi Party MPs every day, 30 Trinamool Congress MPs every day, and a 95 strong Congress.
No, point taken, Rajdeep, but I think the Congress will not make the mistake that Digvijay Singh made in Goa at one point in time.
Oh yeah.
They would want to make their moves.
They will try.
This is the time when it is happening.
No, but the difference was,
these are the
sir, the difference was that time they were the larger party.
Sorry?
What's the harm in not in trying?
No, last time they had 18 seats. They had more seats than the BJP.
Honestly speaking, the BJP
Now
is
the
the single
BJP
largest party. It will be called to form the government.
The president will call them.
Yeah, the president. I mean, that's how the norms are.
That's right.
The single largest party will be called, and
But you
Prime
will
Minister
have.
is called.
You will have.
I don't see any challenge to BJP. I don't see
I
any
agree with
threat.
you. I don't see a challenge to that. But what I do see is a strong opposition. I see institutions therefore pushing back in a way that you haven't seen before, including the media, hopefully. And you will see that. Because you will not, they will, remember what happened in the last term. There were the farm laws rammed through. You can't do that anymore. This has changed the nature of politics. Single election, this all talk, one nation, one election is gone out of the window. Uniform civil code.
UCC is back on the discussion
Won't
board,
happen.
yeah.
2/3. You won't have, because you won't have 2/3 now. That's very clear. And when the next Rajya Sabha round takes place, the opposition will have a large number of its MPs. That's the change.
Rajdeep, one small question. I mean, all along we were thinking it's a Tina factor, there is no alternative. But let's assume, I mean, hypothetically speaking, could there be a situation where we could have Neeta, as in Nitin is alternative, or Rita, Rajnath is alternative?
But you see, why would I have gone into this election with under Prime Minister Modi? Modi ki guarantee. Let's be fair. This election has been fought under Prime Minister Modi. He has every right to return. And therefore, I expect him to complete that. This Nitin Gadkari,
listen,
Rajnath Singh, I'll tell you when that would happen. If 289 goes below 272, or if the BJP on its own goes below 240. If the BJP on its own goes below 240, which is a possibility,
237 right now.
237.
You see, at below 240, you need all these allies with you. Yes. Then there may be the odd ally who will say, would you like to think of someone else? That is possible. It's happened. Indian politics, there are lots of people wanting more and more power.
If it had been a 400 par kind of government, then Indian politics would have been very predictable and boring for the next 5 years. This is anything but boring. It's a very interesting verdict that's been thrown
up. A lot of politics is happening right now. All the phone calls that you couldn't imagine a day, 24 hours back, those phone calls are happening as we speak.
And remember, the BJP now cannot take the TDP for granted, they cannot take Nitish Kumar for granted, they can't even take Chirag Paswan for granted, they can't take Eknath Shinde for granted, they can't even take Kumaraswamy for granted, they can't take Ajit Singh's Jayant Chaudhary for granted, they can't even take Pawan Kalyan. Kisi ko bhi granted nahi le sakte.
No, you see, the only way you have to offer prime ministership. Suppose you offer Chandrababu or Nitish Kumar, prime ministership.
Then
Nitish Kumar is always having to submission.
You are getting carried away now. Sir,
this is a country where Chandrasekhar was propped up.
But he's not that young right now to be able to hold on to his 15. Abhi zyada karega to fir wo bhi to possibility hai.
Sir, you're right. I'm only throwing up hypothetical situations.
Fair enough. Absolutely.
I said very clearly, I believe it will be a BJP-led, Modi-led government.
Okay.
But what is very clear now is options and alternatives emerge for these allies of a kind that were not there for the last 10 years.
And what also emerges is that the nation is hooked onto our coverage as could not have been imagined otherwise.
YouTube figure आज दिया नहीं normally Rahul
दिया है sir दिया है आगे
कोई contest ही नहीं है. Like for example, there is a battle on, at least as far as viewership is concerned, there is no contest. The election intelligence dashboard in India Today's coverage is sweeping the stakes. Here are the seats that now seem settled. It's interesting that in the seats where the margin is more than 1 lakh, the NDA has 79, up 4 from the last time. The India Alliance at 24. So these are seats which are now settled, game, set and match on these seats for these alliances. I now look at seats where the margin is more than 50,000. These two are seats where the end result is now not going to change. 141 of those for the NDA, 67 for the India Alliance. The NDA is one up. So these are big wins. Big wins coming from Gujarat, big wins coming from Madhya Pradesh, big wins coming from Rajasthan, big wins coming from Western UP, big wins coming from Himachal. These are seats that are settled. Let's now look at seats where the margin is more than 25,000. These seats too, ladies and gentlemen, to my mind, are seats where it's now very difficult. If the margin is more than 25, the direction is set, so it's very difficult for this to change. The NDA leading on 197 such seats, 114 for the India Alliance, up 42 from the last time. The Congress is 51. Now,
some breaking news. A left leader, senior left leader has just rung up Chandrababu Naidu to congratulate him and said that you can be the future of this country.
PM Banjao.
He has not used the word PM. He has said, I congratulate you on your week. You can be the future
Sudhir,
of
you
this
should know
country.
this. If Chandrababu Naidu is given the option, okay, we can pull out Andhra Pradesh and show you what's happening there. If he's given the option that these are 25 seats of Andhra Pradesh, on these seats, Naidu, NDA has 21 because 16 are TDP. You come with these 16, join the India Alliance. Will he bite? They say, okay, you become PM.
If the PM post is open,
they'll make it available. They have nothing to lose.
If the PM post is open, I think from both sides, I think he would be willing.
नहीं, but see, it's not that easy because इतनी खिचड़ी सरकार के PM बनना, how long will he last? He'll last for like barely 2 months, 3 months. No. See, that scenario,
let's not underestimate his political acumen.
Fair enough. I'm giving in. Therefore, we are discussing and deliberating him being a PM. But
Does he have
the
that
India
ambition?
Alliance.
I come back to ambition.
Why not? Why not? I mean, his father-in-law had that ambition. So would Chandrababu
NTR,
Naidu.
the great NTR
And
certainly
Naidu
had
is
that
now
ambition.
74. I mean, he would think this is his chance to end his innings on a hooray. And Nara
is what
Lokesh is
Nitish-
there.
I know he's always believed. He told me this in the interview also, off record. I set the trend, whether it was digital India, whether it was smart cities, I set the trend.
Correct.
Others have only copied me.
Which is correct to a large extent.
It is correct to a large extent. Sudhir knows those days well when every leader would land up in Hyderabad first, Bill Clinton onwards. They'd first pay a visit to the entrepreneurs, as they were called. Dekho, ye public hai kya amazing hai. When I went to Andhra Pradesh, they felt left out, that they were no longer relevant in national politics. Guess
For 10 years.
All all
so,
my gadus there.
Exactly,
all
Rajdeep.
the Baru gadus, everyone
For
there.
10 years, 10 years, Telugu-speaking politicians were out of the power
That's
equation.
right. Now
They
they're
were
going to be back.
completely high and dry, left aside,
So
deal with
where
their
is
own
this
affairs.
election still hot? How many seats are still up for grabs? Let's look at that for a moment now. 86 seats where the margin is less than 10,000. So no matter which side of the equation you're on, there are 86 seats at this moment where the margin between the party that's number 1 and number 2 is less than 10,000 votes. The India Alliance has 50 of these, which means that these are leads which are slippery. 28 up from the last time. NDA is on 33. So the seats where the trend seems well established, those seats are largely NDA seats. Seats where the battle is still tight, there the India Alliance has a disproportionate advantage, 50, which means their leads are still slender.
That's right.
Slender
So the India Alliance, therefore, is also more vulnerable.
Slender leads.
More vulnerable than the NDA. Just one thing, just getting from an ODI channel, and therefore you can... At the moment, according to them, it's not a done deal. BJD is very much back in the assembly. In fact, they are saying the Congress could be the kingmaker.
Okay.
As of now...
So let's go to Odisha, Rajdeep. 147 seats in Odisha. 57 are for the BJD, down 56 from the last time. 75 for the BJP, up 52 from the last time. Congress at 12, up 3 from the last time.
Changed a little bit.
So these numbers may well be changing
Yeah, they
soon.
have changed
Local
already.
channels are saying 60 for the BJP, 13 for the Congress. So that makes, and BJP at 71. So it's a very tough fight there in Odisha. So and it's amazing because if you look at Lok Sabha, it's a complete sweep to the BJP. So that same voter, I mean, it is, ये क्या country है? संबलपुर का कोई गरीब बैठा हुआ है अपनी कुटिया में and decided मुझे शंख चाहिए for भुवनेश्वर और मुझे कमल चाहिए for दिल्ली. अरे public है, जनार्दन, जनता
And they might as well
जनार्दन.
be deciding who the Prime Minister would be eventually in Delhi.
Yeah, you know, Odisha could also have a role. Odisha could also have a role with two.
If BJD, now that's a good theory you've given, because if the BJD were to feel really irritated, they could go to the India Alliance. But how many Lok Sabha seats do they have? Before that, let me show you Andhra Pradesh. 175 seats. Chandrababu Naidu, which is why even in that graphic that we have, he's smiling so big. 130 out of 175. It swung one way the last time.
Contested 144, so its strike rate is brilliant.
Phenomenal. YSRCP down to 18, down 133. The Indian public can take you sky high, bring you crashing down. it can switch very, very quickly. That's Andhra Pradesh. Let's now go back to the parliament and take a look at what's happening in Odisha. In Odisha, if we actually get down, can things change? It's just fun and games in the studio right now, but these are political games that are being played in the real world and efforts being made to see what can happen. See, this is quite phenomenal. Big gains for the BJP coming from Odisha. 11 seats up from the last time. BJD is 11 seats down from the last time in the Lok Sabha elections. It's really Uttar Pradesh which messed things up for the BJP. 36 leads. Forget 70, 80. There were those in the BJP who say 80 aayingi, 70 to aani hai. They're down to 36, down 28 seats from the last time. India Alliance is 7 seats above the NDA, 35 for the SP, 36 for the NDA, Congress at 8. In fact, if I look at a seat-by-seat breakup, SP has one more seat than the BJP. Akhilesh Yadav is one of the big heroes of this election. Chandrababu Naidu, big hero. Yes. Akhilesh Yadav, big hero. And then
Sharad Pawar, in his own small way.
Mamata Banerjee.
Mamata Banerjee. So lots of, you see, it's normally last 2 elections, it's all been about Prime Minister Modi. This time you have state-level leaders who are spreading their wings out, who are also showing that they're doing. Odisha, the BJP's campaign in Odisha, Dharmendra Pradhan and others.
You need to also give it to Sharad Pawar. See, he did, numbers are one thing, but he held on to this
He's kept the alliance going together.
It's just unbelievable. He was the principal architect of this.
And what an election. You know, you went, Rahul, to Baramulla. Think about it. Voters should know. You mentioned Amritpal Singh. Engineer Rashid is leading in jail, arrested, and I know, I mean, people may have differences about Engineer Rashid's politics, but he's a fine man. And his son alone did the campaign. Guess what? At the moment, he is leading.
No, and Omar Abdullah is doing quite badly, huh? Just 79,741.
This is a vote against, please understand.
Chief Minister, actually.
Sir, Engineer Rashid is a vote for the, the government must also take note. The manner in which people were arrested under the Public Safety Act, it's one thing to abrogate Article 370. But when you arrest someone like Engineer Rashid, people are hearing, public ki awaaz suniye. Netas are being told that, including those at the very top in this country. Another such, a result like this is coming from Boshirhat. Remember Sandesh Kali dominated the headlines. Trinamool is winning big in Boshirhat where Sandesh Kali is.
That is an unfortunate result. I mean, if you on one side look at Prajwana's thing and here you Sandesh Kali, you can't have a flip argument.
Sir, the Shah Jahan Sheikh by all is a land grabber and therefore deserves to be. But there was also
you need to give the women victims benefit of doubt there. You can't be saying that 2,000 rupees li aur badal diya unhone apna.
There are two stories coming out. All I'm saying
this two-story theory can have to, then that has to be put in till everywhere, even for Prajwal Revanna, till the courts do not stamp in. He's still accused at best.
I'm not going to dispute with you. I think till the court comes out with a verdict on Shah Jahan Sheikh, we should hold our
There are days when things go your way, if this is cricket. And there are things, and I very firmly think that there's lots of similarities between cricket and politics. There are days when, those balls which otherwise take an edge and go to the boundary, sometimes that doesn't happen and they go. It's just like BJP is having a bad day. Because remember, they were at 243. From that, the BJP is now fallen 6 to 237. So the BJP's individual ask to get to 273, which is the magical figure, is becoming tougher.
We have a Congress guest waiting. Suddenly congressmen and women are coming. JB Mathur is their Rajya Sabha MP. She's joining me, very articulate. JB Mathur, are we looking at the possibility at all of you trying to form a government? These are still, these are not final trends. The BJP is still, NDA is still 17 above the halfway mark. But there is talk of Sitaram Yechuri possibly reaching out to Chandrababu Naidu. And there is talk of even Nitish Kumar being wooed. Is that possible, or do you concede that the government will be a BJP government?
Rajdeep, politics is the game of possibilities. And in this scenario, there's a lot of game that can happen. And let me also assertively say this is a moral victory of India bloc and a moral defeat for NDA and Prime Minister himself. Because there was so much of hype about 400 par, and also even including your channel, we were disappointed that even India today showed 401 for the NDA to come back. I mean, so nowhere to exit poll. Exit poll is totally different from the exact poll is the reality. Now the possibilities, let's wait, because there are a lot of seats where we are hopeful, where the margin is still less. So a lot more to happen, expect. But this is the true spirit of democracy, and there is no space for hatred and the kind of divisive politics the BJP and Prime Minister himself. I mean, the level to which he has stooped, it is a fact that India has not taken it.
Below 240. Yeah, but you know, ma'am, I just want to understand, you're still well behind the BJP. You know, you're leading at the moment in about 90 odd seats. Is there a sense that this is the Congress, you know, it's a glass half full, but your glass is also half empty? The BJP on the other hand is 237. So the gap is big still between the BJP and the Congress.
Well, that I agree. But still, the fact remains what was told. BJP said 400 par and we said 295. We did not say 400. So from what we said, we are sticking on. The game is still going on and we are hopeful, and there's a lot more of things to come out. And certainly, at least for once, you agree that this is not a Modi thing anymore in our country.
You know, that clearly is a message that's coming out. The fact is that this whole Modi factor, and it's been a big factor in this election. Modi, Rajat, would you concede that Modi ki guarantee? This election was fought under one man, single agenda. Forget all the other candidates. It was fought under Prime Minister Modi's name. To that extent, these numbers, if they are 60, 70 less than 303 that they got last time, clearly somewhere is a message.
Well, the flip interpretation could be that had Modi's name not been there, BJP would have been same way as where Congress is. Because, you know, it is still his credibility which could have pulled them to a level where, you know, at least ECI side says that NDA has 300 seats right now where they're leading. So see, we are now, Modi is the biggest competitor to Modi. We have been so used to this total domination of Prime Minister Modi for 10 years that this new reality where BJP is less on the majority number and NDA looking still at 300, which otherwise would have been a fabulous news. Here we are still whining about this sort of a number.
We are getting news. Prime Minister Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. So while the left may be trying to contact it, the Prime Minister, who is a pre-poll ally of Chandrababu Naidu, has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu and has been assured, we are told, of Babu's support. So we expect Chandrababu Naidu to pitch his support in with the BJP, with which he fought the election in this Mahakutumi.
So all wishful thinking aside, Rajdeep, I still believe since BJP is the single largest party, they would be called in to prove a majority. And once Prime Minister Modi is back into his groove as the new Prime Minister, you will see he will be able to pull all the strings to ensure that you have the Chandrababu Naidus, you have the Nitish Kumar in a different equation. I'm sure
so
they will extract
different style of governance?
Different style of, certainly. I mean, the Prime Minister will, he's so nimble. This is where his nimbleness would be tested also.
That's right. This is the first time he'll have to deal with coalition politics.
This is the first time, I mean, in 20 years.
Prime Minister Modi is used to.
For 20
he's
years.
Never had to deal
But he's
with
flexible.
allies.
I will say this about Prime Minister Modi. Never underestimate Prime Minister Modi at times like this. He will show you that he can also work with allies. You know, jab pappi deni hai, jab jhappi deni hai, jhappi de dega. Ab de dega, why not?
He will come back for sure in the evening to address the Karyakartas the way he has been doing, and he will exude confidence to an extent. I'm telling you, I don't see him changing his style that much. He would be much more humble
Little
in his
bit
approach.
subdued. Let's be honest.
Little bit subdued.
You know, below 272, you can't do balle all the way.
But he will not even leave that plank wherein you start, your body language starts showing. See, you are giving cricket analogy, but on the ground, if your body language droops first, you are bound to lose that match.
But
and this
listen,
match is not lost.
Put this in context. He's a 10-year sitting Prime Minister. After that, for the BJP to come to the kind of tally that it has is no mean feat. Make no mistake, it's just that sometimes you get carried away by all the hype and the hoopla. 237 leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party at this moment. The NDA is comfortably placed. Just rewind 10 years and imagine if someone had said that you'd have 237 after 10 years of being in power. This is a very historic feat by itself. It's nowhere close to the chakkas and chokkas they were thinking about. So it's not gone the way they wanted. But by itself, once the dust settles, once Rajdeep's had his say, he's done his dance and jig, the fact is it's a very strong position.
We are not dancing.
When there's no dance, my kids are very happy. They said, please don't dance and expose your limitations as a dancer. But Thiruvananthapuram is turning out to be the kind of
Thrissur
constituency.
BJP has won. That's one.
Yeah, so
that's one of the major.
Have they won
good
as
news.
yet, or they're leading at the moment?
No, I think they have won. It has been announced.
Declared?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's been declared yet because I'm not sure any
we have
seats
to
have been
take hot
declared.
seat, Rajdeep.
But we can look at Thrissur and Thiruvananthapuram.
So I'll take Thiruvananthapuram. 1,50,000 for Rajiv Chandrasekhar in our calculation, 1,33,000 for Shashi Tharoor, Panyan Ravindran
Because
of the CPI
Dr. Tharoor has just sent me a message. I'm leading by 192 votes now. 192. He's
So as I
claiming he's
said,
leading
in
by
case you're
192.
wondering why a candidate has information which is faster than ours, is because he and his people are sitting at the counting centers. By the time it comes into the data net servers, by the time it comes into our system, it takes a bit of a lag. So it'll show up very quickly. But any candidate can obviously say, I'm a little ahead. That's because that's a centralized processing system. The critical thing here is how many seats are currently in contest? What can change? This is going to be a long afternoon. If I look at the seats where the margin is less than 10,000 votes, if I look at the margin at this moment in the national tally, 80 seats, where the other interesting thing, Rajdeep, is the EC calculations are now moving slower. It's not changing quite as much.
Just tweeted right now
Yes, slow
saying that why has it slowed and are you getting instructions? See, this is the mistrust you can't have on our institutions. I mean, you go on and on and on. At least have the humility right now.
nothing is changing
But the
also.
mistrust is not just political.
No,
As I
there
said
could
this
be-
morning, CSDS survey said only 28% of Indians think of the EC as neutral anymore. And that's worrying. So I think the opposition
but
has to
that
be...
is propaganda, right?
The opposition I can understand, but people, then that's worrying, right? Opposition will try and do whatever they can because they believe that don't trust any
No,
institution.
but that is the vote share of the opposition party in any
hopefully
way.
that
So
will
they'll
change.
continue to say.
Oh, but can we get
let's
Thrissur? Can we get Thrissur in Kerala?
I'll show you
because
Thrissur.
it could be history. The first ever seat that the BJP would have won in Kerala.
In the larger national picture, there are 80 seats where the ball is up in the air, where we cannot say who will win or lose for sure.
By the way, there's a terrific story going on also in inner Manipur. Remember, this was hit by violence. And there are surveys right, because Professor Bimal Aukejam, the Congress candidate, is leading in inner Manipur, which was an area where, remember, some of the worst violence took place. So there, in a seat which you would have expected the BJP to win, it is Mr. Professor Aukejam who's leading.
You know, I remember when, the Manipur's unrest was unraveling and, I had moved out of the state in 2022. There were a couple of professors, both Meitei professors based out of JNU. They were the first ones who started presenting the Meitei perspective other than the Kuki perspective, which was already getting a lot of media attention. It was from there that Professor Bimal Aukejam called me to JNU and we were having all these deliberations, what should be the future of Manipur. And lo and behold, Congress did not find any, candidate within the state itself, and they had to paradrop a JNU professor, take them there, and good for him, he's winning.
So that's
Manipur.
a big one. The other big one, two sitting former chief minister Jammu and Kashmir trailing, both Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti.
Okay, so those are images from Rahul Gandhi's residence. He and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra have just left. We'll see a different, Rahul, we'll see a different Congress party also. No, and with good reason. For a long time, they were written off. The BJP's propaganda was such that these are useless nincompoops, that they're not capable of doing the job. I think the people of India have spoken otherwise. And that's something that everyone will need to respect. Okay.
No, but think about it, even Ayodhya, Faizabad, BJP is trailing. Now all the hype over Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha, 5 months later, in the constituency where the Ram Mandir has been built. Now what is the explanation? The voter has his own way of seeing what. He's happy with the Ram Mandir, but he's not voting on the Ram Mandir.
The explanation is you had a candidate who had a lot of anti-incumbency. Lallu Singh had won from only 65,000 votes the last time. You got your caste calculation right. And with the anti-incumbency, it all came together.
But Preeti, that shows how the election at one level got localized.
Of course.
You see, you look for a national narrative, and we all went looking for a national narrative.
This is an election where at least the opposition has been able to bring it down to a 543-seat election.
Absolutely.
A seat-by-seat election.
Absolutely right. Absolutely.
Okay.
Rahul, you wanted to show
I want to
us something.
spend some time trying to explain to people what has changed. Remember, these are priceless insights you cannot find anywhere. It's not nobody's opinion. This is not pontification. This is based on data. Now, if you look at the losses of the NDA, they've lost in different categories of seats. But where have the biggest losses come from? The biggest losses have come on seats which are classified as Dalit-dominated seats. 37 such losses on seats where Dalits are in a substantial position to be able to influence the verdict. 37 such losses are coming to the BJP. They've lost some everywhere. They've lost a few tribal seats, they've lost a few OBC seats, but the move away from the BJP of Dalit votes is one of the significant takeaways from this election. It is big news. Make no mistake, this
changes everything that BJP was standing upon. See, they thought that the Hindutva politics is consolidating and not allowing it to become a Swiss cheese, wherein you have small pockets voting for you within the Hindutva umbrella. If that project fails, a lot of projects will fail for the BJP.
Okay, now if I look at the tribal-dominated seats, now out of the 68 tribal-dominated seats, the NDA is in 46, which means it's just lost a little bit of ground on the tribal-dominated seats. So no major loss. Just stay with me. These few minutes will explain to you what has happened in this election. Very marginal losses for the BJP in the tribal-dominated seats. If I come to the general category seats, in the general category seats again, very small losses. 86, 12 down, India Alliance at 48, 29 up, but they've largely held on. Relatively speaking, they've largely held on. From there, let me now come to the OBC seats. In the OBC seats, again, the NDA largely holding on, 192 down just 2. On the OBC dominated seats, down just 2. So in 3 categories of seats, on the tribal seats, on the general seats and OBC seats, the NDA is barely losing. If I come to the Muslim dominated seats, here the NDA is down from 50 to 41, that's 9 down. The India Alliance is 51 to 14. Again, some change but not very significant. The biggest change, ladies and gentlemen, and these are insights that I can pull out only from the election intelligence dashboard being pulled out for you in real time. The story of this election, the switch of Dalit votes away from the NDA alliance in the previous election to the India alliance. 34 seats down the NDA on Dalit dominated seats, 156 seats where different Dalit communities are in a position taken together to influence the verdict. The BJP leading only on 47. India Alliance on 93, 37 of those for the Congress, 20 for the Samajwadi Party. Remember, in a state like Uttar Pradesh, the moment you've got the Yadavs and the Muslims significant enough by themselves, add to that the Dalit vote bank. That, Rajdeep, is the story of Uttar Pradesh and how it's turned and why.
You know, Uttar Pradesh is clearly among the various state stories, and there are lots of state stories here, from Maharashtra to Odisha to Bengal. The story that is standing out is Uttar Pradesh, because over the last decade, the BJP has been totally dominant. And you would have thought that with a powerful chief minister like Yogi Adityanath and a powerful prime minister like Narendra Modi contesting himself from Varanasi, that double engine would be overwhelming the opposition. I mean, the opposition today deserves credit for having run a superb campaign in UP. By the way, important, BJP has reached 300. Rajat reminding me again, NDA has reached 300. Out of that, if you can tell us how much the BJP is, Rahul, that would also be useful. But at the moment, the BJP the NDA has reached 300, and 300 is psychologically important because it then gives you a buffer over 272.
So 245 now. They'd come down to as low as 237. From 237, they've gone up to 245, 8 up from their low point. Janata Dal United at 15, Apna Dal at 1, NDA hitting that psychologically significant 300 mark, giving NDA supporters some room to breathe. This is an exciting election. 225 leads for the India Alliance, out of which...
For me, the psychologically important mark for BJP is 240. Because if you look at, if you go below 240, then you're 32 below and you need 2 allies.
Rajdeep,
2 big allies to be with you.
Congress is 3 seats away from that psychologically significant triple.
What is clear, I think we can say this with some confidence, presumably Rahul Verma, BJP is unlikely to get a majority on its own. 272 at the moment seems a little bit far away.
Yes, now it looks very difficult, especially now we are like it's almost 130. The chances of BJP crossing 275 mark has become very difficult. What I would rather add to your point, Rajdeep, that I think BJP would be hoping to get 260 because 260 allows them to sort of like play with one or two allies.
Then you're comfortable. Then the allies are more dependent on you. At 240, you become more dependent on the allies, and that's important. So I think if the BJP remains above 240, they'll feel a little bit more, or certainly above 250, let's say, they'll feel a little bit more secure. If they slip below 250 towards 240, then the allies will change the dynamics of this equation.
You know, today this India you put in as a bloc. It looks very uniform bloc, but it is not at all uniform. Had this been such a uniform bloc, they would have fought election together, because you put in parties like TMC into that bloc which were not together.
Yeah, but
so I'm telling you, see, if hypothetically they were crossing the number of 272, do you see that Khichdi alliance of India alliance would have been able to give you a stable party, stable government? Not at all. It's
absolutely
out of question.
Out of question. But the thing
is, markets would have evaporated, like the 90% of would have gone.
No, I agree. But what it does is gives the opposition a voice. You see, the opposition feels
true.
Chief Minister Hemant Soren gets arrested. Kejriwal gets arrested. You see, they feel that the entire system is ranged against them. Now they will feel there'll be voices within Parliament at least who will speak out every time they're targeted.
If you look at how close this battle has been, compare the vote share of the NDA with that of the India Alliance. The NDA's vote share is 45 of the votes counted so far. This could change towards the evening. 45% vote share for the NDA, 43% for the India Alliance. Only a 2% gap in terms of vote share. Those two curves, those two line graphs coming very close together. If I look at party-wise vote share, and give you a breakup of some of the important parties. The BJP's vote share is now down to 39.1. It had once touched 40.7. Last time they're 37.7. So they're 1.5% up from the last time. The Congress's vote share now stands at about 25.2. They'd come down to about 20. So from there, it's up about 5%. The Samajwadi Party's national vote share is 3.8. TMC at 3.4. If we look at a density map, and this will give you a very quick sense of how many seats are in contest. So look, it shows you the nature of the contest. NDA has 181 seats where their vote share is more than 50%, where you can say the NDA won strong. The India Alliance also has 125 seats where their vote share is 50% plus. So anybody who says the India Alliance was a weak coalition, that's not the case. The data is saying that almost on a relatively similar number of seats, they've done well too. The India Alliance currently has 221 seats where their vote share is between 40 and 50. The NDA has 178 seats where their vote share is between 40 and 50, showing really, Rahul Verma, the close nature of this contest. It's not been one-way traffic. 2014 was one-way traffic. 2019 was one-way traffic. This has been a very tight IPL, finally.
Yes, absolutely. And the heat map you've been showing across India map, it's very, very clear what seems to be happening is that states are going in one direction. There are some states where you are seeing a fight, meaning two parties are getting a large number of seats. Rajasthan would be one, UP would be one. But UP is a case where BJP is losing massively. And similarly, in Maharashtra, I think the BJP alliance are doing really badly.
Okay, so I just asked somebody who works very closely with Chandrababu Naidu about the conversation between the Prime Minister and Chandrababu Naidu. We're being told that there is zero chance of Chandrababu Naidu leaving. He will, of course, extract his pound of flesh, but there's no question, at least from the posturing that's happening, of leaving the NDA and joining the India Alliance.
Because people close to Nitish have also asserted that no chance are we going back to India Alliance.
The one thing that Chandrababu Naidu and Andhra Pradesh needs is finances. Ideally, they would, of course, want special status. That's unlikely to happen, but they want finances. They'll have ministers in the government. They'll get ministers in the government now.
I want to show you how the votes have swung. In the 2014 elections, really the Congress's nightmare, the BJP suddenly increased their vote share in one election by 12%. The Congress lost 10% vote share in that election. Cut to 2019, where again the BJP was able to increase its national vote share by 7%. The Congress increased its national vote share by 1%. Now, the Congress has been able to increase its vote share by 5%, the BJP by 1%. So the Indian voters are signaling to everyone who's listening, forget the idea of a Congress Mukt Bharat. The Congress is here to stay. Jaisi ek, lade na lade, they'll get their act together whenever they do, but there's no going away from the reality that the Congress is here to stay, Rajdeep.
Can I get the Varanasi VVIP seat? Because there was a lot of interest There was a lot of interest in that seat earlier today when the Prime Minister appeared in a tough fight with Ajay Rai. How is Varanasi and the Prime Minister doing at the moment?
And
He's leading, but we need to know margins as well.
He was trailing briefly, but I think...
No, it's a very comfortable lead.
70,000 as opposed to 5.5 lakhs last time.
Last time was a 4.5
4 lakh 80,000.
No, but the counting is still going on.
Yeah, 4 lakh, but it is definitely less than last time, and it reflects what's happening in Purvanchal. In Purvanchal, when BJP dominated last time, the BJP has faced a tough fight. I mean, that is the reality of this election. That
No,
Uttar
but the
Pradesh
other reality is that there's only Ajay Rai against him. No, so it's also
Ajay Rai is not a bad candidate, Rahul. Ajay Rai is not a bad candidate to have. At least he's a MLA who's willing to take the battle into the enemy camp. Not too many congressmen are willing to even fight these elections.
Okay, look at the BJP's. When I look at seats, BJP is down 14 seats in Purvanchal from the last time. In Western Uttar Pradesh, they're down 6 seats. In Awadh, they're down 7 seats. In Bundelkhand, they're down 1. If I look at votes, in Bundelkhand, the BJP is down 7% votes from the last time. In Central Uttar Pradesh, they're down 4%. In Eastern Uttar Pradesh, they're down 2. In Western Uttar Pradesh, they're down 3. So in all parts of Uttar Pradesh, the BJP losing vote share. If I look at the Samajwadi Party swings and give you a sense of where the Samajwadi Party is gaining 19 leads for the Samajwadi Party in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, gains over the last time. Gains also coming from Western UP, 5. So obviously the SP-Congress alliance working much better than the SP-BSP alliance. If I look at votes now and give you a sense of where these leads are coming from, big leads for the Samajwadi Party in different parts of Uttar Pradesh. So that's really the breakup of what's happening in Uttar Pradesh at this moment. In terms of vote share, the NDA and the India Alliance in Uttar Pradesh at a dead heat, 44 versus 44 in Uttar Pradesh. That is one of the big stories of this election at this moment.
Among in state terms, it's the biggest story.
It is.
Because it's India's biggest state. When that happens in Uttar Pradesh, I don't think anyone would have predicted, even in vote share terms, that the two sides would have been so close to each other. Yes,
more importantly, because for BJP, UP matters much more, right? Like in BJP's 303 MPs, 60 were from UP, more than 60. So every 1 in 5 BJP MP comes from UP. And if BJP is going to go below, say, 50, then there are 50 or 45. Then
we've just heard that Chandrababu Naidu has told people around him that the swearing in Andhra Pradesh will happen on the 9th. On the 9th of June, they're saying the Prime Minister will attend. So clearly the messaging is that Prime Minister Modi stays, Prime Minister Chandrababu Naidu will very naturally have the Prime Minister come for his swearing in 9th of June.
The other story, Omar Abdullah has conceded defeat in Baramulla. Omar Abdullah concedes defeat in J&K's Baramulla. And look at the story. Mehbooba Mufti losing in Anantnag, Rajouri. But Omar Abdullah is losing to Engineer Rashid. Engineer Rashid, independent candidate fighting from jail. His son took over the campaign. And a friend of mine from Jammu and Kashmir is saying, sir, you all are all focusing on Uttar Pradesh. Humko statehood to nahi mili hai. Itna to hamare state ko bolo ki kam se kam they have a space in India. You know, it's a remarkable story, because I guess there's a message that Kashmiris are sending. We don't want our political representatives to stay in jail. Please allow them to come out and compete. I hope that happens. I hope that Engineer Rashid is released. To put someone under PSA for so many years, unacceptable in my view, but that's another story.
The NDA has hit the psychologically significant 300 mark again. 243 leads for the BJP, now just 30 away from the majority. So they'd come down to 236. Thodi jaan mein jaan aayi for BJP supporters. 236 has gone up to 243. 299 now. So it's really going to it's going to be like the tail end overs of an IPL match. It will go down quite to the wire. I want to see how many seats are still in play. At this moment, there are 76 seats where the margin between the party that's in the lead and the party that's at number 2 is less than 10,000 votes. 40 of those are with the NDA at the moment. 32 are BJP seats. 33 India Alliance seats. Congress at 13. Samajwadi Party at 10. TMC at 2. These are 76 seats. And if you look at the map of India, you quickly get a sense of where these seats are coming from. So if you look at the map of India, these are where the seats are coming from. So in Uttar Pradesh, there are lots of seats for the BJP where the margin is less than 10,000 votes, Rajdeep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead. North India and UP is slow first. because otherwise the margin should have. And if you look at India Alliance as well, you will see a lot of seats are going to be for Samajwadi Party. Because I think UP counting is
and also Akhilesh Yadav made it clear. Hum log baithenge, told all his agents, you sit there till the last moment. Nothing like last round there, don't take any victory for. I think it's been so intense, the competition, and as was said earlier, polarized. Our politics has become so polarized. Rajat was saying, why is the opposition questioning the EC? Good point. But I think there's been such a lack of faith in institutions across the board in the last 5-10 years that people don't even want to believe that the election commission can conduct a free and fair election. It's worrying. I agree with you, but it shows the polarization.
And all the 40 seats for BJP is from North India. 32 for BJP, 3 of Janata Dal United, 1 for Apna Dal. All are UP Bihar parties, meaning that like the 10,000 number is actually coming from
this earthquake. Richter scale 7 that has happened in Uttar Pradesh. Nobody had a clue. And, Purvanchal, where even Prime Minister's constituency is there, Yogi's Adityanath's constituency, Gorakhpur and all.
No, my friend Preeti Chaudhary here kept saying this, that, it's tough. Rahul Srivastav, who was our former National Affairs editor, rang me up yesterday. He knows UP. He said, Rajdeep, I don't believe your exit poll numbers. It's much tighter. And people on the ground, reporters on the ground were saying, sir, tighter. Bureaucrats. 40-40 was actually what one bureaucrat told me.
And Yogendra Yadav also said this.
Yogendra Yadav, let's give credit. Yogendra Yadav has got it right.
But
and Prashant Kishore hasn't.
A lot of even BJP leaders. No, Rajat. A lot of BJP leaders in Uttar Pradesh would offline tell you that इस बार फंसा हुआ है. हर सीट फंसी हुई थी. You would speak to everyone, they'll say सीट फंसी हुई है.
Okay, Shashi Tharoor has now established a lead, or so he says. Now, where Dr. Tharoor is getting his numbers, where are we getting our numbers is another matter. But Dr. Tharoor is insisting that he has taken a lead. Can you give us a sense? But what we wanted to know, Rahul, in your margin calculator,
it's become
he's still
tighter.
behind.
No, he's still tight. It's tighter.
Yeah.
Now, as I said, how it works is the candidate is sitting on the counting center, so he obviously gets it first. It takes a bit of time, but in our calculator, it's 2,44,632 for Rajiv Chandrasekhar, 2,28,110 for Shashi Tharoor, and Panyan Ravindran is at 1,68,269.
I just wanted to know, when you said the margin calculator, we looked at, as Rahul pointed out, most of the BJP's close-run seats are in North India. Where are the India Alliance's close-run seats? Are they
those are from
are they in Karnataka or also from UP Bihar only?
Yeah, it has to be North.
So is UP Bihar behind the rest of the...
And we look at the Bihar
less
story
than 10,000. Less than 10,000.
We haven't looked at Bihar at all. I mean, Bihar was supposed to be the story.
Where the India Alliance tight seats are, a lot of tight seats in Uttar Pradesh. So Uttar Pradesh very tight at this moment. Some tight seats in Maharashtra. That's really the bulk of where the tight seats are.
I think almost 20-25.
If you look at the NDA's tight seats and where these tight contests are, again, many of them in Uttar Pradesh and some in Maharashtra. So it's in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra that the tight real battles are going on at the moment.
Tight, but I'm surprised Maharashtra is counting slowly. Come on.
Odisha,
I mean, my home state must do better, yaar.
But Odisha, Rahul, is Odisha also the 2-3 seats there which are
No, but look at it. Rahul, while you're saying Maharashtra counting slowly, the story of Maharashtra, if I may tell our viewers, because that's the other big story. The two big states is where they're taking the hit. 30 to India, 17 to NDA. Meanwhile, Jagan Mohan Reddy is to meet the governor of Andhra Pradesh, set to resign as chief minister. Chandrababu Naidu to take oath on June 9th. Jagan Mohan Reddy seeks time at 4 p.m. to resign as chief minister of Andhra Pradesh. So that's the one state that the exit poll was spot on. Exit poll getting absolutely right. Let's give our pollsters credit when they've got it. They've got the big picture wrong. And I'm sure Pradeep Gupta will have an explanation for that. But on Andhra Pradesh, they've got it right. The big breaking news at the moment. Jagan Mohan Reddy seeking time at 4 p.m. to resign as chief minister. Preeti, you want to give us some cool hawa? Because we've got a lot of heat that's been generated.
All right, let's look at the hot seat, cool hawa seat. Let's get Wayanad. Let's look at Wayanad. Rahul Gandhi comfortably placed in Raebareli, Uttar Pradesh, and comfortably placed in Wayanad as well. So the cool hawa blowing in favor of Rahul Gandhi. The hot seat, cool hawa seat for Rahul Gandhi. Let's look at Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. Though Shashi Tharoor right now contests what we are showing. He contests what we are showing. He says that he's in the lead, but this could be the old data that we have. But as per this, it is the BJP, which is in the lead, Rajiv Chandrasekhar leading in the seat of Thiruvananthapuram. But I will give a caveat there. Shashi Tharoor says he is leading on this seat. Hyderabad, well, that has been under the spotlight. Hot seat, cool hawa in Hyderabad, blowing in favor of Asauddin Owaisi. Madhavi Lata trailing from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the cool hawa blowing in favor of the AIMIM candidate. Let's go all the way to Haryana, my home state, Kurukshetra. The hot seat, cool hawa seat right now. Naveen Jindal seems to be comfortably placed. It's a narrow lead that he has, but Mr. Gupta sniping at his heels, but let's see how that turns out.
Good for all of us.
All right, with that, we're going to go into a break and we will be back with more. All the analysis right here. Do stay with us. A quick break. Stay with us.
सिग्नेचर जो एक नया स्टाइल बनाए. सिग्नेचर, a premium product from दिलबाग.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
अगर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
चांदनी चौक की सीट हम रिकॉर्ड वोटों से जीत रहे हैं. वहीं दिल्ली की 7 सीटें भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी भारी बहुमत से जीत रही है. केंद्र में हम सरकार बना रहे हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में.
एग्जिट पोल कह रहे हैं कांटे की टक्कर है.
एग्जिट पोल का मुझे पता नहीं, मुझे तो पता है कि जमीन पर स्थिति क्या है. कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है, हमने बहुत मेहनत की है और जनता का जो प्रबल समर्थन मिला है, हम चुनाव जीत रहे हैं.
It will be a bigger majority than 2014 and 2019. 2024 will be a landmark victory of Prime Minister Modi's.
सिग्नेचर जो एक नया स्टाइल बनाए. सिग्नेचर, a premium product from दिलबाग.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं। इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए। सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी। मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें। मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ।
What you doing? Yeah, you're getting me down. Got me looking at you, scared in the crowd.
Why don't wanna move like that? Why you want
Coming now, coming for you. Let me show you why.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
अगर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता। रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल। रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड।
आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय ई-बाइक को प्रेजेंटेड बाय ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा, ड्रिवन बाय जेके टायर, देश का टायर, पावर्ड बाय MP बिरला सीमेंट परफेक्ट प्लस कंक्रीट स्पेशल, को पावर्ड बाय पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात, को पावर्ड बाय पैनासोनिक AC फॉर स्मार्ट होम्स, सिग्नेचर फाइनेस्ट सिल्वर इलायची, अ प्रीमियम प्रोडक्ट फ्रॉम दिलबाग, सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सॉल्यूशंस, जीवन भर का साथ, अच्छी नींद पेप्स की गारंटी, पेप्स द ड्रीम मेकर्स।
A stunning backdrop of the Victoria Memorial now laying testimony to what would be a number that Mamata Banerjee would be ecstatic about when it comes down to the leads in West Bengal on 42 seats. To take a look at the seat right now where Mamata Banerjee's TMC is leading, she'd be very happy. Leading on 31 seats, the BJP is now down to 10 from 18 in 2019. Congress at 1 and left at a 0. This is what it looks like for Mamata Banerjee. This is as good as it gets for Mamata Banerjee. Even by her standards, she thought she'd go up to 28. Right now, leading in 31 seats. Let's see how it translates into vote share in West Bengal on 42 seats. A quick look there. And once again, the TMC with 45% of the vote share, the BJP at 36%, 4% Congress left at a 6%. Rajdeep, number one, to go alone now, Mamata Banerjee having the last laugh, not to go with the India alliance, and ultimately, it is the woman who got Mamata Didi's back.
You know, 45% is a vote share up. You see, that's the difference. I thought that I think her strategy was to see whether the opposition vote would get divided between Congress left and BJP. That's got done partly. 6 and 4% are also important, but she's also increased her vote. So she's had a double benefit. But I think the real story at the moment is also that the NDA has touched 300 in trends. And as we've been saying, 300 gives them a safe bump over 272. Remember, there are allies, of course, who are there. The BJP itself, as of now, seems extremely unlikely to cross 272. And psychologically, that too is important because they got 282. Remember, in 2014, that time the mission was mission 272. Then they got 303. Now they've come back possibly to 247 as they are at the moment. It does make the BJP, it'll rework the balance within the NDA, but the NDA as a group has touched 300. And Rahul, this shows that decision to go along with Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh and to break Nitish Kumar away from Bihar are the two decisions taken which have ensured that Mr. Modi will become Prime Minister for a third time. Those two decisions were key.
There are a few things which are quite apparent from the India Today election intelligence dashboard. The BJP's tally has started creeping up. They'd fallen to as low as 236. The BJP currently sits at 245. Still well short of a majority, but it really was looking like they'd be in the 230s. Now they're inching towards 250. Telugu Desam is at 16 seats. Nitish Kumar's JDU at 15, two very substantial allies here. The BJP will need to depend both on Chandrababu Naidu and on Nitish Kumar because the others are way too insignificant. Eknath Sena 6, Ramvilas Paswan's party, his son's party, Chirag Paswan's party 5, NCP of Ajit Pawar only 2, Janata Dal Secular only 2, RLD 2. So very small. So basically, in the new BJP government that is formed, high dependence on Nitish Kumar and high dependence on Chandrababu Naidu. That's the way it looks like at this moment. But that 300 mark is a psychologically significant marker and the NDA seems to have touched it. The Congress, which had gone up to 100 seats at one time, now at 93. The heroes from the India Alliance's perspective are Samajwadi Party at 36. Big leads for the Samajwadi Party. Trinamool at 31. DMK of Stalin at 21. The Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena at 10. Sharad Pawar's NCP at 6. These are the bulk of the India formation parties. Now what I want to show you is the BJP Congress head-to-head situation. There are 216 seats out of 443 where the battle is between BJP and Congress for 1 and 2. These are called direct contests. In these seats, the Congress is winning on 29% of them. This is a big change from the last time, ladies and gentlemen, because last time the BJP had won 90% of the seats where it was directly BJP versus Congress. That now is down to 71. So BJP winning, but Congress also being able to hold its own by its relatively low standards relative to the last two elections. Where the BJP is getting bested is in the direct fights with the Trinamool. Because if the exit polls were right and BJP had swept West Bengal, then the assembly scenario would have changed. If Mamata Banerjee is able to beat the BJP in 72% of the direct BJP-TMC face-offs, then she'll say, okay, I've been able to fight anti-incumbency at the local level, and then even in the next assembly election, she'll claim she has a chance. Now I want to come to the BJP versus SP battles. Here as well, the BJP being bested. 56 seats in Uttar Pradesh where the battle is BJP versus Samajwadi Party. The Samajwadi Party leading in 30 of those. That's 54% leads for the Samajwadi Party. Remember, the BJP had projected this image of being completely invincible, decimating everything in its wake. That's not happening in West Bengal. That's not happening in Uttar Pradesh either. Those are the BJP Congress direct fights. Now I want to show you what the new power map of India looks like at this moment. This is the old map of India. Start from the south. Kerala and Tamil Nadu in both 2019 and 2024 looking quite similar. The big changes are in Maharashtra. Look at how there's very limited blue, which is the India Alliance color in Maharashtra. Compare now with Maharashtra 2024, where India Alliance has done remarkably well. Not much change in Gujarat, no change in Madhya Pradesh, except that Chhindwara has now moved to the BJP corner. But big changes in Rajasthan. Look at this map of Rajasthan and how saffron it is. Compare that to Rajasthan this year, where the Congress has really come back. This is one of the big mistakes the BJP made. Despite winning, to lose ground so fast after the assembly elections too now shows how quickly the ground can move from underneath your feet. Look also at Uttar Pradesh, the biggest story of this election. Look at how saffron Uttar Pradesh was in 2019 when, the BJP did well despite having SP, BSP together. SP and Congress, arguably a less formidable alliance, but turning it up in Uttar Pradesh. Look at how blue Uttar Pradesh is, especially in eastern Uttar Pradesh. The big change also in West Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee has done very well. This power map, Rajdeep, really showing how the power map of India has changed. Indian politics has changed. The nature of the next government has changed. The Indian people have spoken, and they've spoken very loud.
I'll tell you also to look at some other element, because remember, we have to look ahead, and in the next 9 months, there are 4 or 5 big elections between now and 2025 November. Let's start from Maharashtra. In Maharashtra at the moment, India Alliance has 26, NDA has 21. So when I look at the state of Maharashtra, and I'll probably come here to the map, Rahul, with your permission, and see whether we go to these state by state and look at all the assemblies that are going to the
You want to start with Maharashtra, Rajdeep?
We start with Maharashtra.
48 seats in Maharashtra.
48 seats in Maharashtra, and take a look at what Maharashtra is showing. 26-21, which clearly means that with elections 4 months from now, the India Alliance will hold together. What's clear is they will see opportunity that they can win the Vidhan Sabha. So that's a big challenge for the BJP.
Just look at how the graph has crashed. 37 seats for the India Alliance in the last Lok Sabha elections, crashing to 21.
Actually, it's more than that, because the Uddhav Sena has left. It was actually 41 with the Uddhav Sena.
How I calculate is, if that MP moved alliance, what's the starting point at the base, at the beginning of this election?
So it's a loss of about, it's a substantial loss of 16 seats.
From 9 to 26, this is the India Alliance.
So therefore, that's good news for the opposition there in Maharashtra, which comes in October. Let's turn to Haryana, which is the next.
No, just for a moment, I want to look at the vote share in Maharashtra, Rajdeep, because this is very interesting. The BJP at 25.8, the Sena of Eknath Shinde at 15.4, Ajit Pawar's Sena, because they had fewer seats, only 3.6. But look at this, 18.9, Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, 16.2 Congress, NCP of Pawar is 7.3.
Yeah, if you look at it, it's about 44 plays 41. So in vote percentages, you'll have the Mahayuti probably ahead, but because the MVS seats are well distributed in terms of their different areas of influence, it's worked better. Let's turn from there to Haryana.
Oh, we've just received word that Sharad Pawar is in touch with Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. Even though Naidu's office is saying,
Sharad Pawar has waited for this moment. You see, this is the thing. He wants to play. He had told me, I want to be the Harkishan Singh Suji. This was a year ago. This was a year ago.
Can I come in? See, in a scenario where Prime Minister Modi has to rely upon a Chandrababu Naidu and a Nitish Kumar is not a comfortable scene, by the way.
So you're accepting that?
See, look at the track record of these two leaders.
Right.
It's something which is not a comfortable position, no matter they touch 300. That's not a scenario that Prime Minister would have loved to be there.
Good point. Haryana, if I may look at, because
let's now.
Okay, you want to look at this? Interesting, because
the moment Rajdeep sees Maharashtra, his eyes light up. He says, okay, let's spend more time on Maharashtra.
No, the BJP's gains and losses are almost across in terms of seats. But if we can look at the other side,
I'll show you votes. In votes, the BJP is down 7% in Konkan, 6% in Marathwada, 1% in Mumbai, 2% in the north, 2% in Vidarbha, gaining 1% vote share in Western Maharashtra.
Yeah, so it shows Maharashtra's been a mirror cracked. And clearly the BJP, particularly, remember Marathwada is where the Maratha agitation has peaked. That's where they've suffered their biggest hit. Konkan and Thane, I'm not surprised, but Marathwada is the surprise. Now you turn to Haryana, and Preeti's face lights up when I say Haryana, but look at what Haryana has done. It's 5-5. Now, this is a state which you win 10-0 last time. When it becomes 5-5, I'm sure even in vote share, you're going to find a very, very tough...
A very close contest in Haryana. Rahul, can you tell us some of the...
So, Congress is leading on the reserved seat of Ambala, Gurgaon, Hisar, Rohtak and Sirsa, which again is a reserved seat. The NDA,
so, they've done well in the Dalit, in the 3 SC seats.
And if you look at, that's the combination, Rajdeep, for the assembly election.
Dalits and Jats
and Muslims together.
That's what it is.
You want to explain that, Preeti, to us?
The Muslims are negligible. Till now, the history of Haryana politics has been the Dalits. There's a divide in that as well. The Chamars and the others have not come ever. The Chamars have voted with the Congress. The other Dalits like Valmikis have never come. This is changed Haryana politics.
But look at the gap. Just 1,000.
1,000.
Less than 800.
Naveen Jindal versus Sushil Gupta.
Rajdeep,
very
I'm
small.
getting in reports that all the other 5 seats are less than 5,000.
So Sonipat, that's
being
right.
won by the...
No, look at this. Sonipat, Mohanlal Badoli, just 210,000 versus Satpal Brahmachari,
that's also within
207,000.
10,000.
Very, very close.
All seats they are
Let's
saying
come
is
to
like that.
Karnal. Karnal, remember, is where the Chief Minister comes from.
Yes, he's
Manoj
winning
Lal
comfortably.
Khattar is
This is not
contesting.
one, yeah.
3 lakh versus 1 lakh.
So he's winning comfortably.
Let's come to Faridabad. 257,000 versus 1,90,000 for Mahinder Pratap
Relatively
Singh.
comfortable.
Bhiwani, Mahindergarh, Dharambir Singh,
Very close again.
249,000, 244. So 3 seats.
Three
So
seats,
three
yeah.
of the 5 seats of the BJP are within 10,000 at the
come down
moment
to the wire.
in the state of Haryana, going down to the wire there
No, so
in the state of
let's
Haryana.
spend a moment on the vote share for Haryana. The BJP has
Look at this.
45.9%. The Congress is 45.2%. If you're a political junkie, just remember there's an assembly election.
Add up 3%.
Assembly election in a few weeks from now. The Congress has a real chance in Haryana.
Yes, Preeti.
Well, right now, there's word coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party that they are leading in Kurukshetra.
Okay, so that's going to go down to the
I
wire.
don't know,
Kurukshetra is going to go down to the wire. Can I then look at the next state that's going to the assembly
Jharkhand?
elections, which is Jharkhand?
No, but just look at how, never write off anybody in Indian politics. Look at how in 2014, the Congress was at 27 to 29 in Haryana, suddenly going up to 48%. The India Alliance, which is Congress plus AAP together, is 48 versus 46 of the BJP.
No, it's quite remarkable. Can I seek your indulgences going back to Maharashtra for a moment, only to show one more story of that? Let's look at the allies of how Shiv Sena UBT is doing. Because a lot of viewers watching in Mumbai.
For votes or seats?
In terms of seats and votes, both. If we can look at Maharashtra, break down the
So
two
this
alliances.
is the Eknath Shinde Sena is 5, Ajit
Okay,
Pawar
so
is
let
at
me
2.
explain now. The BJP last time, Rahul, won 23 of the 25 seats they contested. This time BJP contested 28. They're leading at the moment in only half. So the BJP is taking a hit also. NCP, Ajit Pawar contested 6. They're leading in 2. Sena, Shinde contested 15. So they're all below 50%. No one, yes, Rajat.
There has been a secular decline of BJP's strength when it was at its peak in 2019. It has saw consistent decline because of all the experiments that happened. Then Fadnavis being cut to size, all of those things happened and that has brought things
No, and
down.
people were saying Congress is the Kamzor Kadi.
I'm just giving the breaking news. Priyanka Gandhi is hailing Kishori Lal. Kishori Lal Sharma could well be the giant killer of Uttar Pradesh. He could be defeating Smriti Irani. Priyanka Gandhi seems to have already claimed victory, saying that Kishori Lal, the man who everyone wrote off, never had doubts about Kishori Lal, is what Priyanka Gandhi Vadra congratulating the Amethi pick Kishori Lal Sharma. So Sharma ji ki chai ab honi hai. But just to go back to that.
No, just 1 second. We'll take it one at a time. I want to show you what's happening in Amethi. Amethi becomes extremely important because when Smriti Irani beat Rahul Gandhi, she emerged as the giant killer. At this moment, we'll give you the live update from Amethi. Smriti Irani, formidable minister in the Modi cabinet, at 110,000 versus 158,000.
Okay,
Rahul Gandhi there on television right now, going to the Congress headquarters.
Okay, so there you've got Rahul Gandhi.
You know, it'll give him some confidence. Remember, he came out Moosawala, 295, 230 is where they are. And he'll say, well, boss, you know, you've been papufication.
No,
you have to give him some.
Come on, we've dissed him enough. It's time to give him credit.
No, I'll tell you one thing he did, the narrative.
You've
The
got to give him
narrative
credit.
Rahul Gandhi was able to build, and I believe inequality more than anything else is a narrative that struck a chord, especially
This is a big story. Kishori Lal
leading by about
Sharma,
48,000.
158 plays 110. This is a big story. Giant slayer being slayed. David versus Goliath. This is one of the biggest stories of this Lok Sabha
And just
election.
see how the election turns in just 5 years. You know, you defeat Rahul Gandhi and then you end up possibly losing to a Kishori Lal. Those are images, Priyanka Gandhi there with Kishori Lal, but I think these are old images
she just basically Smriti, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra said that 5 years ago I told Kishori Lal Sharma that next time you will win. She claims that she told him 5 years ago that next time she will win.
किशोरी लाल ने कहा 10:30 बजे मुझे रात को फोन आया आपको चुनाव लड़ना है. So he said 1 घंटा तो मैं सोया नहीं कि मैं करूं क्या.
I was there the night before when he was told. Suddenly at about 11 o'clock, Kishori Lal leaves the Congress headquarters looking extremely tense. So nobody knew what happened.
Absolutely.
Apparently he was looking tense was because he was told he had to fight the election.
You know, Rahul, you don't have a map of Dennis for us, right? No, sons and daughters. Somebody wanted to know that. I guess we can build that up later.
Let the data intelligence unit also do some work.
Yeah,
everything is done on live analytics. What will DIU do? They will be doing some work.
Let's go. We'll go each alphabet and we'll choose one person. Akhilesh Yadav here winning. Abhishek Banerjee. This is a big one. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is trailing. That's one worth looking at, Rahul. Because
Yusuf
he's
Pathan.
trailing. Look at it, Yusuf Pathan. Well, 14,000. So it could still go down to the wire. But here's the story. Take a look at the votes that number 3 is picking up. So when number 3 is picking up votes, between the battle between the two, maybe he's taking votes also from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who's won 5 times. So this could be a big election. Let's go to B. We'll take big one in every alphabet, and then you can... there you go. Who's the one looking in B? An interesting
Bhupesh
candidate.
Baghel, despite the
Bajan Panda is back in business, Kendrapada. So he's,
But they're winning virtually everything in Odisha.
So, but he's lost in the past.
Big news, yeah, because
so he's made a comeback.
He was a principal opponent for Naveen.
Bomai making a comeback. Basuri Swaraj set to make a spectacular debut. By the way, Delhi 7-0. So Delhi is a city where the BJP is totally dominating.
So there's no one national picture, very fractured picture.
Bhupinder Yadav's important union minister is leading at the moment. So the Bs are done. We'll do C, D, E, and then we'll do the rest later. Let's see if we can find C's. Rahul's election.
No, Charanjit Singh Channi in Jalandhar is leading. So the Congress is largely held on. There was a lot of turbulence, poaching, etc. They've held on to their gains.
And look at it, Mr. Channi was demoted. This is Indian politics. Completely destroyed in Punjab 2 years ago. Now he's winning there in Jalandhar. This is an interesting one. Big story coming out from Karnataka, Bengaluru rural.
Wow,
Manjunath, cardiologist, is leading by a big margin.
Almost
over
1.5 lakh votes.
And think about DK Shivkumar. 1 year ago, we talked about him as a kingmaker. And a future boss, an Amit Shah equivalent. His own brother is losing.
Let's not get carried away. DK Shivkumar and Amit Shah, there's no comparison.
अभी देखो ना कभी-कभी कुछ करना पड़ता है इस तरह से बोलना पड़ता है. Dilip Ghosh trailing. This is an interesting constituency because of the person he is trailing to. Kirti Azad at the moment is leading, but we could go to Digvijay Singh, who's giving a bit of a battle. Possibly a fight there.
This is his erstwhile principality.
He's done a much better job. He's
30,000 gap.
30,000, but compared to what the others are losing in Madhya Pradesh, it's a slightly better fight. So Digvijay Singh is losing.
Sanju Verma of the BJP is with us. Salman Soz is with us. Sanju Verma, to you first. 295 leads for the NDA. The BJP's own tally at this moment, far from the majority mark. So it's 241, very far from the majority mark. How are you reading these numbers, Sanju Verma?
Rahul, before coming on your show, I was told that, out of the 64.2 crore odd voters who've voted, not every vote has been counted. We still have about 28 to 30 crore votes, where the reconciliation and tallying has not happened. So I'm very confident that BJP will get the majority figure and well past it. We'll be well past 272 on our own. And as things stand now, the NDA certainly is in the lead. I will not beat around the bush. The numbers.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Would you accept that if you don't reach 272, it's a blow? You see, this entire election was for 543 seats. There's only one leader, one nation. If you win less than half, will there be a grudging acceptance that this election has not quite been as smooth as you might have hoped? At least some humility for once?
Rajdeep, let me be very clear. Am I disappointed? At the Uttar Pradesh numbers, most certainly yes. I'm not going to be lying. West Bengal has been a disappointment. But if on the one hand, there have been misses from Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal, I think also give BJP credit for the fact that after 25-year long reign, Naveen Patnaik will finally have to hang up his boots. The BJP has done a stellar job in Odisha. The BJP has done a stellar job in Odisha. The BJP NDA alliance with Pawan Kalyan and Chandrababu Naidu has completely routed YSRCP. So I think Andhra Pradesh and Odisha stand out as two very, very strong states in terms of our performance. Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal, we will have to introspect. As far as humility goes, I have been humble. But at the same time, let's be very clear, this election is not a vote or a mandate for Rahul Gandhi. It is not a vote for the alliance, though they have improved their number of seats. In terms of vote share, I think we are still at 39%, which is a marginal increase actually from the 37.36% that we scored in 2019. So let's see whether the 39% odd vote share translates into
Salman Soz also is with us.
But Sanju Verma, as I bring in Salman Soz also, there has to be an acceptance there where you put forth a nara of 370, you're not even closing in on 270 right now.
Yeah, so Preeti, I started by saying that Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal have been serious disappointments. And at this point in time, knowing how BJP functions, whether it is victory or defeat, going back to the drawing board and analyzing what went wrong is certainly going to happen. But at the same time, if you are going to tell us that, BJP sarkar nahi banayegi, I disagree. Narendra Modi Pradhan Mantri banenge.
No. Sanju Verma, no one's telling you that. Prime Minister Modi is going to be back. Salman Soz, I just want to get you in for a quick comment. Seriously, Salman Soz, you tell me, did you even think you're going to close into these numbers? If I look at UP numbers, I've spoken to so many from the Congress and the Samajwadi Party in UP. They would have never imagined. Congress would have never imagined leading in 8 out of 17 that they fought.
Preeti, first, let me just say that on behalf of the Congress Party, I thank the Indian voter for standing up to this dictatorship that Prime Minister Modi had unleashed and the BJP had unleashed on the country. I think the people have spoken loud and clear. They don't want arrogance. They want humility in politics. They don't want you to tell them that we're giving you food, so give us your vote. They want you to understand that the food is their right and the vote is not your right. So I think if the message for the BJP is clear, and by the way, let me just say that everybody had written us off. And by the way, all of you have seen me on TV since 2012. I'm a long-suffering Congress supporter. Today, I'm smiling, but of course, I hope that these trends yield final results. But if they do,
Congress supporters.
So what will change?
Salman Soz speaking
that's
for
a good
many.
point. So what will change? Professor Soz, Professor was the dad. Salman, your dad is a great friend, so I remember him fondly. But what will change? Do you believe, suppose that Prime Minister Modi becomes Prime Minister again? That seems more likely. The NDA forms a government. How will anything then change?
No, but Rajdeep, I do not think with these numbers right now, the way they stand, I don't think there is a guarantee that Prime Minister Modi will be Prime Minister for a third term. That is my view. I think a lot is going to change if these numbers stay.
Let Sanju Verma respond to that. Sanju Verma,
please come in.
We've seen Sharad Pawar reaching out to Chandrababu Naidu, reaching out to Nitish Kumar. The opposition will try and fish in troubled waters, try and say, okay, Chandrababu Naidu, you become Prime Minister. Are you concerned that some of that could have an impact on the next government formation, Sanju Verma?
Rahul, first and foremost, a very few quick points. In the last 29 odd years, out of those 29 odd years, 26 years, Nitish Kumar has been largely with the BJP or BJP and its allies. Yes, we had some problems with the Shiromani Akali Dal, but on our own, we have never disrespected an ally, not even Uddhav Thackeray. Whereas if you look at the Congress's history, be it I.K. Gujral, be it Deve Gowda, be it Chandrasekhar, be it V.P. Singh, or be it their own Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, ऐसा कोई बचा नहीं जिसे कांग्रेस ने ठगा नहीं. So in terms of coalition politics, taking your question, hypothetically assuming it's a coalition government, I think the manner in which Congress has repeatedly humiliated its allies, Congress does not stand a chance. And I always say, the fulcrum of the alliance in the alliance, the India alliance is the Congress. And I, even at this point, don't think they will pass cross the 100 mark. Whereas the BJP
will there be a little, ma'am, will there be a little step back from this belief कि हम ही सब कुछ जानते हैं, हम ही राजा हैं, हम ही देश चलाएंगे, farmer law चलाना है, one nation, one election.
Please, Rajdeep, can you please hold your horses? Rajdeep, let's be very clear about one thing. I have the humility to admit that Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal were disappointments. Do you have the practicality to admit that Odisha and Andhra Pradesh have been two stellar performances by the BJP? Do you have the practicality to say
I will admit to Andhra Pradesh, but Andhra Pradesh, please give credit to Mr. Naidu for once.
So
he drove the campaign. Now you are not going to take credit for Andhra Pradesh, surely.
Over me. Stop talking over me.
No, madam. See, this is precisely it. People are tired about spokespersons coming and speaking down to angle. No, 1 minute. No, please put your voice down. I want to say this. For the last 5 years, I've heard you and I'll continue to hear you. You and I are friends. Why do you need to shout at me? Why do you need to talk down to me? I don't talk down to you. I respect your views. You come very well prepared. Salman Sos, please accept though what is being said. The Congress also is not a party that can bring people together. There's a sense that the Congress still believes it is the driving force. So why will Chandrababu Naidu or Nitish Kumar join hands with you?
Well, Rajdeep, first of all, I think if we just go by recent history, the BJP has done nothing but devastate political parties, its own partners. Whether it was the Shiv Sena, a long-standing partner, Akali Dal, even PDP, you name it, they've done it. But forget all that. You talk about the Congress party and that we cannot bring people together. Rajdeep, I think with the seasoned leadership of Khargeji, and with Rahul Ji's 2 yatras, a lot of people have come together in this country. I believe, and I know you people believe too, because you people are, you know politics very well. The alliance in Uttar Pradesh that no one gave a chance to, no one, including you people in your exit polls. That alliance was strong because we were there, we were part of that, because Rahul Ji was talking about the constitution.
Okay, so to do a quick last response, otherwise she will say that I didn't give her enough time. She sends me angry WhatsApp with an emoji, that red emoji which I don't understand, but go ahead.
Rajdeep, can I please?
Yes, dear.
Yes. First and foremost, I share WhatsApp messages with Rahul Kanwal, with you and with Preeti also. I'm very open about it. Yes.
But you get very angry with me.
Can I finish? There are times when I've told Preeti I loved your debates. I've told Rahul Kanwal the same. And there are times when I say I was very disappointed. And I say the same to you. But I don't make my WhatsApp chats public. And there are times when you have always responded to everything by sending me a namaskar. So does that mean that you're subservient to Sanju Verma?
Absolutely subservient.
Okay. So now let me say this.
मैं डरता हूँ तुम कहीं मेरे WhatsApp पब्लिक कर दोगे अगर मैं कुछ बोल दूँ तो इसलिए मैं नमस्कार भेजता रहता हूँ.
No, I'm very clear. I say it like it is. I started by saying I am disappointed about 2 states which threw up nasty surprises. Point number 1. Point number 2, I'm equally confident that BJP, by virtue of emerging as the single largest party and by virtue of the fact that the Congress will be limited to less than 100 seats as a standalone party, that clearly sends out a signal that the BJP led by Narendra Modi will come back to power for the 3rd time with Prime Minister Modi taking
but Sanju Verma, there's a serious question about how you see the nature of this government being different from the last 2. Now remember, this is the 7th time that Prime Minister Modi, candidate Modi was up for election, whether as a Chief Minister or as Prime Minister. He's never worked in an alliance. He's never had to work in an alliance. This verdict, in the way that it stands at the moment, with the BJP currently, if I look at the current tally for the BJP, you are at least 30 short of a majority, 241. So you're 33 short of a majority. How is this government likely to be different from Modi 2.0 and Modi 1.0? Sanju ji?
Yeah, thank you. Rahul, anyone who understands how Narendra Modi functions, and I'm sure even his worst critics like Rajdeep will agree to one thing. Narendra Modi is not a leader you can put a gun to his head or bully him. So I think when it comes to navigating the ups and downs of coalition politics, Narendra Modi can do that much better than a lot of other people, because as I said, beat I.K. Gujral, Devegowda, Chandrasekhar, VP Singh, ऐसा कोई बचा नहीं जिसे कांग्रेस ने ठगा नहीं. Congress's track record on that count has been very, very unflattering. So I don't think if push comes to shove, BJP will have to be part of a coalition government. But indeed, if that were to be the case, hypothetically speaking, I think Amit Shah, Narendra Modi, they know their job better than any of us on this panel. And we will have a government that is stable in terms of politics.
So you're saying your practical politics politicians, you'll deal with the new reality. Salman Soz, you described yourself, and I think that's a voice that will echo with many long-suffering Congress supporter. How do you see the nature of Indian politics change? This is a very different verdict from the verdict the BJP was expecting. Given this verdict, how do you see the nature of political contestation change over the next 5 years?
I think the politics in India has changed completely. I mean, if these results hold, Rahul, you know it, the people in the studio know it. You know, this was a blatantly communal Islamophobic campaign that Prime Minister Modi ran in 2 states, Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal and other states. But in these 2 states, the people in these states and others said a resounding no. We don't want this. We want you to talk about unemployment. We want you to talk about inflation. We want you to talk about our future. Don't play with our future. Don't divide us. Don't divide us like this. Don't divide brother and brother. And I think that is the message that BJP should really introspect on, because that is going to redefine, you know, we said...
Okay, I've got some good news. Salman Soz, your friend, you helped him in the campaign. Shashi Tharoor has now taken the lead. Shashi Tharoor now 2,99,667 versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar 2,95,720. It's a gap of about just 4,000 odd votes. Shashi Tharoor now taking the lead. Were you concerned, Salman, about him? He was trailing for a long time. It's a very tight fight because even Pannian Ravindran of the CPI is at 2,10,000 votes. This is one of the most exciting elections throughout the 2024 general election.
Well, you know, Shashi's a dear friend. He's my closest friend in the party, and I was there campaigning for him. It was a very tough fight then. It remains a tough fight. It is not a done deal. Yes, we've taken the lead. In fact, our lead is higher than that as far as I've been told. But there's still some votes to be counted. Let all the votes be counted. You know, he's a very important part of our parliamentary party, and I hope he squeezes through. It was a very, very tough fight, but I thank the people of Trivandrum for this great contest. But overall, Rahul, I think the Congress party has, to my mind, surprised everyone,
including itself.
Rahul,
no, actually,
our numbers suggest that we will be gaining more seats than what you see on your screen.
All right. Okay, we have to take the hot seat.
Please go for the hot seat, cool hawa. Please go for it.
Shashi Tharoor finally would be glad. He's been messaging Rajdeep that he's leading, and finally we are showing it on air. Shashi Tharoor leading, slender margin lead though, but leading on the seat of Thiruvananthapuram. The fan has shifted and the cool air blowing on Shashi Tharoor, but it's a slender lead. The counting still on, but Shashi Tharoor now leading in hot seat, cool hawa. Let's quickly also get in Hyderabad for a minute. Moving to Hyderabad, the hot seat, cool hawa blowing for, okay, now it's Asauddin Owaisi. The hot seat, cool hawa blowing for Asauddin Owaisi. Madhvi Lata is from the BJP, on the BJP ticket, trailing on the seat of Hyderabad, Telangana. Asauddin Owaisi leading. Now let's move to the national capital, where on all 7 seats at least, the BJP will take heart. It's leading. Basuri Swaraj, comfortable lead on Somnath Bharti. Hot seat, cool hawa now on the seat of New Delhi, where Basuri Swaraj leading. Somnath Bharti, not good news for him. He said he's going to shave his head off if he loses. Well, let's just see how that augurs for him. All right, so this is what it looks like, Rajdeep. But Rahul, I have one farmaish on the seat of Lakhimpur Khedi, Uttar Pradesh, on the sitting minister Ajay Teni. There was a lot of rancor when I went there from the farmer. They were looking for natural justice of sorts that they will pay back this time around on what had happened in Lakhimpur Khedi.
So Lakhimpur Khedi is a seat where, remember, Mr. Teni got himself in a controversy during the farmer protests. His son was accused of running over farmers at the time, and the minister was not sacked, even though there was pressure on him to step down. And he was given a ticket yet again. During the assembly elections, Rahul, this entire area was swept away. And there's a story there. Yogi Adityanath, in 2017, dominated all these seats. Now the question arises, did Yogi fully get involved in the campaign, Rajat? I know that this has been the buzz in UP, that Yogi Adityanath was not entirely satisfied with the choice of candidates. He felt that he was being marginalized. Arvind Kejriwal and others picked up on that and said, Yogi will be removed.
Can I point out to you that in the seat of Faizabad, which is part of Ayodhya, Avadesh Prasad of the Samajwadi Party is at 1,65,879 votes against Lalu Singh of the BJP at 1,62,328. Now imagine, Rajat, if the Ram temple is built in Ayodhya, and of course it's a seat which has a substantial Muslim population, it's never been a pro-BJP seat that way, but symbolically, this is a very significant political moment.
See, Rahul, I come from Awadh, and Ram was the king of Awadh. And what I'm seeing is, barring Lucknow, look at Kanpur seat. The margin is less than 2,000 votes, and Samajwadi Party is leading. When did that happen where Kanpur seats were actually led by Samajwadi Party? What is happening is consistent.
The roadshow in Kanpur.
That was there. It's, you know, it will take days and days, perhaps months, to unravel what actually happened in Uttar Pradesh. This colossal, I would call it a defeat of the double-engine government in Uttar Pradesh, is wreckage all over, largely speaking. And therefore, I think all the thinking minds within the BJP should actually go into seat by seat.
Was there this Yogi factor? Was this a hidden story that Yogi, particularly in the first few rounds, never got fully involved?
No, then Arvind Kejriwal only heightened it.
There were debates and discussions. People who are from Uttar Pradesh know this very well, that Yogi Adityanath, the chief minister there, had a separate list of candidates because he felt that the anti-incumbency was even more severe against some of the sitting members of parliament. So he wanted to change more, bring in more, do his own caste calculus over there. But since it is a national election, it was more centralized with the AGM of sorts and those kind of agencies.
The story of Uttar Pradesh lies in how the votes have switched and shifted. Look at the BSP. In 2014, the BSP has 9.3% of the vote. In 2019, the BSP's vote share was double that at 19.4. In 2014, the BSP's vote share was 19.7. So the BSP has crashed to less than half of where it was. Those gains have come to the Samajwadi Party. So this idea that the Dalits and the Yadavs are antagonistic at the village level and therefore unlikely to support each other, the BSP vote share fragmenting has meant advantage to the India alliance.
But you see, this is where when you do your when you do your candidate selection carefully, there were only 6 Yadavs, out of which 4 were family members who were given tickets. There were 4 Muslims given. So therefore, out of the Samajwadi Party, 62, because there were 17 to Congress, 1 to TMC in UP. Out of your 62 candidates, your bulk were from groups like Prajapati, Rajbhar, Saini. You gave seats to Dalit candidates wherever you could. You tried to attract the non-Jatav Dalits. What Amit Shah did in 2014, by doing social engineering, this time Akhilesh Yadav attempted and did it openly.
I want to point out.
He did a bit of this in 2017. He did a bit of this in the state assembly.
Sir, cricket ki tarah. Listen, guys, this is like cricket. Jab balla jis din chal raha ho na, everything goes for a boundary. That's what I'm saying. They've tried. It's not like they didn't know this or they've done it for the first time. They assumed that the Yadavs were with them and the Muslims were with them. They tried to get candidates from other castes. And when it goes across the boundary.
See, this social engineering.
I want you to point out the blip on this, and it's very important. The pink there is Chandrasekhar Azad on the seat of Nagina. The BSP hasn't even won one seat.
No, but that's the future of Dalit votes, which is really up for contest.
In UP, Dalit politics changes with this seat.
Paulami Saha is at the BJP headquarters. There were lots of laddus, puris, aloo, all that being prepared. Paulami at the BJP headquarters this morning. They're still far and away the #1 party, but has the victory been muted now?
Definitely. You know, for over the past couple of hours, Rahul, they've been watching the results that are trickling in on TV screens across the BJP headquarters. Very tense, of course, looking at the numbers, hoping that, you know, they do go past the 300 mark comfortably in order to be able to form government with a good margin in their hands. Right now, we're outside. This is the area, Ashokji will show you, my camera person, the area where usually, of course, the victory celebrations take place. That is the top of where you see the dais is, and you can see, in fact, you know, where the BJP Karyakartas have gathered over here. Still hopeful that there will be celebrations tonight over here at the BJP headquarters, that the BJP will, of course, form government. You can see all the party workers over here still trying to, of course, you know, celebrate in this moment, raising Jai Shri Ram slogans, of course, sprinkling holy colors as well. well. They're saying that there will be Raj Tilak of Narendra Modi here today. You can see those images of someone carrying the image of the Prime Minister being, of course, being put, the tilak being put on him by his late mother, an image which they're carrying right now. Let's try and talk to some of them very quickly. क्या आपको अभी भी आशा है कि बीजेपी पूरी बहुमत के साथ, एनडीए पूरी बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी?
बिल्कुल बनाएगी, 100% बनाएगी। फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार और मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे और उनका आज रास्ते लगेगा।
जिस तरह के नंबर्स की इच्छा की गई थी, उस तरह के नंबर्स नजर नहीं आ रहे। 370
यही 400 पार है, यही 400 पार है। हमें तो सरकार बनानी थी।
400 पार तो नहीं हुआ, 370।
मैम यही 400 पार है हमारे लिए। सरकार बनी है, अभी गिनती चल रही है, 5-5 लाख वोटों की गिनती हुई है। आखिर ऐसा है, अभी 5 लाख जीत तो जीत है पक्का। 4 पिक्चर अभी बाकी है, 4 बजे तक 350 सीटें हो जाएंगी। जब शपथ ग्रहण होगा तो 4 सीटें होंगी।
पिक्चर अभी बाकी,
but is the picture actually baki? Of course, those are party supporters and they're bound to be enthusiastic. But if I look at the seats, empirically, there are only 59 seats where the margin is less than 10,000 votes. Those are equally distributed almost between the India Alliance and the NDA. India has 30, NDA has 27. So, picture isn't really very baki, Few of those, bulk of those are from Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. That's where the bulk of the tight fights are coming from. But if you're expecting miracles, those miracles aren't happening. The NDA seat share is at 293, coming down from the 300 which they had hit. If I look at the party-wise breakup of the NDA, the party-wise breakup of the NDA suggests the BJP is now down to 240. They'd gone up to 245. So it's not as if the roll of the dice, the luck of the dice is going there, where either the India Alliance is at 233, up 106 from the last time, and the Congress, Rajdeep, has hit triple digits. The Congress has hit, this is really like cricket and luck. If luck is going your way, they're now close to 100.
And look, Congressman, you asked Salman Soz this. Their internal number was 102. This was the number which was their conservative number. Their best case was 126. They're likely to end, Rahul, at the lower end. But either way, what Congress getting 100 means they virtually double their tally. But it also means the BJP goes below 272. I think we can say that safely. Whether the BJP ends with 250, 255, at the moment it's in the 240s. It could end up there as well, but it's not going to 272. What that means is that whatever government is formed now is a truly coalition government. It's one thing to get 265 and then you just need a few independents. Now you need major formations. You need Chirag Paswan, you need Nitish Kumar, you need Chandrababu Naidu, you need Eknath Shinde, you need NCP Ajit Pawar. You need all these 5-6 allies to come together. You will have a coalition government. How will that change the nature of governance is another question, but it also means somewhere down the line we've gone back to alliance politics. We haven't got the kind of clear-cut sweeping verdict that we got in 2014 and 19. And I think to that extent, some of us misread the mood. I thought it would be a clearer verdict, but it's obviously not that.
The buzz in the India Today Mediaplex is that Rajdeep in the office sweepstakes has put 2 parchas. One with a big majority, one with a small majority.
I am the closest.
Okay,
No, come on. Don't shout me out. Tell me your number and I'll tell you mine.
I put 2 numbers. You want to know the truth or you don't want to know the truth?
Okay, tell us the truth.
I put 2 numbers, 500 rupees on NDA 370, 500 rupees on NDA 300. Guess what's happening?
I put 500 rupees on 300 and I don't remember you putting.
We were mocking the... We were mocking the double barrel. Rajdeep, this is not cheat.
He's cheating.
This is like tails I win, heads I win.
I'm not allowed to give 2 numbers. I have.
Till yesterday, all through exit polls, what did he say? Mera aa jayega. 370, 370. That's what you said.
In typical Bambaiya fashion, wants to be on both sides of the ticket. Yahan bhi jeete, wahan bhi jeete.
I'm hoping it comes to 300 because then I will win.
Okay, the fact was, at the end of the day, I put 2 numbers out there. I went with Mr. Guptaji's number and I went with a number which was closer to what I thought they would be. I still did not expect the BJP to be less than 272. Let me be very honest. I expected the BJP to be around 280. As it is turning out, the BJP is around 240 and therefore about 38 seats less than what I expected. But the breaking news, sources now telling India Today, Mallikarjun Kharge has called for a meeting of all India Alliance partners today evening itself. Now, interestingly, this meeting was to be held tomorrow. They thought that they would call them on the 6th. They've called them today. Sources saying Mallikarjun Kharge has called for a meeting of all India alliance partners today evening. Now, I don't know what they can do, but the one person we will look at closely is Sharad Pawar, because Sharad Pawar, as I told you, Rahul, has believed that if there is any role he can play, it's like a Harkishan Singh Surjit moving to try and get people together. I don't see that happening right away. But who knows, 6 months into politics...
No, but at least they think that Congress zinda hai, opposition zinda hai, and that it isn't one-way traffic.
I think that's the big change, Rahul, and it's going to affect the way the discourse goes. You saw Salman Soos far more aggressive than even Sanju Verma for a moment.
Relieved. Do you see a resurgence of the Congress now? Is this when the Congress, or revival of the Congress?
If the opposition wins all four, then the government comes into trouble.
And what will happen really is that the opposition will stop treating the BJP as these 10 feet tall giants marching down the Himalayas and them not having a clue about what to do. They'll say, okay, patka patki, you come, I wrestle, you wrestle. You know, it's like India and China now. Earlier there was a time when China intimidated the Indian psyche. Now it's a more, okay, you take my eye out, I'll take your eye out, then, you know, we'll both not have one eye. So it's a bit like that. That nature will change for sure. Siddharth Zarabi joins us, managing editor at Business Today Television. The markets are bleeding, and how? Nifty down, Sensex down, all the euphoria of the exit polls just vanishing all of a sudden, Siddharth?
Absolutely. In fact, the entire euphoria that we saw has been taken off the market, and the markets currently, Rahul, are worried, and you know this better, that with the BJP around 240, whether there will be a stable NDA-led government. That's the big question that's being asked in the markets, and we've seen volatility continuously across all the markets and all counters, particularly the PSU Bank Index, for example, defense stocks, everything that was associated with the 10-year growth story of the NDA, of the BJP government, is now coming under question as far as investors are concerned. And I guess by the time the markets close today at 3:30, we will have some advanced indicators of how the market is thinking, because now, and I repeat this, Rahul, as I toss it back to you, the big question is the nature of the next government and whether we will see a 3.0.
No, but the fact is, Siddharth, you know, most likely there will be a Modi 3.0, but it's a very different Modi 3.0 to what the exit polls claim. It's a Modi 3.0 which will all accounts be dependent on two major allies, Nitish Kumar with about 14-15 seats and Chandrababu Naidu with about 15-16 seats. Does that change the way the market will look at this government?
Multiple scenarios and 4 scenarios that have been discussed in the market, including the one scenario that you spoke about, the NDA around 300. There is very clear the market.
That is the scenario now. That is the scenario.
I'm talking about the market impact. The markets are, for example, asking questions on whether there will be a shift away from the infrastructure Capex-led growth story, or come July in the budget, there will be some amount of spending, some amount of tax cuts, and that will play out in the consumption stocks. So the only green that we saw, Rajdeep, today were stocks like Britannia, stocks like HUL, some pharma stocks. And what does this tell you? That the markets are now perhaps factoring in, and we'll have to wait because the situation is changing minute by minute, of a change. And I just want to add one quick point. If the scenario that you are holding out comes true, and that's also being expected, I didn't mean to say that the markets are saying there's no return. The point is that even IT stocks, with the return of Chandrababu Naidu and the IT growth story that he had started, will find favor once again. So it plays out in many ways, Rajdeep.
All right, appreciate you joining us, Siddharth. We're going to come back to you. With that, let's dip into the latest news break that's coming in. Sources have told us that the Prime Minister will come. He will come to the BJP headquarters at 7 p.m. The Karyakartas have started to assemble, and 7 p.m. we will hear from the Prime Minister. What we are looking at, in all probability, is a Modi 3.0. But how diminished is the strength of the Modi 3.0? Well, right now, with the numbers stacking up, not as strong as he would have hoped to be. A quick break to stay with us. We're back with the latest.
सिग्नेचर जो सबकी सोच से ऊपर जाए. सिग्नेचर, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Higher, more creation, more possibilities.
अगर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
Do what matters. If you can bring change, change what matters. If you can build a legacy, build what matters. Do what matters.
सुप्रीम के 9000 से भी ज्यादा प्लम्बिंग एंड ड्रेनेज प्रोडक्ट्स और वाटर टैंक्स बने हैं क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल्स एंड इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से. सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सोल्यूशन, जीवन भर का साथ.
सुप्रिया जी, इंडिया गठबंधन की बात की जाए तो क्या आप जो एनडीए पार्टनर्स हैं, टीडीपी है, नीतीश कुमार है, क्या उनसे संपर्क करेंगे? ऐसा कुछ बातचीक हो रही है?
वो मेरा शीर्ष नेतृत्व डिसाइड करेगा. मुझे लगता है जनता ने एक बहुत बड़ा मैंडेट दिया है. बीजेपी को हराकर इंडिया गठबंधन के साथ लामबंद होकर हम एक साथ मजबूती से चुनाव लड़े. जो इतनी वेल ऑयल्ड मशीनरी और फलाना ढिमकाना कहा जाता था, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ. तो मेरा अपना मानना है कि ये चुनाव मुद्दों पर हुआ है, मुद्दों की राजनीति पर हुआ है.
समाजवादी पार्टी, लखनऊ में समाजवादी पार्टी बीजेपी और एसपी के कार्यकर्ताओं का झगड़ा हुआ. अब बंगाल में जिस से उत्साह हो रहा है, टीएमसी के लोग काफी सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं.
मुझे नहीं लगता कहीं पर भी झगड़ा होना चाहिए. मेरा लीडर तो मोहब्बत वाला लीडर है. वो नफरत के बाजार में मोहब्बत की बात करते हैं. हम लोग तो उनके सानिध्य में रह के काम करते हैं. मुझे नहीं लगता. मुझे लगता है कि वी शुड बी वेरी वेरी ग्रेशियस इन आवर विक्ट्री एज दे शुड बी इन देयर डिफीट.
काउंटिंग खत्म होने दीजिए. काउंटिंग खत्म होने दीजिए. अभी बाकी राउंड पड़े हैं, ठीक है, फिर उसके बाद बात करेंगे.
जिस तरह से आपकी वोट की बढ़त हो रही है, आप किसे श्रेय देंगे?
यहाँ की जनता और गांधी परिवार को.
अभी तो नतीजे आए नहीं है, रुझान आ रहे हैं. आपने अभी से लड्डू बांटने शुरू कर.
देखिए, हम नहीं कह रहे, ये तो जमाना कह रहा है कि 400 पार होगा. दीवारों पर लिखा है और आपके एग्जिट पोल ने भी तो कहा है, देश भर के एग्जिट पोल ने कहा है और जनता ने भी ये कहा है. इस देश में मोदी के प्रति जबरदस्त आकर्षण है. मोदी की सुनामी है. मोदी जी फिर से प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे और 400 पार हमारी सीट आएंगी.
पूरी उम्मीदें हैं, पूरा भरोसा है अपनी मेहनत पर, जनता की जो सपोर्ट मिला, समर्थन मिला उस पर, और भारत के भविष्य पर पूरा उम्मीद.
सिग्नेचर जो सबकी सोच से ऊपर जाए. सिग्नेचर, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Higher, more creation, more possibilities.
घर रूंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रूंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रूंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
Do what matters. If you can bring change, change what matters. If you can build a legacy, build what matters. Do what matters.
सुप्रीम के 9,000 से भी ज्यादा प्लम्बिंग एंड ड्रेनेज प्रोडक्ट्स और वाटर टैंक्स बने हैं क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल्स एंड इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से. सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सोल्यूशन, जीवन भर का साथ.
वक्त हमारे साथ भाजपा से प्रत्याशी रवि किशन शुक्ला है. मतगणना का दिन है, मतगणना स्थल पर स्वयं पहुंचे, क्या कहना चाहेंगे सांसद?
ऐतिहासिक विश्व के सबसे बड़े नेता को देश चुनने जा रहा है. गोरखपुर में मोदी योगी जी का राम राज्य बरकरार रहेगा. सनातनी विचारधारा चलती रहेगी. राम राज्य इसी तरह गरीबों के कल्याण होता रहेगा राम राज्य में. और $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनने जा रहा है भारत. एक ऐतिहासिक रूप धारण करेगा. विराट भारत होगा, विशाल भारत होगा, स्वर्णमय भारत होगा, सोने की चिड़िया.
मतगणना पर आते हैं, आज मतगणना का दिन है, क्या लगता है कितनी बढ़त बढ़ाएगी?
ऐतिहासिक होगी.
एनडीए की बात करेगा, कितनी बढ़त?
ऐतिहासिक होगा. 400 पार.
नहीं, सर्वे तो कुछ और ही कह रहा है.
सर्वे जो भी कह रहा है, अभी कुछ ही आज बचल कितना देर हुआ, 6-7 घंटा में कुल कहानी सामने आ जाएगी.
राहुल गांधी तो कह रहे 295 आ रही है.
अभी लोग देखो थोड़ा असर होता है.
किस चीज का असर?
दर्द होता है.
किस चीज का दर्द होता है?
सब दर्दीले लोग हैं.
तो ये थे भाजपा से सांसद प्रत्याशी रवि किशन शुक्ला, जो मतगणना को लेकर बहुत ही उत्साहित हैं. वो अपने ही नहीं पूरे देश की बात कर रहे हैं कि वो 400 सीटें एनडीए आ रही है.
जिस तरह वोटिंग की पैटर्न रही और जिस तरह कुछ कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज़ में कम, कुछ में ज़्यादा, मुझे पहले जिस दिन पोलिंग हुई उस दिन से मालूम था कि काउंटिंग जो है उसका ट्रेंड एक तरफ से नहीं होगा. ये किसी का लीड, किसी का ट्रेल, लेकिन एंड में रिजल्ट क्लियर हो जाएगा.
काउंटिंग बहुत ही सुचारू रूप से चल रही है. कहीं एक आध मशीन जो खराब है वो अधिकारियों को बता दिया है, प्रशासन को. बहुत तरतीब से तमाम चीजों को देख रहे हैं.
प्रेजेंटेड बाय आपका जॉय, भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई बाइक. को प्रेजेंटेड बाय ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा. ड्रिवन बाय जेके टायर, देश का टायर. पावर्ड बाय MP Birla Cement Perfect Plus, Concrete Special. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by Panasonic AC for smart homes. Signature Finest Silver Elaichi, a premium product from Dilbar. Supreme Total Piping Solutions, जीवन भर का साथ. अच्छी नींद पेप्स की गारंटी. पेप्स, the dream makers.
Welcome back. Sources telling India Today, Prime Minister will come to the BJP headquarters around 7 p.m. today evening. Remember, the BJP likely to be called and Prime Minister Modi likely to be called to form a new government. BJP single largest party, NDA crucially above 293. The BJP is planning a victory bash. But the question is, will this be the kind of victory bash they had hoped for? Okay, Sharad Pawar is doing a press conference. Let's listen in.
ओके रेडी है सगळे ठीक आहे सर रेडी
साडी खराब करायला सांगा साडी इज नॉट मोर इम्पॉर्टंट कॉफी
हो सर
महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेचे आभार आणि या निवडणुकीच्यासाठी राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या सर्व स्तरातल्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी जे अतिशय कष्ट घेतले त्याच्याबद्दल संघटनेच्या वतीनं आम्ही कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करतो. महाराष्ट्रात
as an organization,
प्रकारच्या परिवर्तनाची प्रक्रिया सुरू झाली. जो काही निवडणुकीचा निकाल आहे तुमच्या हातामध्ये माझं स्टेटमेंट आहे त्याच्यामध्ये सविस्तर लिहिलं आहे की हा निकाल तिथं परिवर्तनाला पोषक अशा प्रकारचा आहे. थोडं पुढे बोलताना ऐकू येत नाही थोडे पुढे घेऊया.
this is a very positive result.
थोडं पुढे घ्या हां थोडंसं
माईक पण केला असेल ना तो
नाही ह्याच्या माईक स्पीकरवाला नाही. आणि आम्हाला लोकांचा प्रयत्न हा राहणार आहे की ही देशाच्या लोकसभेची निवडणूक झाली सुदैवानं देश पातळीवरचं चित्र सुद्धा अतिशय आशादायक आहे. विशेषतः उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये सर्वसाधारणपणानं तुम्हाला लोकांचं आणि आमच्या काही सहकार्यांचं असेसमेंट जे होतं त्यापेक्षा वेगळा निकाल उत्तर प्रदेशच्या जनतेनं दिलेला आहे. या निकालाचं आणखीन एक वैशिष्ट्य असं आहे की यापूर्वी भाजपला उत्तर प्रदेश आणि या भागामध्ये जे यश मिळायचं ते त्याचं मार्जिन हे फार मोठं असायचं. आता त्यांना काही ज्या जागा मिळाल्यात त्या मर्यादित अशा प्रकारच्या मार्जिन मिळाल्या.
The Uttar Pradesh verdict clearly shows how things have changed. Even the margins have come down where the BJP has won.
आणि हिंदी बेल्टमध्ये जे आमचे सहकारी काम करतात त्यांनी आम्ही सगळ्यांनी मिळून अधिक लक्ष दिलं तेच आज उत्तरेकडचा जो चेहरा आहे तो बदलायला एक अनुकूल अशा प्रकारचं चित्र दिसतंय.
Our allies have come together and therefore have managed to have an impact in the Hindi heartland.
निकाल झाल्याच्या नंतर मी काही सहकार्यांशी चर्चा केली. विशेषतः काँग्रेस पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष खरगे, मार्क्सवादी कम्युनिस्ट
After the
पार्टीचे
results, I have spoken to Mr. Kharge, Mr. Yechuri.
काँग्रेस सीताराम येचुरी आणि अन्य. तर त्याच्यामध्ये कदाचित अजून नक्की नाही पण उद्याच्यालाच दिल्लीमध्ये बैठक होण्याची शक्यता आहे. त्याचा संदेश आज संध्याकाळपर्यंत मला आणि आमच्या इतर सहकार्यांना मिळेल ते असेल
We will hold a meeting tomorrow.
आणि तातडीने जाऊ आणि एकंदर पुढचे धोरण पुढची नीती ही सामूहिकपणानं चर्चा करून ठरवू एवढंच या ठिकाणी मला सांगायचं.
At this moment, I can only tell you we will explore the national scenario and see what possibilities exist.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षानं जयंत पाटलांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आम्ही जागा मर्यादित लढवल्या. सगळ्या मिळून आम्ही 10 जागा लढवल्या. पण त्याच्यामध्ये असं दिसतंय की 7 जागेवर
Sharad Pawar expressing some hope that this election has changed the direction of national politics, specifically referring to what's happened in Uttar Pradesh, and also, of course, congratulating his allies in Maharashtra. Of course, Sharad Pawar saying that he's spoken to Mallikarjun Kharge, Sitaram Yechuri. No such information as we've been getting earlier, that he's also in touch with Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar. But clearly saying that the national scenario, he believes, has changed and a message has come out, particularly in the Hindi heartland. What role will Mr. Pawar and others play is uncertain. But there remains a 62-seat gap, remember, between the NDA and
But it's very clear, N square will hold the key. Naveen and Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. You know, if we walk across to the election intelligence dashboard and give you the latest numbers, it's very clear that the BJP is unlikely to be able to get close to that 272 mark which they were coveting so much, and therefore this BJP government will have to depend on Naveen Patnaik and on Chandrababu Naidu and on Nitish Kumar. If I show you the routes to power, the NDA at this time has BJP at 240, TDP at 16, Janata Dal United at 15. So 31, it still doesn't take the BJP past the 273 mark. They will need the likes of Lok Sabha, they'll need the likes of the Eknath Shinde Sena. Without that, they aren't being able to hit the 272 mark. The Congress, on the other hand, has 98 seats. The Samajwadi Party has 37. The Trinamool has 31. In the last few hours, the nature of Indian politics has changed very substantially. Rajat Sethi, the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, everybody will have to get used to being far more accommodative with their allies, accommodative with competing political interests than they've been so far.
I think, Rahul, the first thing is that sole reliance on TDP and JDU is not going to augur well for the stability of the NDA government, NDA 3.0. Therefore, I think they will have to make outreaches to other potential alliance partners as well. BJP did commit a few mistakes in the alliance formation. One is clear-cut Tamil Nadu. I'm looking at the alliance numbers and vote shares individually. BJP hasn't crossed, or it has barely crossed 10%, and ADMK is at 20%. So had that alliance been sort of stitched together properly, Tamil Nadu scenario would have been very, very different. That was not done. Similarly, in Maharashtra, too much experimentation.
For a moment, I've got Mamta Banerjee on the line, one of the big heroes of this victory in West Bengal is Mamta Banerjee. She's joining us now very briefly. Didi, you've scripted history in West Bengal. The BJP was hoping to do well. You've turned the tables in West Bengal. What do you make of this? Congratulations, Didi.
I will bring the press 5:30, not now, because counting is still going on. So, so many press asked me, so now I am not giving any comments. Please wait up to 5:30.
You must be very happy with the results in the way they've come.
I not only speak for Bengal, I am congratulating all my supporting parties, India supporting parties, who have done very well. Somebody may do good, somebody may do bad, but we are grateful to our people. The people is the real master of this election. It is because of sometimes, who playing the mischievous things. I will tell you 5:30.
You were under a lot of pressure. You must be very relieved with the numbers. Were you expecting this?
5:30, not before that.
We wish you all the best. Mamta Banerjee, one of the big victors in this battle. Take a look at West Bengal. Trinamool at 31, 9 up from the last time. BJP at 10, 8 down from the last time. This is completely opposite to what the BJP was expecting in West Bengal. Mamta Banerjee there speaking exclusively to India Today television with her first reaction on that big victory in West Bengal. One of the key agenda setters of the 2024 elections. Mamta Banerjee speaking exclusively exclusively to India today?
I think the three states, Rahul, where the BJP has not done as well as expected, there's a common trail to it. Candidate selection, both in UP and West Bengal, there were question marks, organizational question marks, particularly in UP, a state that they've otherwise dominated. And I think, and eventually they relied on the Modi magic. The Modi magic has shown its limits today. You can't lift a party all the time expecting the Prime Minister and his sort of connect, which he undoubtedly has, to be able to lift your party time and again. You choose the wrong candidates, you pay a price in UP, in Bengal, and in Maharashtra, the kind of politics of utter cynicism. Let's break the party. Rajat and I were discussing, the BJP has struggled to hold this alliance where you've tied up with an Ajit Pawar, whom you called corrupt and you made all kinds of allegations with. Eknath Shinde, at the end of the day, is not the number one neta really across the Shiv Sena as far as its cadres are concerned. Right. What it would seem, therefore, is the cadres have chosen of the Shiv Sena, preferred to go with an Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP cadres have had sympathy for Sharad Pawar and their supporters. And you've got the Congress surprisingly making a bit of a comeback, because the BJP also in Maharashtra has suffered a bit of a credibility hit. You can't take voters for granted all the time.
So I think, Rajdeep, this is what has happened. There was crisis of credibility on the other side, on the BJP side this time. For a fairly long time, I've said 2019 was the peak moment when they were their strongest. Ever since that, they have consistently declined. And also when Fadnavis wasn't elevated as a chief minister, he had lesser energy and the power to actually build that coalition that Sharad Pawar on the other side was able to do that. So he was in the number 2 position. He was reluctant for a fairly long time, but nonetheless, they were able to get Ajit Pawar. But look at Ajit Pawar's party's body politique. That is very, very different. Ajit Pawar, you brought in Nawab Malik alongside Ajit Pawar, and the BJP's own support base were up in arms that why did you get Nawab Malik of all people? These contradictions were far too many to be ignored.
Absolutely. And there you've got a big news coming in from Hassan. Prajwal Revanna is now trailing by an even bigger margin. Shreyas Patel, whose grandfather defeated Deva Gowda, is defeating the grandson of Deva Gowda, Prajwal Revanna, who's behind bars. So, you've got a fascinating election. There was everyone who thought that Prajwal Revanna might still scrape through, relying on his grandfather's image. Sorry, Prajwal Revanna is losing at the moment in the seat of Hassan in Karnataka. So Karnataka, where it's 18-10, so that's a growth of 9 seats for the Congress in Karnataka, NDA 18. NDA sweeping basically northern Karnataka and the Malnad region, Udupi, Chikmagalur, Shimoga, Uttar Kannada, Dharwad, those are the seats, Belgaum, Bagalkot, Bijapur. But it is actually, interestingly, Hyderabad, Karnataka, where Mallikarjun Kharge comes from, where the Congress is doing well. Bellary, Koppal, Raichur, those are the seats. Gulbarga, which is his home seat, Bidar, that's where they're doing well. Then you've got Chikkodi at the corner, and Chamarajanagar is the only seat from old Mysore state in southern Karnataka which is being won by the Congress. All the others, the JDS alliance has worked. On the ground, there has been a transfer of the Vokaliga vote. Otherwise, in Bengaluru rural, for example, DK Suresh would not lose. So it's a very interesting picture that we are getting, contrasting picture from across the country at the moment. Preeti, what you want any farmaish? Let me do aapki farmaish.
This is being reloaded just.
Acha, reloaded. Sorry. What is there a? I'm sure that you're looking at certain states very carefully.
I'm looking at
Let's look at your home state of Haryana
I'm
again.
just looking at that now. It's
6-4
in favor, 1,000 each now. BJP is ahead in Gurgaon, Sonipat.
Ahead now in Gurgaon. What are the margins though? Very narrow.
1,000 Sonipat, less than 5,000. 1,000 Kurukshetra, less than 5,000 Sonipat, and less than 10,000 Gurgaon.
So you've got Sirsa, which the Congress is leading. Hisar, the Congress is leading. Rohtak, the Congress is leading. And Ambala. 3 of them are SC reserve seats where the Congress is leading. Kurukshetra, Karnal, you mentioned at the moment Sonipat, Gurgaon, and Bhiwani are the ones where the BJP leading, all with relatively small margins.
All less than 5,000, other than one seat.
Is this going to transform, you believe, into the Vidhan Sabha also, where you'll have a neck-and-neck fight in your view 4 months from now?
Well, 100%. That's what, and in a way, I would think the Congress, or at least the Huddas, not the Congress so much, would want it to be limited to this, because they would want the anti-incumbency to continue at least over the next 3 months when the state goes into a full-fledged state election. And what they would be very glad, Rajdeep, and like we pointed out, is to get the caste combinations right. They've been able to do something here which they've tried for decades in the state of Haryana, which is to get the Dalits en masse, not one part of the Dalit community, to vote for them. Because usually the Dalits have not gone with, one part of the Dalits has, the Jat. Okay, all right, Kishori Lal Sharma. Lal Sharma speaking.
Kishori Lal ji.
Request to get him live. He's with us. Kishori Lal ji is one of the big, giant winners. Can we go across to him and can we speak to him?
Kishori Lal ji, नमस्कार. राजदीप सरदेसाई बोल रहा हूँ.
नमस्कार.
राजदीप सरदेसाई बोल रहा हूँ. हमने पहला आपका इंटरव्यू किया था, तब आपने कहा था चमत्कार हो सकता है. मैं कुछ अभी नहीं कहूँगा, आज कह दीजिए क्या हुआ. स्माइल दीजिए.
अच्छा हुआ. यहाँ पे जो गांधी परिवार का विश्वास था मेरे ऊपर, मैंने उसको पूरा किया और गांधी परिवार का बड़ा साथ रहा और यहाँ की जनता का साथ रहा, गठबंधन के लोगों का साथ रहा. ये सब जीत जो हुई है सबको मिलाते हुए.
अरे कुछ तो किया होगा. क्या था? आपने बड़ा लो प्रोफाइल कैंपेन शुरुआत में किया था. प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा ने तो बहुत मशक्कत की आपके लिए, लेकिन आपकी क्या सीक्रेट क्या था? स्मृति ईरानी को हराने की आपकी क्या, कौन सा सीक्रेट था, फॉर्मूला?
नहीं, कोई सीक्रेट नहीं था. यहाँ की जनता और गांधी परिवार की ताकत ने मेरे को जिताया.
किशोरी लाल शर्मा जी, अब थोड़ा तो श्रेय ले लीजिए, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम भी बोला था कि ये चुनाव गांधीज का है. अभी भी सिर्फ श्रेय गांधीज को दे रहे हैं. बूथ जानते हैं आप अमेठी और रायबरेली का.
नहीं, वो मैं जानता हूँ, लेकिन ये श्रेय हमेशा गांधी परिवार का ही रहेगा. ये उनकी धरती है, तो मतलब ये राजीव जी की धरती है, तो ये कभी किशोरी लाल शर्मा की धरती नहीं हो सकती.
जायंट स्लेयर कहलाएंगे किशोरी लाल जी अभी से.
अब वो तो आप लोग जो भी कर दें.
अरे आप तो आपकी एक देखिए किशोरी लाल जी, अब दुनिया आपको देख रही है. पहले अब लोग कह रहे कौन है किशोरी लाल. क्या कहे जब कोई मुझे पूछेगा कौन है किशोरी लाल जायंट किलर, क्या बताएं?
राजीव जी, आप 35 साल से तो मेरे को जानते हैं
जी. आप
अमेठी में जब आते थे, मैं तो तब से जानता हूँ आप, और हम लोग इकट्ठे बात करते थे. पहला इंटरव्यू मैंने प्रियंका जी का आपसे कराया था, याद है आपको?
जी बिल्कुल.
मुंशी
बिल्कुल 99 में. बहुत समय हो गया, मैं बूढ़ा हो गया हूँ.
हाँ, नहीं, मैं भी बूढ़ा हो गया हूँ.
लेकिन कुछ तो होगा. नहीं, आज देखिए मैंने सुना है कि किशोरी लाल जी किसी के बर्थडे पार्टी हो या किसी के घर में मातम हो, आप हर एक के घर जाते हैं. क्या ये आपको लगता है एक फैक्टर था इस बार, या स्मृति ईरानी के खिलाफ वोट था?
किसी की गमी और खुशी में तो जाना हर पॉलिटिशियन का बनता, उनको जाना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि छोटा कार्यकर्ता मान महसूस करता है अगर कोई एमपी या एमएलए उनके यहाँ आता है, तो ये तो करना चाहिए सबको. देखो, मेन दूसरी बात है कि अमेठी में हम्बलनेस चलेगी, जब भी चलेगी. एरोगेंसी अमेठी में कभी चली नहीं, क्योंकि राजीव जी जब रहते थे वो मतदाता का सम्मान करते थे, मतदाता को धिक्कारते नहीं थे.
पर किशोरी लाल जी, जो
बड़ा कारण
17 सीट जो कांग्रेस लड़ रही है, उसमें से 7 आप जीत रहे हो, या कम से कम लीड में तो हो. कभी सोचा था ये होगा?
नहीं, इस बार गठबंधन का हमको लगता था कि अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा गठबंधन हमारा, और किया. सपा के लोगों ने भी बढ़ चढ़ के मदद किया और कांग्रेस के लोगों ने भी उनकी मदद किया. एक ट्रू में महागठबंधन जो था इस बार वर्क किया.
यूपी के लड़के काम कर गए इस बार यूपी में.
अभी मेरे तो बहुत हैं राहुल जी, तो मैं उनको लड़का तो नहीं कभी कह सकता हूँ.
अच्छा, मैं आपको कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ. प्रियंका गांधी कह रही है, मैं देख रही हूँ आपका चैनल, किशोरी लाल को मेरी बधाई. आप क्या कहेंगे प्रियंका गांधी को?
All credit goes to her. And Rahul ji also.
अरे आप तो थोड़ा क्रेडिट लीजिए. यही तो मुसीबत है कांग्रेस वालों की. आप लोग जब कुछ करते हैं तो भी कहते.
नहीं, मैं देखो, मैं दूसरे कांग्रेसियों की तरह नहीं हूँ. अगर कुछ गलत होगा तो मैं डिस्क्रेडिट लूंगा, लेकिन क्रेडिट हमेशा मेरे लीडर को जाए.
चलिए, और आप अमेठी के जनता के साथ रहेंगे ये विश्वास के साथ. और कैसे आज कोई सेलिब्रेशन? आप तो हमें चाय पिलाते हैं, कुछ और आज पिलाएंगे? क्या है आज सेलिब्रेशन, क्या है?
आप बता दीजिए, हम दिल्ली में आपको विद फैमिली डिनर करा देंगे.
विद फैमिली डिनर. चलिए, विद फैमिली क्या डिनर? सर, आप जानते हैं मैं नॉन वेजिटेरियन हूँ.
नहीं, मैं भी नॉन वेजिटेरियन हूँ.
चलो तो फिर बटर चिकन करते हैं, वो हैव मोर करके एक ये है.
अच्छा, okay, let it be, Rajdeep. Really, you're making your dinner plans already. Just
चले, somebody is offering me dinner. Why will I say no?
So Rajdeep's friends are making, so he's saying, okay, somebody is going to give me dinner now.
With your entire family.
Okay, thank you very much, Kishori Lal ji. I wish you very well. I'll tell you why. Because, you know, I met this Kishori Lal ji first time in the early 90s. I had come from Mumbai. I was a journalist in Delhi, finding my way around. I went to Amethi. There was a Sonia Gandhi rally, her first rally, where she took on, in a way, Narasimha Rao's government. And Kishori Lal helped me understand what was happening around me. And he's been very kind. Everybody knows him. किसी के घर में, you know, if somebody passes away in someone's house, he goes there. Someone has a birthday party, किसी के घर में शादी. So it's actually the classic old style politician staying in the background, but connected to people.
It's a very big message for the formidable.
And Smriti was Smriti had did a lot of work in Amethi. Make no mistake. But I think somewhere down the line, maybe some karyakartas or, you know, there's a lot of internal politics that's gone on in Uttar Pradesh this time. And I think that's damaged the BJP.
The
local MLAs.
Sorry?
This should be one headline statement that, you know, internal politics of BJP has actually...
No, the local MLAs especially, the local sitting MLAs of the BJP didn't quite come together to assist Smriti Irani. And this was something which was right out in the open.
And Smriti had her own group, Rajesh Masala, you know, her own team which had been created.
But Manoj Pandey came in much later.
So, I think there was a lot of internal but it's, you know, every election throws up one giant killer. There are many more.
Here, it was a vote, to be honest. When you spoke to the people, they were very clear that they wanted to vote for the Gandhis this time. You could make that out.
No, but from being giant killer to being slayed, you know, there's a whole journey over there.
And
you live to fight another election.
And I'm sure Smriti will bounce back. She's a very strong politician. I'm sure she'll bounce back. But all our correspondents are there. Paulomi Shah is live from the BJP headquarters. Rahul Gautam is live from the Congress headquarters. Who wants to go first? Preeti, where do you want to go?
Gautam, let's go to the AICC headquarters first. We've been to Paulomi a short while back. So the celebrations clearly in the BJP or at the BJP headquarters. It is going to be a Modi Sarkar, kid you not. Maybe slightly diminished in strength. But Rahul, the Shamiana, the Chola Bhatura, the Laddus haven't gone to waste at the Congress headquarters.
Absolutely, Preeti, and you know, as we know that Congress party and particularly opposition alliance is doing pretty well, this can also be reflected on the faces of Congress workers who are coming here in large numbers from various parts of the national capital. And as the tally is going, you know, up, we've been informed that more and more senior leaders are also coming in. You can see flags here. The mood is absolutely upbeat, although we can't really hear the sound of dhol at this point of time because there's a kind of lull or silence here because of the fact that BJP or the NDA is close to 300. So there are many are apprehending that it might be again a BJP government, but certainly you know, a performance by the India bloc, and therefore we've been informed that around 4 or 4:30 or possibly or 5 o'clock, Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, they both are likely to come here. They're going to speak with the media person, going to greet and congratulate workers here, and this is why the crowd here is only surging with each passing minute. The Congress has actually sacrificed a lot, you know, as far as this Lok Sabha is concerned. They sacrificed seats in key states like Maharashtra, Bihar, just for the sake to keep this alliance going. And since numbers are coming, for example, in Uttar Pradesh, in Rajasthan, obviously the Congress leadership is quite happy. We've been informed that now the back channel, you know, talks are underway. They are trying to reach out to new allies, possibly trying to, you know, evaluate the current prevailing political scenario and trying to explore possibility that whether they can do some big khela or not at this point of time. But as far as AICC headquarters is concerned, the crowd is only surging. Senior leaders are coming in here. They are taking feedback from various respective states. We've been informed that there are several key top leaders are sitting in a room. They are
Rahul, you're right. You know, this is an unusual moment for a Congress cadre. They've been waiting for a day like this for a decade now, Rajdeep. You know, you've usually not seen the kind of energy that you see where at the AICC headquarters it's always at the back of an election where the Congress has been decimated. You know, this is unusual for the Congress.
You know, somebody's given me a good one line. People have voted for the opposition, for an opposition they wanted.
Rahul,
not because
Rahul,
you finally
right.
got an opposition of substance after 10 years. I think that's one of the big messages. So people have voted. They still want Mr. Modi, possibly as Prime Minister, but they also want a strong opposition.
Rahul Gautam has some leader with him.
I think
Over to you,
Mr.
Rahul.
Srinivas.
Okay.
But let's go to, go ahead very quickly. He was already with us on air short while ago.
Quickly.
Srinivas, it seems that you're getting a lot of votes from youngsters as well, and you are increasing your seats mainly in Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh. What do you think possibly have worked in your favor?
देखिए किस तरीके से बीजेपी ने दे गिवन ह्यूज promises. They cannot fulfill single promise. You can see last 10 years what all they said for a youth of India. They told every year giving 2 crore job. इनका स्किल इंडिया, सिटिंग इंडिया, स्टैंडिंग इंडिया, स्लीपिंग इंडिया, कोई वर्कआउट नहीं हुआ. नरेंद्र मोदी जी गए 150 कंट्री पे, वो बोले मैं वहाँ से घूम के इन्वेस्टर्स को लाया, एक इन्वेस्टर्स आया नहीं है. तो युवा बहुत दिन से पिछले 10 साल इन लोग ने जो जोला है, खासतौर पे बेरोजगार युवा. So you cannot imagine.
Uddhav ji, I am with air and live show. I wanted to first congratulate you.
Yes, thank you. लेकिन राजनीति में शाम को बात करता हूँ आपसे. थोड़ा रिजल्ट पूरा.
But are you happy? Are you satisfied so far?
पूरा रिजल्ट आने दो, मैं बात करूँगा, जरूर बात करूँगा.
Okay, thank you so much.
आधी भी बात मैं नहीं करूँगा, पूरी होने दो, फिर पूरे विस्तार से बात करूँगा आपसे.
Okay, thank you so much. Uddhav Thackeray is saying that he will speak to us in Vistar when the results are fully out.
But he's sounding confident.
But he's sounding happy. I mean,
Sounds like he has a smile on his face.
You know, in the last 1 week, particularly after the exit poll, when I tried him, apply, no reply. Suddenly, that's how politicians are. They've suddenly woken up to seeing that, you can see their voices. I think that's what I said. I think what you will see, the opposition has got a voice. They haven't got the numbers they needed to form a government. Ironically, the Sidhu Moosewala song is with the NDA at the moment. 295.
That would be ironical.
And with the anarchy you pointed out, Rahul, in the morning. With all that anarchy.
This is how it ends. Moosewala 295. I read up the lyrics. Very anarchist, those lyrics. But if that's how it ends up, this massive irony over there. We'll slip into a quick break.
Seriously.
We'll have more for you when we come back on the other side. Stay with us. Back in a minute.
सिग्नेचर जो एक नया स्टाइल बनाए. सिग्नेचर, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love. Aqua bonita, who got a fever? Sonido inmersivo, conectados.
Higher, more creation, more possibilities.
अगर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
Do what matters. If you can bring change, change what matters. If you can build a legacy, build what matters. Do what matters.
सुप्रीम के 9000 से भी ज्यादा प्लम्बिंग एंड ड्रेनेज प्रोडक्ट्स और वाटर टैंक्स बने हैं क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल्स एंड इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से. सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सोल्यूशन, जीवन भर का साथ.
I don't expect anything without hard work. We have worked hard and people confidence. I really feel very happy that people will help us. And the hard work we have put in and the people believe on the truth of the confidence that people have on us, particularly our Honorable Prime Minister and as a candidate on me, even though I had only short time to campaign, but I actually very happy. Whatever may be the result, I accept. I'm always an optimistic person.
The India Alliance has been a conglomeration of corrupt, caste-based communal entities and forces which have for almost 7 decades enjoyed a stranglehold on the country's politics. I think this election marks an irreversible trend in India's politics, where India has firmly and irreversibly chosen development and performance-based politics, delivery-based politics.
सिग्नेचर जो एक नया स्टाइल बनाए. सिग्नेचर, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love. Cosa bonita, who got a fever? Sonido inmersivo, conectados.
Higher, more creation, more possibilities.
अगर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
Do what matters. If you can bring change, change what matters. If you can build a legacy, build what matters. Do what matters.
सुप्रीम के 9,000 से भी ज्यादा प्लम्बिंग एंड ड्रेनेज प्रोडक्ट्स और वाटर टैंक्स बने हैं क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल्स एंड इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से. सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सोल्यूशन, जीवन भर का साथ.
निष्पक्ष चुनाव हुए हैं. कांग्रेस पार्टी के पक्ष में भी नतीजे आ रहे हैं, लेकिन वो सच्चाई को स्वीकार करने को तैयार नहीं है. दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण.
दिग्विजय सिंह कह दिया कि सवाल उठाते हुए,
तो फिर इतनी सीटें जो इंडिया गठबंधन की है वो कहाँ से आ रही हैं?
अभी गिनती चल रही है और जो शुरुआती रुझान जो सामने आए हैं,
मैं समझता हूँ जो हमारे को जो आशाएं थी उन आशाओं के अनुरूप ये शुरुआती रुझान दिखाई दे रहे हैं हमारे पूरे प्रदेश में। मैं सभी हरियाणा वासियों का, अपने रोहतक लोकसभा क्षेत्र वासियों का बहुत बहुत कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद करता हूँ, दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। ऐसा लगता है कि लोगों ने जितना आशीर्वाद दिया है वो उम्मीद से भी ज़्यादा आशीर्वाद लोग दे रहे हैं। बाकी अब ये शुरुआत के रुझान हैं, जब पूरी गिनती हो जाएगी उसके बाद ही मैं कोई और टिप्पणी आपको करूँगा।
देखिए, पूरे देश में 542 जगह कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज हैं जो काउंटिंग सब जगह में शुरू हो चुकी है। हम लोग आज यहाँ आपको पहली बार अपने कंट्रोल रूम का एक्सेस दे रहे हैं। हमारी सारी टीम्स यहाँ बैठ
All right, warm welcome. You're watching India Today and the numbers are in front of you. 294 for the NDA, 232 for India. Others stand at 17. Let's quickly cut across to our reporters on ground. Joining me is Poulomi Saha. Definite now that it is going to be Modi 3.0, maybe not as strong as he would have imagined his Sarkar to be. But Poulomi, what does it look like? Disappointment in the cadre there. 7 o'clock, Prime Minister supposed to come to the BJP headquarters.
That's right. Of course, we're waiting on official confirmation of that. You know, the timing of it could be different as well because obviously the results are still not sealed across all constituencies at the moment. So the BJP is still hopeful of, scoring a respectable number for the NDA in comparison, of course, to what they had set out as their own target for the party and for the NDA. Here we are at the BJP party headquarters. Party Karyakartas, of course, have started gathering. As you can see behind me, Ashokji, my camera person, will show you the pictures, of course, waving the BJP flag and, of course, raising Jai Shri Ram chants as well. But Preeti, I've been here on several occasions during elections where, of course, the trends clearly show that the BJP is leading. And by this time in the afternoon, this very premise is packed to the brim. So at the moment, of course, it's a little different picture. Possibly when word gets out that the Prime Minister is definitely coming at a certain time, more Karyakartas will come in over here. But yes, this is a time when they start coming in. But I do see that the numbers are not as many as we've seen on previous occasions.
You know, Poulomi,
so
that's the strange part because you and Rahul Gautam, who's at the Congress headquarters, are feeling exactly the same situation, which is that you've never felt. It's surreal what's going on at the headquarters. Poulomi says by this time it's swarming with cadre, while Rahul Gautam, who's seen after the counting comes down to 3 p.m. on any election, he sees the crowds completely thin. Okay, Rahul's not with us, but we have other reporters. Let's cut across to Samarth, who's joining us from Lucknow. Samarth, the news not good at all where Uttar Pradesh is concerned.
Well, exactly, Preeti. I'm present at the Samajwadi Party office, and you can expect that you were here in UP as well. The sentiment was there. There was undercurrent for the opposition, be it Samajwadi Party or the Congress Party, and you can expect that Samajwadi Party has made a real damage to the Saffron Party, at least in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where BJP was expecting something 70 plus rounds right from here, but they have come down to 30s with India Alliance crossing the 40 plus mark. And Samajwadi Party, despite being a state party, crossing around 35 mark. If it goes in the same direction, then we can expect by evening SP would be leading in this particular state above the BJP. So that's very crucial, and also much credit should be given to Akhilesh Yadav, the way he selected the candidates, the way he stationed the candidates forward, he fielded the candidates from across, taking not just MY factor, but also that PDA theory which he gave in the form of Dalits, in the form of OBCs, and especially the non-Yadav OBCs seems to have played the part. And also the BSP vote bank, which was shifted to the BJP in the 2022
Samarth, I'm going to stop you for a moment. I'm going to stop you for a moment while Akhilesh Yadav is one of the heroes undoubtedly of the day for the opposition. There are several heroes they have. The BJP also has its fair share of heroes. I'm joined, Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, meanwhile, to hold a briefing at 5:30 p.m. today. We're told the Prime Minister will be at the BJP headquarters at 7 p.m. But we are joined at the moment by Pradeep Gupta of Axis My India. Pradeep, it hasn't been a great day for the pollsters because clearly the pollsters got this election badly wrong. What went wrong?
Rajdeep, let me explain particularly our Access My India report card to you and to everybody who is watching this telecast. We predicted 360 to 401 for NDA, meaning NDA is likely to form the government, and tally at this point of time is 295, meaning we are behind our predicted number of our lower range by about 66 seats. And I think as I deep down into my study what went wrong with our study, and I found that there are three big states, which is Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and West Bengal. These are the three biggest states. And in Uttar Pradesh, we predicted lower range about 67 seats. And at this point of time, NDA is likely to get, I think, 38 seats or 37. Yeah. So that is where we are down by exactly 30 seats.
Which is a lot.
Which is a lot. And in Bengal, it is reverse. We predicted 26 to 31 for BJP, and BJP is at this point of time about 11 seats. So about 15 seats we are down here. And in Maharashtra, we predicted about 28 seats for the NDA and India about 20 seats. It is reverse actually. So about 8 seats we are down.
Yeah, Maharashtra is not a big...
still, I'm explaining, Rajiv. Yeah. Everything I'm explaining where we went wrong, if at all we went wrong, wherever we are, which is fine. So these are the three biggest states where these 60 seats is coming from, where we are down. Rest.
So BJP's 60 loss is basically out of Maharashtra, UP and Bengal.
And in these three states, I think we as Access My India totally wrong.
Okay.
Not a single percent doubt on this. There is no, we need to introspect where what went wrong.
Even in Rajasthan.
But you got your vote share. No, let me be fair, Pradeep. You got your vote share right.
No, my dear friend, let me explain.
Go ahead.
Allow me only
of course,
not more
this
than
is
3
your
minutes.
moment.
Not more, whatever you say, whatever you critique.
No, you got your vote share right of the BJP.
I'm not getting into that. I'm just telling you where we went wrong. So this is where vote share, I will explain where we went right.
Which other states?
Now, as Preeti was mentioning about Rajasthan and Haryana, in Rajasthan also we have said NDA will lead, which is the case. 2-3 seats here and there.
That's
agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
That's within
even in Haryana. Even in Haryana.
India's at 10 right now.
I'm
You're
coming.
at 14. We predicted 3 to 5. So it's a double there.
I'm coming there. And in Haryana, we said India may get about 4 seats.
And it's ulta.
And it's 5-5 sometimes.
It's very close. It's very close.
Sometimes
it's close.
5-5.
Right now it's 6-4, but it's close.
And you know that we have said that this Kurukshetra seat is very tough fight kind of a situation, which is the case. Since morning it is going up and down. Okay. Now, see the other states. Now I'm coming to states like Bihar. We are bang on. Everything is matching. Absolutely not a single % doubt. Tamil Nadu, we said BJP or NDA could open the account, which is the case. Everything else is matching exactly. Even BJP could not win at this point of time, but PMK is winning, so NDA is winning.
Just one though.
Seat. Yeah, one. Yeah, absolutely one only. Now coming to the Madhya Pradesh, matching absolutely. Gujarat, as usual, matching. Andhra Pradesh, bang on. What I have seen last is 4 seats for YSRCP, meaning 21 seats for NDA.
You've got Andhra Pradesh and Odisha both bang on.
18 to 2019, just now I saw.
Yes. You've got Odisha, you've got
BJP,
both the Assembly as well as Lok Sabha, right?
My dear friend, I am coming to each and every state. I will not take your airtime more than 3 minutes for sure. Okay. Now coming to the Kerala. There also we are bang on 1 seat you know, Trishur is being, BJP side, and in Trivandrum, you know, 4 hours our BJP was leading. Now Shashi Tharoor is leading.
He's won.
And that is also...
Shashi Tharoor has won.
Okay, that also we have said that...
You'll give very high vote share numbers. You see what has happened? I'll give you an example. Punjab, you gave 0. They got 0. You said 2.
I will come everywhere. That's what I'm saying. Allow me.
So there are half a dozen states wrong.
I will not try to hide anything. If I'm trying to do that, I am making some mistake on myself.
Karnataka.
Don't worry. Now coming to Kerala. Now you said Kerala, you should know that. See the BJP percentage, I have given about 21%, including BDGS, which is contesting in alliance with NDA in 6 seats. 6 seats is a substantial number in the 20 seats tally in Kerala. So they also got some vote share. So about in Kerala, BJP is, what I saw last in election commission, is about 16 point some percentage point. Now coming to the Assam, exactly matching, Jharkhand matching, Chhattisgarh
Karnataka
matching.
not matching.
I'm coming to that. That's why I have not said the Karnataka.
Punjab
now,
not matching.
No, Karnataka also, we said out of 28 seats, BJP may get about 20 to 25, NDA may get 20 to 25 seats. It is
18-10.
18 seats. So there 2-3 seats are down. So, and all 4 assembly elections, we are bang on, spot on as usual always. So this time this is true. As far as the Lok Sabha election go, we are definitely not spot on, but we called NDA will form the government, which is the case. We are definitely not spot on, and I tried and explained where we went wrong.
You're 64, no, 1 minute. You're 64 seats down from your lower end, which is effectively a huge 20, and it's not just you, let's be honest. All exit pollsters today need to introspect. They've got a 25% wrong. That's terrible. Let's be honest. You can say the 3 big states you've got wrong. You've got Karnataka wrong. You've got Punjab wrong. You've got Haryana wrong. You've got small states wrong. Let's accept it. The exit pollsters failed. Why not accept it today?
Rajdeep, there is no question.
Not you only, all of them. All of you went up to 400.
But how is it possible that all the pollsters? It's a question.
How did the pollsters get it so wrong?
Trend and the sentiment wrong?
That is something other pollsters need to answer. Where we went wrong, I gracefully
Now, what do you think went wrong? What do you think went wrong in UP?
I'm coming to that. That's the very good question. Now, in Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Bengal, all 3 places, it is the Dalit vote who played the very, very vital role. And we all know that Dalits are the one who are generally speaks less. And in Uttar Pradesh, with this Dalit and Muslim combination and MY and Dalit played the vital role, and this is the result of saying.
In Bengal, was it the Mahila factor?
No. Mahila is always there. Mahila was a factor.
Did you underpoll women?
No, underpoll women meaning, madam, I am telling you, see.
Mamta has got 80% of the Muslim vote again.
She's standing
you see,
at
that's the
31.
difference. She's got 80% Muslim vote and she's got a substantial Mahila vote.
The other day also I explained, Rajdeep, in Bengal, it is
difficult to poll.
Difficult to poll.
I concede now.
Very, very difficult. And who is saying right, who is saying wrong is also 20%, as last time also I mentioned in Bengal. That factor of telling truth is about 20% chances they are not.
And Maharashtra finally.
And Maharashtra also, Dalit played a very, very big role, and Prakash Ambedkar's party which collapsed.
Okay. Point taken now.
So, I have a question. Just Pradeep, do you think because there is a large number of beneficiaries and labhartis in the domain, a large part of the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe people are beneficiaries, do you think there was an element of fear which prevented them from saying what they did?
No, I'll tell you. What went wrong in politically now I'm talking about. See, in Uttar Pradesh, it was all about the major narrative at this point of time was Ram Mandir. And I kept on saying on all my media appearance, सबसे पहले जो एग्रेसिव लाइन होती है, रिलीजियस लाइन होती है, दलित उससे सबसे पहले दूर जाता है। और उसका कारण मैं सबको ये बोलता हूँ, आप इंडिया के किसी भी मंदिर में जाके खड़े हो जाइए सुबह से शाम तक, और यदि 100 लोग मंदिर में आए, यदि 5 दलित भी उसके अंदर आ गए या 5 पुअर क्लास के आ गए, तो आप जो बोलोगे मैं हार जाऊंगा। उसका सबसे बड़ा एक वो कारण होता है। दूसरा, जो ये संविधान बदल जाएगा, दलित एंड आदिवासी इज द कम्युनिटी जो सब एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरीली सेंसिटिव है। जब भी किसी ने रिजर्वेशन की बात करी है, सबसे पहले वो शेकी होते हैं और सबसे पहले वो शिफ्ट होते हैं। सबसे पहले। Now I'm coming to that.
By the way, Pradeep, can I just say this? I think exit pollsters have a tough task, so I don't want to feel like I'm grilling you. I know, I respect your work,
no problem.
and I know that you put a lot of effort. I want to say that to viewers. I know Pradeep Gupta for the last decade. He works very, very hard. So while we may be seen to give him a hard time, Rahul, I want viewers to acknowledge he puts his name, reputation on the line each time. And I want to tell him this, Pradeep, from, you make an effort. So it's very easy to target someone on a day they may have got it right, but that's the nature of it. When you get it wrong, if we had got it right, we would have danced.
Rajdeep,
we couldn't dance today,
Rajdeep, I'm not saying that. I always try to get spot on, which is within my range. Despite of that, I am telling you, we are not what you are saying terribly wrong or horribly wrong. I would have said yes when India would have been in the same position to form the government.
Right.
So verdict is we could predict, but not accurately as we are known for.
Rahul.
No, so if we look at the national picture in terms of where the post-poll study seems to be different from the actual results, it seems if you look at the vote share, there is a variation between the vote share that the post-poll studies came back with and the actual vote share. The BJP's actual vote share at this moment seems to have gone up less than 0.5%, from 37.7 to 38.3. The Congress's vote share seems to have gone up about 3% to 23.5. That's the one big difference, because remember, the pollsters came back with BJP 40% plus. And if the BJP's actual vote share is 38.3, that's a big change, because what you have to understand that conversion of votes into seats is always complex. What you expect in the kind of large sample that you had is that you'd roughly pick the right vote share. In Uttar Pradesh, just one second, in Uttar Pradesh, it's actually a dead heat in terms of vote shares. If you compare the breakup of the India alliance with the NDA, it's a very tight fight. Whereas you came back, Pradeep, in your poll with a very different kind of vote share breakup. That's 44 versus 44, that's the number currently, whereas you seem to be predicting a big lead. So there's something which was happening on the ground which the polls frankly failed to catch.
Rahul, is it possible to see NDA vote share? And I know BJP.
No, it's 44, 45. I'll show it to you. Here it is, 44, 44, NDA, India in Uttar Pradesh. It's a dead heat. I'm saying in a bipolar contest. Okay. No, even if you look at the all India numbers for vote share, the fact that there is a big variation in the post-poll study, that is undisputedly true. No, so the Congress...
BJP official election commission site says BJP's overall vote share is 37.9 only.
Okay, it's not 39 as we thought it was.
No, it is you had projected 40 plus.
That's right.
So this is 37.9.
So we slightly over-projected BJP, and but the clearly under-projected Congress by a big number.
No, so the NDA vote share,
Congress is 23.
Your NDA vote share was in the high 40s.
Yeah.
The NDA vote share actually is now only 45. Your India Alliance vote share was in the late 30s. The India Alliance vote share is in the early 40s.
Yeah, let me tell you. So we predicted for NDA 47%, exit 47%. 45 is here, 2% down. So there, and for India Alliance, we projected 39%. So which is 3% up. That's the swing which took place.
5% swing has damaged.
And this is in a 2% is well within the error.
In a state like Maharashtra, where there are new formations, it's complex because you've got the Eknath Shinde Sena, Uddhav Bal. So it's very difficult for any pollster because these parties are contesting for the first time.
All over
it's
India.
in Uttar Pradesh where the bigger faux pas has happened.
Yes,
See, make no mistake, because in Uttar Pradesh, it's largely a bipolar contest. And because it's a bipolar contest,
Dalit.
My data actually shows, and I'll show this in just a moment. If you see in Uttar Pradesh, on the seats which are Dalit-dominated seats in Uttar Pradesh, you will see how things have changed. The maximum losses to the Bharatiya Janata Party are actually coming from the Dalit-dominated seats in Uttar Pradesh, and that really is the problem. This thing which is being mentioned, that, make no mistake, is the biggest story of this Lok Sabha election. This whole idea that the Samvidhan was like Sita and everybody out to save her on the Dalit-dominated seats. Now take a look at this. 156 Dalit-dominated seats. The NDA is at 57, down 34. India Alliance at 93, up 55. So it's the Dalits, the Yadavs and the Muslims coming together, which has changed the picture in Uttar Pradesh. But typically, political logic argues that the Dalits and the Yadavs at the village level are antagonistic towards each other.
That is old theory.
If this is the result,
old theory, Rahul.
If this is the result, it shows that that is no longer true.
Yes, and why? I'll tell you why it used to be. Because, see, Dalit is bothered about the atrocities, and generally in 30 years back, the atrocities from the upper caste, mostly from Rajputs and Thakurs, and in late 90s, once the emergence of Samajwadi Party and all this came in the force or the power, then the Yadav versus Dalit. So it was other way around, the BSP versus SP also. So this now the landscape is changing. Now after losing 4 consecutive elections, the BSP, even Dalits has started thinking where to go.
Yeah, but I don't think we can give the excuse that Dalits don't speak up. I mean, I haven't seen that. In fact, I believe Dalits now speak up. So I think, and a lot of people, I'm going to give reporters credit for once. A lot of the reporters who went on the ground, especially in Eastern UP, came back saying, sir, it's churning. There is caste churning taking place. So maybe pollsters need to look at that again in some way. And, can't say that so-and-so is silent. We've said that about Mahila, and I told you about Bengal. I told you Mahilas,
the big story in Uttar Pradesh is the collapse of the BSP vote. The BSP vote, which is about 19% in the last Lok Sabha elections, is down to 9% now.
They had a partnership.
Samajwadi Party.
Be that as it may, if you go back to the previous election in 2014, they were still 19%. So therefore, the 10% collapse, that's a sizable chunk of vote.
Wrong hai, Rahul. वो आप compare, आप assembly से compare कीजिए.
Assembly they got 30. No,
2014 के Lok Sabha में भी तो 19%.
No, I'll tell you why it is. They got, the difference is, the BSP contested on their own in the assembly of 22. They contested with the Samajwadi Party. When they contested on their own, they got 13% of the vote. That has come down sizably, correct me if I'm wrong, to about 9.2. So about 4%. A large chunk of that presumably has gone, has gone to the India
what's happened is that the extreme polarization of the Muslim and the Yadav vote in favor of the India alliance in Uttar Pradesh. That's why the SP and the Congress proving to be force multipliers for each other. This alliance working much better than the SP-BSP alliance, allowing for transfer of votes and the polarization of the Yadavs and the Muslims along with a chunk of the Dalits.
Dalit जो है वो कांग्रेस की वजह से got attracted towards the alliance, and this is the story.
Okay, so we'll have Pradeep with us. The good thing is he's being magnanimous. He's apologized for the error, and the fact is, unlike Rajdeep, I don't believe that the channels have nothing to do with it. It's a team, it's a partnership, so we got this wrong. Make no mistake about that. But he worked really hard. 4 times he went into this poll, so we thank you for your effort. And you win some and you lose some. He still has a fabulous track record in terms of polling.
Now you made him, oh God.
No, but the thing is, listen.
You get it all right.
Pradeep, come on. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. In life you can't get all right. Okay, in life you can't get all right. There's a lot of rigor and effort that goes in, and we've been, if you look at all our posts and our coverage during the post poll also, we were constantly saying, let's not get carried away. It's a post poll, it's directional. The reality is the polls can only give you an indication. It's only when you get carried away with your own hype, that is when the problems happen. And we were constantly on air, on Twitter, social media, Instagram saying, just dial the hype down. Don't get so carried away. This is only the post-poll results. And therefore, there's a lot to learn.
May I say this, that, he's got a lot of things right in this election also. The state assembly election. Andhra was not an easy state. Odisha not easy to predict in the manner that he has. The 3 big states, and for reasons that he's clearly given, UP, Bengal and Maharashtra.
These
are the three big mistakes. Punjab, Haryana
and
are
also
the smaller
Punjab,
mistakes, if I may call it. But the big mistakes were
make?
these three states, and they will happen. You know, you will come back, I'm sure, stronger. Your team will come back stronger. But I'm glad that you've come and been so transparent. I know pollsters, Rahul, in the past who would get it wrong and disappear. So thank you very much.
It takes a lot of courage.
Of course.
And speak on what you...
And also remember, polls are always directional. Anybody who gets carried away by saying that polls are the gospel, they are not. Polls are directional. They're very, very useful. I believe in that very strongly. Polls give you a good sense of how caste and communities are moving. That is the reality. Beyond that, the polls are not the gospel truth. You have to wait for the EVMs to be opened. Pradeep and his team, and not just to Pradeep, to all the people at Access My India who are watching at this moment, we know that you're tracking our channel, for the effort that you made during this Lok Sabha campaign. On behalf of the India Today Group, we're thankful for the effort that you made. You get some right, you get some wrong. This is a partnership. We can't put the blame down on Access My India. It's not our style. It's not what we think is right. This is teamwork. Pradeep and his team worked really hard on this poll. There are aspects that didn't come together. That is life. You take a blow and you get on.
Can I just make one more point on this? I think we as anchors and people in the TV studios also need to be that when we put the exit poll numbers, the definitiveness and the finality with which we do the analysis, maybe also we... There's an election in Maharashtra in 4 months. We have to get that spot on. There's an election in Jammu and Kashmir. There's an election in Haryana. अरे क्या बात करते हो? अरे ये कैसे बात है? अरे आप और हम टाइगर, you still are very much there. Don't worry about it. We've got. Look, all I want to say is that you've tried your best.
This is all that can be done.
That's all that we can do.
Even if, for example, with the election intelligence dashboard that we've got,
you've done an honest post-mortem.
What if the machine crashes and it doesn't work? All this hype, EID, this, that. I mean, it can crash. It's a machine. Your computers in office, your servers, anything can crash. Things can happen.
Rahul, don't forget. At least we've got the winner right. Remember 2004? Most pollsters even got the winner wrong, right? So. Things will happen.
And
yes.
in the midst of it, you've got 2 assembly elections bang on,
and he's got some very complicated states right. For example, in Odisha, to pick the quantum and the magnitude of the BJP's performance in Odisha, that's very good.
Gana kare.
Chalo.
चलो कुछ नहीं तो वो जो मूसे वाले का गाना था यार वही वाला चल गया.
I don't know. I didn't even know that Musewala sang till a few days ago. So that's another matter.
Musewala sang. Rajdeep, really?
चलाना बनता तो है. बनता है गाना.
एक बार
तो बनता है.
295. But you know the NDA is at 295. Rahul Gandhi thought he'd get 295.
गीत गाता हूँ मैं, गुनगुनाता हूँ मैं.
Which is what?
चलता रहता है यार. You continue the song of life. You get some days right, some days wrong. But look, at the end of the day, I think, Pradeep, I know you are passionate about elections, passionate about what you do. The tears that are coming out is a part of your passion. And I think viewers out there need to recognize, because when we do these exit polls, the attempt is to try and get you trends. Many of the trends that Pradeep has captured are important. Somewhere he's got it wrong. We will introspect. And I think that's the way forward.
The most important thing, learning which was not part of, when we look at data, we don't interpret it in its entirety. What he said about the movement, the migration of the Dalit vote.
No, we got that in the post-poll study.
Towards the reason, towards the India alliance, comforted by the fact that Congress was in the alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to say.
One biggest conundrum before me is the same Dalit story did not work at all in Bihar. Bihar, you have.
No, I'm telling you, I got to study that also. And in Bihar, you see, because of JDU and past ones LJP, BJP is scoring much less in terms of number of seats in comparison to JDU.
Yeah.
And this is the story it tells. Because Dalit vote got in alliance with the NDA.
Pradeep, in your estimate,
so basically,
Pradeep, in your estimate, how is the nature of governance likely to change in the next 5 years on the back of this verdict?
I mean, there will बहुत कुछ होगा.
क्या होगा?
Government में बहुत कुछ होगा. बहुत meaning the style approach towards the delivery will be far more greater now considering this verdict.
Yes, yes.
Because क्या होता है कि आपने 5 साल में बहुत सबसे ज़्यादा डिलीवरी की, उसके बाद अगले 5 साल में भी डिलीवरी की, बट इन कंपैरिजन टू दैट डिलीवरी का इस लेवल नेचुरली कम होगा और एक्सपेक्टेशन का लेवल और बढ़ता है.
Because you kept telling me that the reason why the NDA had the edge was delivery. You and I discussed it. That's why they've survived anti-incumbency of 10 years, which is an achievement in itself. But obviously what they did, I think, Rahul, and this is subject to discussion, is they set their expectations so high. The reality on the ground, remember COVID, post-COVID, incomes falling, they created that as if India was in an idyllic situation.
There is another part to this. The articulation that we have covered so much ground, that so many lives have been improved.
The repetition
made the person who is left out feel more left out.
No, so can I show that? If you look at the rural seats, take a look at this, it actually captures that. If you look at the national picture, look at the rural seats of India and see how the situation has changed on the rural seats. Of the seats where the rural population is more than 60%, the India Alliance's tally has gone up 73, the NDA's tally is down 32. So it is in rural India that there is a bit of a churn that's happening.
On your question, but how would governance change? And I personally believe that a whole host of new subsidies will have to come in. Subsidy as a percentage of GDP we were discussing is down at 1.3% only. So it's not like Modi has given enough a number of subsidies and there is no elbow room left. I think there will be far too many doles now. You will see economy therefore will take a backseat. I mean the GDP numbers and the other numbers, and you will see far more spending to add more safety nets.
That's a unidimensional view. You have capex as one view now. The second view is consumption. Consumption is both a political compulsion and an economic compulsion. So there will be a focus to deliver consumption. How do you prop up consumption? How do you create rooms for that? So the income support group, this much before the verdict, I had said that 2.1 lakh crore mein se paisa women transfer mein jayega. Maybe the women transfer will become national scheme just like the PM Kisan. So there will be an enhanced focus on this.
Right.
There will be a pressure to be more pro-poor. That is the political articulation. And there will be a pressure to go anti-corruption.
All this khata-khat pressure now it seems to be true. So khata-khat pressure will be on Modi.
It's one of those things that, we don't know whether khata-khat has worked. There could be various factors. Look at this.
But each one of them adds something.
I'll be honest. For me, as takeaway of this election, this is the ultimate state-by-state election. The same rules that may apply in one state don't apply in the neighboring state. If it was a khata-khat election, then they would have got a majority. Then I would have called it a khata-khat election. Truth of the matter is, Uttar Pradesh had its own politics, Rajasthan had its own politics, Haryana had its own politics, Bihar had its very different politics.
The opposition was able to bring the seat to a 543 seat election.
That's not more than 543.
We got it down to that.
I would say it was 28 states of India, each with distinctive. Look at how Kashmir has voted. Look at how Punjab has voted differently.
So Rajdeep, I have just written a piece in which I have used 2 lines which I'll share with you. In 2004, LK Advani, when they lost, said that all election verdict was an aggregation of state verdicts.
Yes.
It was a mandate. This verdict is an aggregation of many individual grievances, whether it is the youth, whether it is a farmer, whether it's a rural guy, whether it's the Dalit, and that has been, so the silent voter has spoken.
Exactly, the silent voter has spoken.
So Pradeep, what could you have done differently? If you were to look at this, what in the immediate post-mortem that you've done, there'll be lots of post-mortems happening in the BJP and in the other parties as well. What could you have potentially done differently?
So I'll have to deploy more senior teams in Uttar Pradesh and state where this can go, I mean, particularly where the Dalit population in sizable numbers. For example, in Hamlog, southern and eastern India, where language is a barrier, तो वहाँ पे क्या करते हैं कि senior persons को ज़्यादा deploy करके रखते हैं. That is the.
You've got those complicated states, right?
इसीलिए कि आंध्र प्रदेश इतना आसान नहीं है. आप असेंबली का रिजल्ट देखिए क्या मीनिंग है. 150 plus out of 175 for NDA. In Odisha, also, you see the Odisha assembly election, vote share bang on matching 41% for both the party. But see the seats here, it is about 75 for BJP and in 50s for, this is what we have predicted. You are saying now why the dead hit? That's the dead hit in term of vote share. But in term of seats here, see how it is different in Odisha.
So can I show you?
Yeah, Odisha
the assembly
yeah.
numbers. Again, you know, obviously there are things that did go wrong. And if you look at the Odisha numbers have the BJD and the BJP in the range that was predicted. BJP 77 up 54, the BJD at 52, up 61. The BJP here set to form the government by itself for the first time, 147 seats in total. The BJP quite comfortably placed
and
in this
we predicted between 62 to 80 for BJP and even for the BJD. And see the vote share in this Odisha assembly.
What is the Odisha assembly looking like at the moment?
BJP government.
BJP has formed? No, but these are still not results, I'm told.
No, so if you look at the vote share,
yeah.
the BJD's vote share is 40, BJP vote share is 41, Congress is at 13.
Yeah.
So it's a dead heat in terms of vote share.
And we also
in Odisha. The
predicted
BJD had 45 last time, the BJP had 32. So if you compare, the BJP's gone up by about 9 and the BJD's come down by 5.
And Rahul, we predicted 42% vote share for both the party.
Okay, let's now come to Andhra Pradesh, which clearly is a yo-yo state from having Jagan Reddy sweep to 109 leads for the TDP, 132 up 109. Jagan Reddy at 15 down 136. This is the collapse of hubris. The collapse of hubris. You get voted to power, you start thinking that you're God, and then this is what happens at the end of it. And remember, if Chandrababu Naidu had not been arrested, it may not have swung in this dramatic fashion. So you overreach, misuse investigative intelligence agencies, police agencies, Pradeep, it can swing very badly against you.
You know, if I had a common theme as a takeaway, it would be arrogance.
So
today, arrogance has been taught a lesson across this country in different forms.
देश की जनता ने अहंकार को सबक सिखाया.
You know, let's not say again. I wouldn't say uniform, but there are enough examples, and maybe Jagan is himself. Look, Jagan did a lot of strong welfare stuff.
Yeah.
You know, let's give credit. This is the irony of it. The celebrations, though, as you are seeing in those pictures, are taking place at Chandrababu Naidu's house. There is his son Nara Lokesh and others who are celebrating.
No, but this is how political fortunes change.
Yeah.
Just a few months back, he was rotting inside the jail, and no big leader was actually going and meeting him.
Yeah, but you know,
and now he's the kingmaker almost at a point in time.
I think in UP, the BJP thought they took the election for granted as if it was, a done deal. The sort of Modi-Yogi combined would be too strong. Didn't work. We've seen to some extent this in Andhra Pradesh, the kind of politics played. People didn't appreciate the kind of bruising politics that was going on in Andhra Pradesh. People have not appreciated the cynical politics of Maharashtra. Isko tod do, usko tod do, sarkar bana do. Didn't work in Maharashtra. So there are enough examples, Rahul, I think, that suggest that politicians need to take a step back sometimes and not take the voter for granted. There you've got Pawan Kalyan. He's got a Russian wife, by the way. I think she's his third wife. She's a Russian. Yeah, that's his third wife. And she's there with Pawan Kalyan. Preeti saying, how does it matter? Sorry, I won't emphasize that again. But that's his wife. And she's giving Pawan Kalyan's got a big boost. He will be part of this government. Some say could even become a deputy chief minister in Andhra Pradesh.
One from a margin of 7.
Okay, we need to take a break at this point. I need to take a lunch break. But Preeti, Rahul, Pradeep and others, I'm sure, will continue. It's been fascinating, this election. One of the best general elections in a long time, simply because it's been so competitive. That's what we wanted.
You know, and so much hard work went into making this election intelligence dashboard. And for a long time, by the feedback I was getting from others in the newsroom, a bit dispirited कि इससे क्या होगा, ये तो जीतने वाले हैं, फिर ग्राफिक्स में क्या इंटरेस्ट है, तुम ऐसे ही करते हो, कुछ नहीं चलने वाला. And now just the fact that it's become so exciting. It's exciting because it's not over even at this moment. If you look at the seats where the margin is less than 10,000 votes, there are 44 seats still up for grabs. Even as voting continues late into the afternoon, 44 seats up for grabs, evenly distributed between the NDA and the India Alliance. 20 of those for India, 23 for the NDA. So this election is far from settled. 295 is haunting. Rahul Gandhi said Musewala 295. I think that could well be the track, except that he thought he'll be 295. The NDA is at 295. So that's just the way things stand. We'll slip into a break. We'll have a lot more for you when we come back. Stay with us.
सिग्नेचर जो सबकी सोच से ऊपर जाए. Signature, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them man. All I want is a touch of love.
Higher, more creation, more possibilities.
अगर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
Do what matters. If you can bring change, change what matters. If you can build a legacy, build what matters. Do what matters.
सुप्रीम के 9,000 से भी ज्यादा प्लम्बिंग एंड ड्रेनेज प्रोडक्ट्स और वाटर टैंक्स बने हैं क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल्स एंड इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से. सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सोल्यूशन, जीवन भर का साथ.
अभी तक मैंने रिजल्ट्स देखे नहीं हैं. अभी तक परिणाम मैंने इनिशियल रिजल्ट्स देखे नहीं हैं, मगर अभी तो मैं हनुमान जी का आशीर्वाद लेने आया हूं. मगर ऑल विल बी वेल, सब बढ़िया होगा और जो कामना करी है वो पूरी होगी. जो आज रिजल्ट्स आएंगे, दैट विल बी द वर्डिक्ट ऑफ द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, पीपल ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश, और उस पर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
सिग्नेचर जो सबकी सोच से ऊपर जाए. Signature, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Higher, more creation, more possibility.
घर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
Do what matters. If you can bring change, change what matters. If you can build a legacy, build what matters. Do what matters.
सुप्रीम के 9,000 से भी ज्यादा प्लम्बिंग एंड ड्रेनेज प्रोडक्ट्स और वाटर टैंक्स बने हैं क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल्स एंड इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से. सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सोल्यूशन, जीवन भर का साथ.
The result which we have today, the blessing of voters, we have happy, but totally I am not happy, because we expected our NDA alliance will going to get minimum 25 seats. That has reduced to 5 seats, 5-6 seats. That is the only thing I am actually disappointed. Because the way in which our party workers from both the sides, how they worked in the field, the cooperation with internally with leaders, we have successfully run the show in this election from BJP and JDS. But little bit I am disappointed because what we expected 25 seats, that is reduced.
सिग्नेचर जो सबकी सोच से ऊपर जाए. Signature, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Higher, more creation, more possibility.
घर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
Do what matters. If you can bring change, change what matters. If you can build a legacy, build what matters. Do what matters.
सुप्रीम के 9,000 से भी ज्यादा प्लम्बिंग एंड ड्रेनेज प्रोडक्ट्स और वाटर टैंक्स बने हैं क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल्स एंड इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से. सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सोल्यूशन, जीवन भर का साथ.
पिछले लोकसभा चुनाव में जहां 28 सीटें भाजपा जीती थी, इस बार 29 की 29 सीटें यानी क्लीन स्वीप जो लक्ष्य लेके भाजपा चली थी उसे पूरा करते हुए यहां दिख रही है. हमारे साथ इस समय एक्सक्लूसिव बात करने के लिए मौजूद है मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव. मोहन जी, क्या ये कहा जाए कि पहली ही परीक्षा आपकी और उसी परीक्षा में आपने 100% अंक हासिल कर लिए, 100 में से 100, 29 की 29 सीटें आपके पास?
देखिए, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमको ये सारी चीज़ों का देखने का मौका मिला है. और मध्य प्रदेश वो प्रदेश है जहां जनसंघ के ज़माने से सबसे पहले हमारी पार्टी ने अपनी विजय यात्रा प्रारंभ की थी. तो स्वाभाविक रूप से पार्टी का सामूहिक नेतृत्व रहता है सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का, सभी नेताओं का, और माननीय मोदी जी का, माननीय नड्डा जी का, माननीय अमित जी का, हमारे सारे राष्ट्रीय नेताओं का मार्गदर्शन मिलता है और उसका परिणाम हमारा इसी प्रकार से है.
सिग्नेचर जो सबकी सोच से ऊपर जाए. सिग्नेचर, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Higher, more creation, more possibility.
घर रूंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता। रूंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल। रूंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड।
Do what matters. If you can bring change, change what matters. If you can build a legacy, build what matters. Do what matters.
सुप्रीम के 9000 से भी ज्यादा प्लम्बिंग एंड ड्रेनेज प्रोडक्ट्स और वाटर टैंक्स बने हैं क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल्स एंड इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से। सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सोल्यूशन, जीवन भर का साथ।
एग्जिट पोल को लेकर आपने सवाल उठाया, कहा कि मीडिया पोल था, और प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं।
देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री अगर पीछे चल रहे थे कुछ समय तक, यही मैं ट्रेंड मानता हूं देश का। जो प्रधानमंत्री अजिंक्य है, अजेय है, भगवान के अवतार है, वो भी उनके वाराणसी में, बनारस में पीछे चल रहे थे। ये ट्रेंड है इस देश का, उत्तर प्रदेश का। पूरे देश में जिस तरह से आंकड़े आ रहे हैं, क्या ट्रेंड दिख रहा है, मुझे लगता है देश में परिवर्तन होने जा रहा है।
एग्जिट पोल को लेकर सवाल उठाया, पीएम बनने को लेकर आज आपने अपने उसमें भी लिखा है।
देखिए, ये अभी बात नहीं होगी। 4 बजे के बाद मैं बात करूंगा। अभी पूरे नतीजे आने दो, ट्रेंड स्पष्ट होने दो। लेकिन कुछ जगह पर तो 1-1 लाख का लीड है। जैसे हमारे नंदुरबार जो बीजेपी की जगह है, वहां कांग्रेस के उम्मीदवार।
Hello and welcome to an India First special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. India has spoken and India Alliance is shining. The BJP, after 10 years in power, has failed on its own to reach the 272 mark. Of course, the NDA is leading in 294. Again, not crossing that psychological 300 mark. But when it comes to the Congress party, it's 1-4, leading in 93. So the Congress also at 97 is what we are being told by the Election Commission. But let me get to the latest. There's a very crucial meeting that's currently on at the residence of the BJP President JP Nadda. That's the information that's coming in. We're told that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and of course BL Santosh are present in this very crucial meeting that is taking place. 10 years in power, the BJP was hoping 370 or 370 on its own and 400 par with NDA allies, and that clearly is not happening now with leads in all 543 or 543 seats in. The BJP, the plus, which is NDA alliances at 294 plus, India alliances at 232 plus, others at 17. I'll get you much more on this meeting that is taking place at JP Nadda's residence. But let me also quickly get you the top
takeaways since this morning. The BJP has been humbled. Of course, it will form the next government, at least that is what all indications are as of now. The NDA will form the government, but the BJP does appear to have been humbled to an extent. It's a major milestone in the revival of the Congress party. That dream of Congress Mukt Bharat that Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke of, very clearly that is not happening, because if pollsters said that the Congress would be between 30 and 40 and 50, that's not happening. The Congress not touching the 100 mark as yet. 97 is where they are leading or have won. 94 they are leading, 4 they've won so far. Competitive welfare, that will define the next 5 years of the BJP and of course the Congress. The allies, they will play a much, much bigger role. 10 years, the BJP had a brute majority. 284 the first time, 303 of their own, the second time 2014 and 2019, but 2024, the BJP is at 244 as of now. They've won 17 and they're leading in 227 more. So that's around 244 for the BJP. There are still about 44 seats where the margin remains less, but clearly, as of now, it appears unlikely that the BJP will touch 272 on its own. Huge east footprint for the BJP in Odisha. But clearly an indication, is this the end of the road for Naveen Patnaik in Uttar Pradesh? And that perhaps is the biggest story of this election so far. Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP was hoping after the Divya Bhavya Ram Mandir at Ayodhya, they were hoping anything between 60 and 70, and those who thought that they'll get more than 70, well, trouble in Uttar Pradesh, less than 36 as far as the BJP is concerned as of now. Internal cracks exposed. Will this trigger a damage control in Uttar Pradesh? Because Akhilesh Yadav, and if we were to talk about Samajwadi Party on its own, 40 plus on their own, their leads, the Congress is leading in several seats. So pollsters, that's the question here. Exit pollsters, do they suffer from a confirmation bias here? NDA, they've got it absolutely right. Bang on when it comes to Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu, CBN Garu is what everyone is saying. Firmly in the driver's seat in the state and will play a much bigger role by all accounts on the national level too. Thumping majority. Decade ends. The BJP will be at the mercy of its allies. 240 of their own is the indication as of now. 244 leads and wins, but on their own, not touching 272. The BRS has been obliterated, worsens with the wipeout in Telangana. So that is the situation if we were to look at the position at 4:37 p.m. on counting day. Pradeep Gupta is with me on this special broadcast, and Pradeep Gupta is, as many would argue, the man in the hot seat, the man in the line of fire. And Pradeep Gupta, what went wrong that the BJP's 400 par, you too predicted 360, 360 to 401, but they've stopped at 293.
So, basic difference took place in the largest state like Uttar Pradesh, where we also predicted our lower ends as many as 67 seats for NDA. And the reality is NDA is likely to get about 40 seats and 40 seats by India Alliance. So this is where those 25 odd seats is slipping. And the next big story in West Bengal, where last time BJP has scored 18 seats and TMC 22 seats. This time TMC is likely to get, what trends are showing here, is about 30 seats.
Yes.
Is about 30 seats. That's number 2. And number 3 is the story in Maharashtra, of course, which is in the expected line, but not so badly, that India Alliance would get now likely getting about 28 odd seats and 20 odd seats coming to NDA fold. So these are the 3 states which made sure BJP not touching on its own the majority mark and NDA not crossing the 300 mark.
So let alone 400 par, it's not even 300 par as of now. So what's the road ahead as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned? What's the thinking within the Bharatiya Janata Party? I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Polami Saha, who's joining us. And Polami, what's the thinking within the Congress Party? Within the Bharatiya Janata Party? Okay, give me a moment as we try and reestablish that link with Polami Saha. 293 is where the BJP is. But another big story, Pradeep Gupta, is Maharashtra. Have the voters spoken, which is the Asli Shiv Sena, and it's the voters who've spoken, which is the Asli NCP in Maharashtra?
Definitely, yes. You're Rahul, right?
Go on, sir.
Yeah, so definitely this is the case, even in case of Maharashtra, where you are talking about which NCP and which Shiv Sena is original from people's point of view. So definitely it is quite evident that people have restored their faith in Sharad Pawar's NCP and Uddhav Bal Thackeray Shiv Sena.
Okay. Let's also quickly, for the benefit of viewers who are just joining us, let me tell you some of these hot seats and the cool hawa in those hot seats. Now, one seat that was being spoken of very extensively is the seat of Union Women and Child Development Minister Smriti Irani at Amethi. In 2019, Smriti Irani was seen as the giant killer, a hot seat, but the cool hawa is not on Smriti Irani. Go on, sir.
Yeah, as per Election Commission portal, she is trailing by 1,40,000 odd votes. 1,40,000 odd votes.
And that's huge. What explains, in your view, this change? And were you seeing this, or is this surprising? The Congress Party, of course, said this will happen, but there were many who said that Smriti Irani is extremely strong in Amethi, or was that again a confirmation bias of those people?
Rahul, in our poll also, seat by seat, hot seat poll also, we have shown there is a tough contest, in our sample. So actually tough contest in our sample, meaning we cannot figure out who is the clear-cut winner. You know, anybody can win, but which is not the story as it is the case in entire Uttar Pradesh.
Because the margin is huge of KL Sharma's victory.
Considering BSP is also contesting there.
Yes.
So it was expected that, you know, margin will be very less in triangular fight, but which is not the case.
Okay. The next hot seat cool hawa, and real cool hawa this time, is in Rai Bareli. Rai Bareli, again, it was seen, many argued that Rahul Gandhi, traditional seat. Remember when Sonia Gandhi traveled to Rai Bareli, she said, मैं अपना लड़का, अपना बेटा आपको सौंप रही हूँ, और hot seat cool hawa on Rahul Gandhi. So it's like cool hawa se zyada, it's AC hawa for Rahul Gandhi in Rai Bareli.
It is.
And this was expected?
This was expected. I mean, there was
No
not a
surprise
single % doubt on this seat particularly.
Okay, so Amethi and Rai Bareli are two hot seats, cool hawa, that we've looked at. Since we're talking about Rahul Gandhi, let's also travel to the other seat of Rahul Gandhi in Kerala, where in this hot seat, cool hawa in Wayanad, again the cool hawa is very clearly on Rahul Gandhi, even though it was said that the BJP is pulling all stops to ensure that BJP is able to put a fight. But the BJP wasn't in a position in Kerala to challenge Rahul Gandhi.
Yeah, there is no question of BJP putting forward any kind of challenge whatsoever, particularly in Wayanad and that too in Kerala. There is no question. But in Rai Bareli, as per ECI, Rahul Gandhi is leading with 3,88,000 votes. 3,88,000.
So he's increased his mother's margin. The mother's margin was about 1.5 lakh.
Yeah.
Rahul Gandhi's actually increased it to 3 lakhs, you're saying.
3,88,000.
3,88,000 is the margin. So a very clear message being sent out by the voters of Rai Bareli. So what's the thinking in the BJP camp right now? And Paulami Saha joins us with more on this. Paulami, Ab ki baar 400 par was the nara for NDA and 370 as far as the BJP was concerned. They're actually at 244 at this stage, leading and win, Paulami. So what's the thinking in the BJP camp?
Gaurav, I apologize. I haven't been able to hear your entire question. I'm showing you pictures right now of celebrations that have begun at the BJP headquarters. Of course, while the top leadership of the party is sitting at Mr. Nadda's residence right now, minus, of course, the Prime Minister, who are looking at the trends and the results that are coming in and are number crunching on that in terms of how the NDA is slated to form government. Already the Home Minister has been in touch with NDA partners, speaking to them, of course, and getting a sense from them about the wins and losses of the alliance across various states. But already preparations currently underway, Gaurav, at the BJP headquarters for a grand celebration of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the party workers here say that a win is a win at the end of the day. Yes, we did not meet the numbers that we had set for ourselves in terms of a target. But at the end of the day, what we're looking at is Modi 3.0, a third consecutive term from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Gaurav?
A win is what the Bharatiya Janata Party is saying, and that too after 10 years of being in power. Narendra Modi returns as Prime Minister for another 5-year tenure. So that's the thinking in the BJP. That's the celebrations. Paulami, stay with me. I'll come back to you for a moment. But I want to go to another hot seat and see who has the cool hawa here. And I want to take you to Northeast Delhi, where it was Kanhaiya Kumar. The hot seat, of course, as far as Kanhaiya Kumar is concerned, but if we were to talk about Kanhaiya Kumar, he wasn't really in the fight. I mean, he tried quite a bit, but the BJP was extremely strong.
Actually, he was treated purely outsider, and his name also was declared in the last moment. So he didn't get enough chance also to travel through and connect through the electors. And Manoj Tiwari is too strong a candidate, particularly on this seat, where sizable number of Biharis are still giving vote to BJP, and which is the case in all 7 seats of Delhi. BJP is winning all 7.
Okay, so Kangana Ranaut in Mandi, from the film industry, she enters the parliament, and hot seat cool hawa in Mandi is Kangana Ranaut. Now, Vikramaditya Singh considered strong, but BJP, of course, has the push entirely. Asli NCP versus not so Asli NCP. The next hot seat cool hawa, I want to take you to Baramati. And in Baramati, Sharad Pawar put his heart and soul in it, and the results are showing.
Yes, Pradeep. Definitely. And in fact, in our poll also, we have shown Supriya Sule is likely to win, and which is the case.
So we've done Baramati, we've done Mandi, we've shown you Northeast Delhi, and now I want to take you to Thiruvananthapuram. The BJP put up a tough fight. Let me take you to the hot seat and show you the cool hawa in Thiruvananthapuram. Shashi Tharoor has the Thandi hawa very clearly. Of course, it was touch and go in between. It was touch and go. Rajiv Chandrasekhar put up a big fight.
In the initial 4 hours, Rajiv Chandrasekhar was leading. And after, in last 2 to 3 hours, Shashi Tharoor is leading.
So, the fight within the India alliance when it comes to Kerala, did that cost Shashi Tharoor those anxious moments?
Yes, definitely, yes. I mean, even last time in 2019, BJP secured 31% vote, which is a very sizable number. And this time too, I'll just tell you the exact number difference between...
Yes.
1.5% gap between Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Chandrasekhar. And as far as the vote go, roughly 17 to 18,000 at this point of time.
Let me now take you to Hyderabad. And in Hyderabad, many argued that nobody can challenge Asaduddin Owaisi, and the hot seat Cool Hawa very clearly does indicate that Asaduddin Owaisi remains the undisputed leader.
Yeah, you can say definitely yes. As far as Hyderabad and Asaduddin Owaisi goes, he's clearly winning. In even our poll, we have said so.
Okay. Now, overall, if we were to look at your polls, and for a moment, we're shifting focus from Hyderabad and taking you to Haryana. Haryana, again, the Bharatiya Janata Party, for some time, it was argued 7-3 hoga, 6-4 hoga, 4-4 kya hoga. Hot seat Cool Hawa in Kurukshetra on Naveen Jindal. So Naveen Jindal managing to push ahead,
yes.
But the BJP in trouble in the state.
Yes, predicted 4 seats for the Congress and about 6 seats for the BJP. But at this point of time, it is equally positioned 5-5 to each.
So 5-5 to each as of now. If we were to talk about the New Delhi constituency, so I'm quickly going through some of these hot seats because you're getting a lot of phone calls from our viewers who want to know what's happening to some of these hot seats. And in New Delhi, Basuri Swaraj, Sushma Swaraj's daughter, the hot seat Cool Hawa on Basuri Swaraj at a time when Somnath had said that in case he doesn't win, he'll shave off his head.
That I don't know. But see, BJP is leading with 70,000 plus margin in this seat, New Delhi.
Okay. A quick break. We'll be back with the headlines. We'll be back with our top stories and the top trends as we look at results in the 543 seats. Most of those results are in the BJP leading or having won in 244. The Congress at 98 at this point of time leading and 1 seats. Much more on this big story after a short break. Stay with us.
सिग्नेचर जो सबकी सोच से ऊपर जाए. Signature, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से.
It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम. तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
More creation, more possibilities.
अगर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
Do what matters. If you can bring change, change what matters. If you can build a legacy, build what matters. Do what matters.
सुप्रीम के 9000 से भी ज्यादा प्लम्बिंग एंड ड्रेनेज प्रोडक्ट्स और वाटर टैंक्स बने हैं क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल्स एंड इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से। सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सोल्यूशन, जीवन भर का साथ।
नहीं, बहुत धन्यवाद है नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व का, हमारे क्षेत्र के जो मतदाता हैं, जिन लोगों ने तीसरी बार बहुत अच्छा आशीर्वाद दिया है। अभी काउंटिंग चल रही है और मैं इसे आशीर्वाद मानता हूं जो हमारे पक्ष में हवा है, और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जिम्मेदारी बहुत बढ़ जाती है। हम दिल्ली की 7 सीटें जीत रहे हैं। काउंटिंग में 7 सीटें एक अच्छी मार्जिन से हम आगे चल रहे हैं।
सिग्नेचर जो सबकी सोच से ऊपर जाए। सिग्नेचर, अ प्रीमियम प्रोडक्ट फ्रॉम दिलबाग।
ड्यूलक्स वेदरशील्ड पावरफ्लेक्स, इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से। इट्स कलरफुल, इट्स पावरफुल।
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए। सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी। मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें। मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ।
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.